Meet Logan, the eldest son of a noble family on the brink of ruin. The household staff trembled in his presence, and for good reason. One look at his face revealed a cruel and volatile spirit. One day when Logan tried to see his father at the castle, the guards blocked his path. They declared the prince utterly unworthy to enter. He was, after all, just the son of the baron's former wife. Logan was a man feared by many and hated by all known, only for his arrogance and despicable nature. But everything was about to be turned on its head, because the Logan they thought they knew was already gone. A cold fury flickered in the main character's eyes at the guard's insolence. In a swift motion, he ripped a glove from his hand and slapped it across the guard's face. The humiliation he forced upon the prince would be paid for in a duel. Logan's voice dripped with contempt, calling the guard the true failure, a mediocre soldier destined to rot. Dominant, consumed by a burning rage, roared his acceptance of the prince's challenge. They made their way to the dueling grounds where two wooden swords awaited them. A knight could channel their aura, making even a training sword a lethal weapon against a weaker foe. Everyone pitied the prince. His defeat seemed inevitable. Dominant lunged with his full might, his aura flaring. But Logan evaded with impossible grace, his counterattack flowing over the guard's blade like water. The force of the blow shattered Dominant's stance, tearing the sword from his very grasp. The entire crowd fell into a stunned silence. How could the useless Logan possibly know how to fight like this? Logan, unimpressed, offered his opponent a second chance. But the soldier could only stare at his trembling hand on the ground. He knew that strike was impossibly heavy. A blow meant to kill. Logan didn't wait for an answer, raining down more strikes with the wooden sword. This was payback for every past insult. The duel left the castle soldiers frozen in terror. Prince Logan was not the weakling they all remembered. But the reason for this unbelievable transformation was a secret none of them could ever comprehend. The truth was, in a future he alone remembered, a 40-year-old Logan died as a common soldier his family long since destroyed. His comrades had mocked him, for in his youth, Logan had lost a duel to his own younger brother. They never understood how the disgrace of a noble house ended up a mere grunt. In that timeline, the kingdom fell to betrayal, and enemy legions swarmed their lands. Every soldier fought with valor, Logan included. But it was not enough. The kingdom was annihilated, and on that day, Logan fell in battle. His dying moments were filled with crushing regret. He had been a monster his entire life and yearned to beg his father for forgiveness. And then Logan's eyes shot open. He was in his old room, his heart pounding in his chest. He remembered being injured, a blow to the head from the duel against his brother. The main character was reeling. Could it all have been a horrific nightmare? No. The memories of the future were branded onto his soul. He looked out the window and saw at his family's castle a sight from his long-lost youth. Just then, his younger brother entered the room, terrified of what Logan might do to him. The boy trembled, conditioned by years of Logan's cruel and abusive behavior toward everyone. Logan remembered his last words to him, absolute poison. And he remembered that was the day Roman finally gave up trying to get close to him. A storm of memories from 2 lifetimes raged in Logan's mind, while Roman simply looked on with genuine concern for his brother. The servants knew Logan's vile temper all too well. Rick the butler tried to lead the young Master Roman away, but for the first time in memory, Logan didn't erupt in rage. He spoke softly, telling Roman to come closer. The boy was stunned. The butler Rick was utterly bewildered. Young Master Logan was acting strangely today. Logan wanted to praise Roman for his strength, but the words caught in his throat. After a lifetime of treating him like dirt, mere words would never be enough. In a shocking first, Logan pulled his brother into a tight hug, begging for forgiveness for everything. He admitted he was a failure as a brother, and that Roman was truly amazing. Not a single person in the room could hold back their tears at the sight. After a heartfelt talk, Roman left his brother in peace. Our main character gazed out the window, his conviction solidifying. This was not a dream. He had traveled back in time. This time he would change everything. He would save his family. Just then a maid stumbled into the room and apologized profusely. Rick rushed in behind her, bowing low and pleading on her behalf. This whole display was pathetic. Logan now saw clearly the suffocating world of fear he had built around himself. Just what kind of monster had he been? Logan calmly said it was fine and asked them to fetch him paper and pens. Rick and Mary exchanged looks of pure panic. Was the lazy young master actually planning to work? When they returned with the items, Logan simply thanked them. Rick's mind went blank. Did the master just say, "Thank you"? The servants thought they must be dreaming. Once again, Logan was reminded of what a complete piece of trash he used to be. He asked to be left alone to focus. But first, a chilling memory surfaced. The war against the Empire was only 10 years away. That was the catastrophe that would annihilate his family, leaving them weak and buried in debt. His mission to rewrite not just his own tragic past, but the very destiny of his family. Complicating matters? A bloody civil war was set to erupt in his region in just 1 year, the very event that would begin to tarnish his family's name. After a grueling session of plotting and planning, Logan finally resolved to face his father. Along the way, he saw servants flinch and turn their faces desperate to avoid his gaze. They knew all too well that the former Logan could end them for the slightest offense. A maid, her arms full of fresh linens, failed to see him coming and stumbled, spilling everything. Panic seized her. She was finished. Her life was surely forfeit, but the expected rage never came. Instead, a gentle hand helped her to her feet. It felt like a miracle. But when the girl looked up at her master's face, she saw not kindness, but the cold, hard mask of a tyrant. She begged for her life before scrambling away, never daring to look back. In that moment, Logan understood. Simply acting differently wasn't nearly enough to erase his monstrous reputation. After all, his natural smile was the chilling grin of a killer. Reaching his father's office, his demeanor turned to ice as his presence was announced to the Baron. It had been over 20 long years since he had last truly faced his father. Upon entering the icy reception was exactly as he'd expected. Patrick Milan, the patriarch, had no reason to show his worthless eldest son any respect. Logan had come with a single request permission to enter isolated training on the family's mountain estate. The protagonist possessed all the memories and knightly training from his previous life, but his current body was nothing but a weak, undisciplined shell. To change his fate, he needed power, and power would bring the wealth to save them all. He had to be ready. In just 3 months, that girl's arrival would set everything in motion. Patrick's voice was laced with scorn. Was Logan trying to flee after his humiliating defeat by Roman Logan flatly denied it? He claimed to have finally seen his own weakness, to have realized how much time he had wasted. But Patrick had heard these empty promises countless times before. Countless. He refused. His son's problem wasn't a mere lack of training. It was a flaw in his very character. Logan should have known this was coming. He conceded to his father that his own arrogance was the true poison, and he swore to change it. But the Baron was done with his lies and ordered him out. The request was denied. This was the price for the life he had lived. But as a final plea, Logan declared his past self foolish and immature. This training would be the first true step on his path to redemption. Even the hardest of fathers cannot entirely abandon his own blood. Patrick relented, granting him one final chance. But as he was leaving, his father posed a sharp question. Did Logan truly believe 3 months was enough to surpass a genius like Roman? Logan's reply was firm, his voice ringing with conviction. This training wasn't to defeat Roman. It was to destroy the man he used to be. As he left the office, Patrick felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt for his son in years' respect. And our hero felt that shift in the air. Though no words were spoken, Logan knew this path was worth it. He set off for the mountains, where he would disappear for 3 intense months. His goal was not just to temper his body, but to achieve a far greater awakening. For true masters of combat could slay even dragons, using the vibrant life force coiled within their core. 3 months passed in a blur of relentless, agonizing training, pushing him to his absolute limits day after day until finally, he forged his core. This was a feat he hadn't accomplished until he was 40 years old in his past life. With this power, he could shatter his body's natural limitations. On the final day, he stood before a colossal tree, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Focusing every last shred of his aura, he channeled the immense energy into his blade and his very being. The resulting strike sliced through space itself, cleaving the massive trunk in two. This was the legendary power he had obtained at the end of his last life, and now he could wield it as a young man. But even as he succeeded, the strain on his still-developing body was immense. This was a technique to be used only as a last resort. Now it was time to return home and begin shaking the foundations of his destiny. But first, a change of clothes was in order. He reeked like a swamp. Returning to the manor to report to his father, he was stopped by a guard named Dominin, who declared only those of direct Milan blood could pass. In that humiliating moment, Logan realized just how far his authority within his own family had fallen. Without a word, Logan challenged Dominin to a duel, shocking every guard in the castle by dismantling the trained soldier with contemptuous ease. This was the overwhelming power, born of his training and superior combat knowledge. It was a clear warning to anyone else who dared to disrespect him. Later, standing once again in his father's office, the atmosphere was different. Patrick admitted the display was impressive, acknowledging his son's awakening and demanding to know what happened during his seclusion. The young man was shocked. He never imagined his father would have been watching him. He simply stated that he had cast aside his greed and emptied his mind of all desire. As he trained with this newfound clarity, he felt a power begin to well up from deep within. It sounded like a fabrication, but Logan knew the truth. This was the same profound insight he'd gained in his past life. A power that only awakened after he gave up his quest for revenge. A power he'd first touched at the age of 40. His father's eyes widened in surprise, realizing a simple truth had forged such a change in his son. He truly was different now. But that surprise quickly turned to thunderous rage. For the first thing his transformed son did was brutally assault a knight. Logan stood firm, insisting the man got exactly what he deserved. He challenged his father, asking if he'd heard the full story. The Baron admitted he had, but still condemned the extreme measures. They were necessary, Logan retorted, stunning his father into silence. After all that, man dared to deceive his lord's bloodline to make a mockery of him, To let that slide would be to inject a poison into the very discipline of their house. The young master reflected on a hard-learned truth. Hierarchy is the steel spine that allows any group to function. And if that spine is shaken, the entire organization will crumble. 10 years as a mercenary had taught him that. He learned one vital lesson: when leading armed men, you establish absolute order in a single decisive strike. What happened today was not an assault. It was a lesson for every other knight to witness. His father relented, admitting Dominion was at fault for failing his duty and trying to trick his lord. But he warned Logan's actions were far too risky, urging him to show restraint. Logan was floored. His father was forgiving him so easily, a world apart from the condemnation of his past life. Seeing his son's shocked face, the Baron even cracked a joke, asking if he'd prefer a punishment instead. Logan quickly replied, "I'm good." His father's tone turned serious again. He hadn't approved of the method, and forbade Logan from acting so rashly again, especially since he hadn't even been officially knighted.
Logan bowed his head respectfully, promising to remember the lesson.
Moments later, his father dropped a bombshell. His fiancée Reyna would be visiting soon. A flicker of shock crossed the young man's face, but it wasn't surprise he felt. It was pure, unadulterated excitement. The day he would get his hands on that cash was finally within reach. And right on cue, Princess Reyna Wolf made her grand entrance. The noble ladies gasped in awe, and every guard's eyes burned with envy for Logan.
Approaching with perfect grace, she greeted Lord McLaine, noting how long it had been, and inquiring about his health.
The patriarch, captivated by her radiance, remarked on the beautiful woman she had blossomed into. Even Rick, watching from afar, was stunned to see how much she had grown.
But his gaze shifted to Master Logan, who looked utterly unimpressed by her dazzling presence.
Reyna announced she carried a letter from her father the Count and began to read its contents aloud. It was addressed to Baron Patrick McLaine, and its contents were so painfully dull that over the next 30 minutes, even the guards on duty nearly nodded off. But the letter's final lines jolted everyone awake. It was a formal request that, due to unavoidable circumstances, the marriage between Reyna and Logan be called off. As he listened to the devastating words, the young man translated the message in his mind. It was simple. They bet on Patrick McLaine becoming a powerful aura user, but he stalled as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And Logan? He was nothing but a failure. There was no longer any benefit for the Wolf clan to ally with the McLaines. In short, they were being discarded. Patrick erupted in fury. They were severing the engagement without any real reason. He knew this for what it was, a public attempt to humiliate the McLaine family. Reyna claimed that wasn't their intention at all. She said she personally requested to be the messenger, fearing he would jump to that very conclusion. She was here, she claimed, to clear up this terrible misunderstanding. She then spun a beautiful tale of her vivid memories as a child in their home, of the good times she shared with Logan in this beautiful, serene place, and how she never wanted to let go of those precious moments. But alas, her hands were tied. She was bound to her family's will, with no choice but to obey the orders of her elders. The best she could do, she said, was come to apologize in person. The crowd was moved to tears by her words, whispering how her heart was as beautiful as her face. Everyone, that is, except for Logan, his stepmother Mary, and her son Kairos. Logan's voice cut through the charade, cold and direct. "What is the exact reason for this annulment?" he demanded. "I'd like to hear about these so-called unavoidable circumstances." At the same time, Logan glanced at his stepmother Ryan's biological mother. She'd always seen him as a rival for the succession. He thought she would remain silent, but it seemed an insult to the family's honor was an entirely different matter. Reyna simply apologized again, skillfully dodging the question. She claimed she didn't know the real reason for the breakup. She was just a daughter to be married off, she argued, so her father never discussed such important family matters with her. Mary's eyes blazed with fury. Now she understood everything. She understood why Reyna herself had come to deliver this baseless insult. Reyna flinched, her pristine white dress suddenly feeling like a target. She looked up at the McLaines and announced that for the trouble they had caused, the Wolves offered a staggering 3 million gold as compensation for ending the engagement. At the sight of it, the family's financial manager, Dwayne Filner McLaine, nearly fainted. Logan's heart pounded with excitement. That cash was their salvation. But of course it wouldn't be that simple. Hearing the offer, Patrick erupted in a volcano of rage, screaming, "How dare you propose such an insult?" A knight from the Wolf household leaped to shield Princess Reye, pleading, "My lord, I beg you, calm yourself." Patrick glared at the young knight. "To reach such a high rank at your age is impressive," he acknowledged, his voice laced with ice. "Perhaps," he continued with a sneer, "injuring the rising star of the Wolf family would be fair payment for this dishonor." The knight stood his ground, declaring that his master, Chiron Wolf, views Lord McLaine as a man of great honor and would never attack the young princess or anyone weaker. Rhea then stepped forward, her voice serene. "We do not wish to purchase honor with gold. Please accept this as a gesture to maintain the friendship between our great houses." Lord Milan ground his teeth. He knew that if he pressed the issue any further, he would be seen as a man without any honor at all. This was Chiron's trap, sending these children to corner him.
Patrick's voice was cold as steel. "A guest is a guest, even one who brings misfortune. The McLaines do not harm their visitors."
However, he boomed, we will not accept this one-sided declaration from the wolves. House McLaine demands only one thing, that the messenger Princess Raina Wolf gives a sincere apology to my son. We will refuse any other form of compensation. At that moment, Logan finally intervened. As the person directly involved in this matter, I have a request of my own to make. Inside, Logan was fuming. They had to take the money. An apology was worthless when 3 million gold was their entire yearly budget.
Besides, half their funding came from his stepmother's family, the Charons. The second that support vanished, they would go bankrupt.
All this for what pride honor everyone here had gone mad. They had to secure that 3 million no matter the cost. So Logan faced his father and calmly stated, I would like to accept the Wolf family's terms of apology.
Patrick's temper flared once more. Are you telling me to go back on my own word, boy?
Logan withstood his father's crushing pressure, knowing that even without an aura, he was still a high-ranking knight. But still, that rank meant little against the true powers of the kingdom. If he couldn't overcome this, he would never be able to move forward. Patrick declared, House McLaine is not so poor that we must sell our honor for money. Logan let out a deep, weary sigh. Actually, father, we are exactly that poor. He laid the grim reality bare. As of this moment, House McLaine owes the bank 3 million gold pieces. The interest for 1 year is 150,000. Without the Charon's money, we would have been ruined long ago. We are the biggest family of beggars in this kingdom. In fact, we owe over 2 million gold to the very kingdom we are sworn to serve. Therefore, if we settle this with just an apology, rumors will spread that we bowed our heads to the wolves. Rhea then interjected smoothly. The House of Wolf is not an irrational family. We hold the honor of House McLaine in the highest regard. Logan scoffed. You talk of rationality. You who came here to unilaterally break off our engagement speak of being rational. A chilling memory from his past life suddenly surged forward. He remembered his former self, the fool who believed Rena's tears were real, that she was truly sad about their separation. But that was before the incident. Rena and Logan were alone in her room, and she had thanked him for coming. Though we must part today, she whispered, I want to create one last precious memory with you. Back then, thinking his life was over, Logan had pleaded with her. Rena, please run away with me tonight.
Her response was a dagger thrown straight at his face, forcing him to draw his sword in self-defense.
She then ripped her own clothes, her sweet facade melting into pure contempt. Do you really think a failure like you deserves me? Learn your place and get lost. Why do you even carry a sword when you lost to a child? She sneered. You just made things much easier for me. Logan stood there stunned into silence as Rena began to scream while a storm raged outside. She accused him of becoming violent, of trying to force himself upon her. With his sword already drawn, it was a simple, devastating lie. The young man remembered the utter despair. He was already blamed for so many things. Not even his own family believed him. In the end, the McLaines were forced to apologize and pay the wolves a massive, crippling compensation. He stared at her now, his blood running cold. Because of her, he could never trust women again. You venomous snake! He thought, his eyes glinting like steel. But this time, you won't get away with it. After the chaos, Logan reflected on his original plan. He had thought to slowly mend his reputation to show his family he was a changed man. But that was just a fool's dream. The clash with Dominion shattered that fragile hope. His own soldiers turned a blind eye to disrespect, and the shameful rumor of his defeat spread like wildfire in his absence. He now understood. You couldn't change this rotten family by begging for their approval. With only 9 months before the regional war ignited, his reputation was worthless. All that mattered now was his family's survival. So Logan swallowed his pride. He declared to Rena he would accept the Wolf family's compensation. This was a direct defiance of his own father. Rena stood frozen in shock. The patriarch erupted, his voice thundering. How dare you defy my will? Logan shot back his gaze, unwavering. I won't be silenced by empty apologies, leaving his father speechless. He pressed on, his voice ringing with conviction. Our honor cannot be restored with words that vanish on the wind. Its value will be just as weightless. Hearing this, Rena saw her chance, quickly maneuvering the conversation. The Wolf family only wishes to follow the will of Baron McLaine. She then turned to Patrick, her eyes sharp. So, what is your choice? Logan saw right through her act. She was desperate to save her father's face, likely terrified of paying 3 million gold. The patriarch glared down at Rena, his authority absolute. As the head of this house, he declared, I am satisfied with a sincere apology. Then came the twist. But I leave it to Logan to judge if that apology is truly sincere. At this, his stepmother Marion seethed with silent fury.
Patrick faced his son again, his tone a grave warning. Think carefully. If you accept coin for this insult,
you are telling the world that your honor will forever have a price. But Logan didn't hesitate for a second. He could not yield on this. As the one whose engagement was broken, I accept the compensation offered by House Wolf. The words hung in the air. Marion gasped, and a look of pure dread washed over Rena's face. Disappointment clouded his father's eyes. I thought you had improved, but you've only grown worse. He added the words laced with sorrow. Perhaps it is my failure for not teaching you the true meaning of honor. But in his heart, Logan knew the truth. Everything he was doing was to save the family that scorned him. Later in his room, the heavy sacks of gold from Rena lay before him. A knock echoed. "Rick!" he called out, but it was Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, who entered. Seeing the man's calculating face, Logan immediately felt a sense of dread. What did this snake want? A storm of thoughts raged in Dwayne's mind. For years, he, the financial advisor, had been forced to manage the McLaine estate on a budget of dust. He was caught between soldiers demanding new steel and servants who lacked supplies for the harsh winter. To keep the house afloat, he was forced to constantly grovel before the patriarch. Was he an advisor or the king of beggars? If this wasn't his home, he'd have abandoned this sinking ship long ago. But now, a golden opportunity had appeared. A chance to breathe for a few years. And the only thing standing in his way was this fool. He sneered internally. That $3 million, Logan would have to share.
Dwayne pasted on a warm smile. "Young master, I just came to offer my respects. You were truly magnificent yesterday.
The way you stood your ground against such pressure, you are a true heir of the McLaine family." As Dwayne laid the flattery on thick, he imagined Logan soaking it all in.
After all, the boy was a screw-up who had never known praise. Taking his money would be child's play.
But Logan's expression remained like carved stone. Dwayne pressed on. "In these desperate times, 3 million gold is like rain in a desert."
Your brilliance has saved this family. You've given us a chance to breathe again.
The young master's voice was ice. "I fail to see why the family is relieved. It's my money."
Dwayne's heart plummeted. The brat was actually going to keep it all for himself, but he forced his expression to remain calm.
After all, in his 20 years as the McLane's advisor, groveling had become second nature. So he did what he did best. He began to weep, stunning Logan. Is the family's situation that dire?" Dwayne sobbed. "Young master, surely you are not aware that the family owes 3 million gold to the Cooper Bank." He was about to mention the crippling interest of 150,000 gold, but Logan cut him off, finishing the sentence himself. Dwayne stared, completely baffled. You knew?" The young man replied coolly. "The interest shouldn't be an issue. It's harvest season. Use the profits from that to pay it."
Panicked Dwayne tried to explain, "But managing the barony alone costs a fortune. We are always stretched to our absolute limit."
"If you just let me help," he pleads, "I could change everything." But Logan cuts him off, silencing him with a sharp glare. Dwayne, confused, demands to know why. "I thought you were fighting for our family's honor." "And I am," Logan retorts. "This money is for the family, but not for patching the Baron's leaky ship. It's for building a new one." Rage boils in Dwayne's gut. This insolent brat knows nothing. He should just hand over the gold now. Logan's eyes narrow. "Tell me, if I paid off all our debts today, would anything truly change?" "Of course it would," Dwayne sputters. "A bigger budget would give us breathing room for at least a few years."
And after those years are gone, the young lord presses. Then what happens? We'd be right back where we started, buried in debt with nothing to sell.
"It's a poison cycle," Logan declares. "And I intend to break it, but I need this gold to do it." Dwayne is stunned, speechless. Is this the same useless delinquent he'd always known? He had always seen Logan as just a brat, someone who couldn't care less about their family's fate. "I have a favor to ask," Logan continues calmly. "Help me with this, and I'll give you a share to ease the family's burden." Intrigued, Dwayne asks what he wants. The answer shocks him. "I need you to gather some mercenaries." Sometime later, Logan meets with his loyal aide Rick. Seeing him packed and ready, Rick panics. "Where in the world are you going now? You just got back from your hellish training." "To make money," Logan replies simply. "But you already have a fortune," Rick exclaims. Logan shakes his head. "It's not enough." "The patriarch will never allow this," Rick pleads. The tension in the castle is already at its breaking point. But Logan just smirks. "Who said I was going to ask for permission? I'm just going to disappear." Rick's jaw drops, but Logan is resolute. If he can't shatter his worthless reputation now, he never will.
That's why he must build his power from the outside. Fortunately, he knows exactly what's happening beyond their borders.
His past life when he was cast out taught him everything. His first move is clear: find a very specific man. "You're not thinking straight," Rick begs. "Becoming a fugitive right now won't solve anything." Logan's patience wears thin with Rick's nagging. "What's your grand plan after you run away, huh?" Rick even throws himself down, shouting, "If you're going to leave, you might as well step on me first." And for a moment, it looks like Logan might actually do it, his expression cold and uncaring. But then he stops. "Don't worry, Rick. I'll write a letter to my father. No one will blame you." When Rick asks what he'll write, Logan simply smiles. A wave of relief washes over the loyal aide. After Logan vanishes, Rick delivers the letter. The patriarch looks like he's about to declare war on the world itself. The letter begins, claiming he was heartbroken over the engagement. It says he's leaving to clear his head, but promises to return soon. Signed, Logan McLaine. Left alone, poor Rick can only weep, praying for his master's safe return. The history of House McLaine is one of tragic decline. Just 200 years ago, their standing was anything but humble.
Their domain stretched across counties, hailed as the undisputed rulers of the southwest region of the Grandia Kingdom. But then came the current Lord Patrick McLaine. 3 generations of incompetence before him had seen their title demoted, and their territory shrink to a fraction of its former glory. The legendary McLaine Plains, once their breadbasket, were handed over to a powerful vassal. Their fertile lands were carved up and given away. They were left with nothing but the arid barren lands near the southern mountains, an exile in their own kingdom. And so House McLaine was cursed with endless financial hardship. Their new lands produced no special goods, and held none of the rich copper mines found in other mountain territories. Logan knows that even victory in the war would just mean begging for help from Syros again. To shatter this cycle of dependency, he needs capital, far more than the 3 million he possesses. But he thinks there's someone in this city who can change all that. He steps into Kairos, the bustling commercial heart of the Grandia Kingdom. Cries of merchants fill the air, hawking everything from enchanted rings to gleaming shields. Even the sight of fresh fruits and vegetables is a novelty. It's a stark reminder of just how desolate the McLaine barony truly is. He recalls from his past life that the man he seeks spent his youth right here in Kairos. He'd been told his target was close. The man he sought, his golden beetle Philip Claude, was a linchpin of the Ares Empire, the continent's mightiest nation. It was a nation forged by meritocracy. As long as you had talent, age, or gender meant nothing on the path to success. It was a nation where even foreigners could seize immense power and wealth. And a living legend of this truth was Philip Claude, originally from the Kingdom of Grandia. He was one of the Empire's wealthiest merchants, a man who became the continent's largest arms dealer. In his homeland, they branded him a traitor. But in reality, this golden beetle secretly funneled his fortune back home, orchestrating the miracle that secured Grandia's sovereignty. As Logan walked the streets, his eyes locked onto a figure, and a thought sparked. Could that be him? In the heart of the city, a young man sat broken, utterly swindled, without a single coin to his name, wondering how he would even survive tomorrow. Logan observed him, recalling the rumors of how a grand merchant's empire crumbled overnight from a single act of betrayal. But witnessing this despair with his own eyes, it was far more devastating than any story. Just as the boy considered ending his suffering, Logan stepped forward, his voice cutting through the silence. "Are you Philip Claude?" Philip's head snatched up, suspicion clouding his eyes. He scanned the newcomer's red eyes and unwavering gaze, sensing danger. "Who are you?" Logan simply stated he wanted a moment of his time, but Philip's guard remained high. How could this stranger possibly know his name? Then Philip saw it, a powerful emotion glinting in the young man's eyes. It was an expression he as a merchant had witnessed countless times. Greed. Instantly a theory formed in his mind. The old armor, the timing. This had to be a mercenary thug. Logan opened his mouth to explain his true purpose, but Philip exploded in a panic, shouting, "The payment date isn't here yet. My property sale will be finalized in 3 days. Come back then." Logan calmly assured him, "I'm not here to collect a debt." But Philip snarled like a cornered animal. "I told you the sale hasn't gone through. Get lost now." Logan raised his voice to cut through the hysteria. "I'm not here to collect. I'm here to invest." The words hung in the air, leaving Philip utterly stunned. "Invest, you want to? Invest in me?" Philip stammered, his mind reeling. Logan simply nodded. Philip's thoughts raced. If he wasn't a debt collector, he had to be a madman, eager to throw money at a completely ruined merchant. Yet a sliver of hope flickered within him. "If you're telling the truth, how much are you willing to invest?" Logan countered with a question of his own. "How much do you need? I'll provide enough to clear your debts and get you back on your feet." Still wary, Philip scrutinized Logan's face, noting the travel-worn dirt on his armor. This man had clearly journeyed from somewhere far away. And in that instant, everything clicked. Logan tried again. "Just tell me how much you—" But Philip cut him off, his voice dripping with contempt. "You disgusting scoundrel. If you're going to trick me," he spat, "at least put in more effort than the swindlers who already ruined me." He continued his tirade, pointing at the emblem on Logan's armor. "You're no investor. That crest belongs to the McLaine barony in the southwest, a family of beggars who survive on handouts from wealthy relatives. How could a family that can't even pay its own debts possibly have money to invest in anyone else? Besides," he scoffed, "impersonating a noble is a capital offense. You chose the wrong target, pal. I'm completely broke." Logan simply took in the outburst, analyzing the situation from a different perspective. Even at his absolute lowest, Philip's judgment was sharp. Truly the mind of a future tycoon. Now, how to handle this desperate man? Philip was now wailing that he didn't have enough money to eat, much less to die properly. An idea struck Logan. Philip watched closely. He unleashed a flicker of his aura, and the raw power left Philip utterly speechless. Philip's mind short-circuited. Someone this powerful who had awakened his force at such a young age would be a fool to risk it all for a petty scam. He immediately bowed his head. "My apologies, I've been through a lot. I'm a bit on edge. What is it you want from me?" Logan's proposal was direct. "I want to hire you, for life, and as a signing bonus, I will erase your debt." Skepticism returned to Philip's face. "Does your family truly have that kind of money?" Logan asked for the total sum of his debt, which was around $250,000. "I'll pay that," Logan declared, "and I'll give you another $300,000 to start over." He then revealed a bag overflowing with cash. Philip stared at Logan as if he were an angel sent from the heavens. He signed the contract without a second thought. But the terms, they were something else. Should the subordinate Philip intentionally seek to harm his master, he will suffer a pain as if his very soul is being torn asunder. An absolutely insane condition. The witch who sealed the contract smirked. "If you don't like it," she purred, "you can just awaken as a high-ranking knight, pay a 4-circle mage, or hire a contractor for several hundred times the contract's value to break the curse." Philip was once again left speechless. She waved them away with a cackle. "Come and say hi again sometime." And as they walked away, a chilling thought crept into Philip's mind. Had he just been completely and utterly screwed? For a moment, he thought he was hallucinating, picturing Logan as some kind of angel. Especially after realizing he'd just paid a king's ransom for a magic contract, all to secure this man as his savior, when a single page was worth 30 slaves. Logan stated the obvious: they were strangers, so trust was out of the question for now. For an investment of this magnitude, he needed a guarantee. Logan assured Philip that once trust was established between them, things would be very different. The contract would be destroyed. He extended his hand, a gesture of a future partnership. Philip saw the contract for what it was, a vague mess with no real conditions. But he had no other choice. For now, he had to trust Logan. He shook his hand. "What do you need from me?" Philip asked. Logan's reply was simple. "First, we buy monster meat." Hearing this, Philip could only call him a complete psychopath. Logan expected that reaction. After all, everyone knew monster blood and flesh were riddled with poison. Burning it was the only logical thing to do. But Logan knew that in just a few years, that simple fact would be turned on its head. News would eventually break that a neutralizer could be made from common herbs. Suddenly, starving regions would turn to monsters for sustenance. That winter, a miracle would occur. Those who ate the meat of the Kellic monster began to recover from chronic ailments. Even deep, intimate injuries that caused sterility started to heal, showing unbelievable results. A year later, the Royal Magic Tower would confirm it all. The Kellic species vanished from the continent, hunted to extinction after it was proven to be a potent virility aid. And armed with this future knowledge, Logan knew he could easily turn this into 3 million gold, maybe even more. Tailing this madman! Philip stared at Logan with pure disappointment, wondering if he should just cut his losses and run. Inside a tavern, they sat down to discuss the next move. Logan dropped the bombshell he wanted 1 million gold worth of monster meat. Philip was now convinced the man had completely lost his mind. The warrior simply told him to calm down, promising it was an investment that would pay off tenfold. Philip vehemently objected, demanding to know if he was serious. Logan's answer was a firm yes. Defeated, Philip sighed and asked for the current price of Kellic meat. Logan explained that right now it was worthless. Most people were just burning the carcasses since nobody would buy them. So even sending a low-level porter to collect the bodies would cost around 200 gold, purely due to the kingdom's transport fees. And since that fee was charged per trip, not per unit, bringing back a massive haul at once would make it drastically cheaper. Philip was stunned. Logan had even calculated the transport fees. He had to admit the man's logic on the cost was sound. So with a budget of 1 million gold, was he planning to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt and buy up their entire haul? Logan confirmed it, asking if he saw a flaw in the plan. Philip immediately declared the plan was all wrong. Since the meat was considered trash, he should just hire a merchant's guild, pay them the price of beef, and the problem would solve itself. He explained that for the right price, merchants would bring you anything in the world. Even if it was literal garbage meant to be burned, they would find a way to procure it for him. Philip was so confident he claimed they'd likely deliver every last piece of Kellic meat in the kingdom already butchered and ready to go. A sly grin spread across Logan's face. His investment in this golden beetle was already paying dividends. With a strange look, he called Philip an adorable punk. Philip simply told him to stop worrying about the money and to leave all the logistics to him. After all, his own fate now rested on Logan's success. Logan then handed Philip a list with several items: ironwood cartridges, springs, and a special glue. He was to remain in K and purchase all of it in bulk. Philip's skepticism returned in full force. "Are you trying to build a toy factory?" he asked. Logan simply smirked. "Something much better," he replied. In reality, Logan was having him buy raw materials for weapons of war. He vividly remembered these armaments from the invasion of the Grandia Kingdom in his past life. With these weapons under the right conditions, a single soldier could hold off a fully armored knight. He also recalled the mercenaries he'd ordered Dwayne to hire before his arrival. Arming them with these new weapons would grant him an overwhelming advantage in the coming regional war. But first, he needed 2 things: a master craftsman to forge the weapons and an instructor to train his new army. 2 days later, in the mercenary city of Heron, Logan stood before Kaisalon, an A-rank mercenary trying to hire him as that very instructor. But Kaisalon flatly refused, claiming he'd never successfully trained anyone in his life. Logan dismissed his worries, insisting the job was simple: he would personally train the C-rank mercenaries he hired. But Kaisalon remained hesitant. arguing that he'd only ever guided a few youths, and this was a task for professionals, regardless of what Logan had heard. But Logan saw right through the act. He knew this man from his past life and couldn't be fooled. He remembered Kaisalon as a master of every weapon known to man, with unparalleled skill on horseback. But his true legendary talent was as an instructor. The mercenary squad he trained after a career-ending injury was the most elite in the world, though right now he seemed utterly uninterested. Logan made his first offer 4,000 gold coins for his service. But Kaisalon, playing hard to get, immediately shut him down. The offer jumped to 6,000, but the man's resolve didn't waver. So Logan raised it again to 7,000. Still, the stubborn master refused, lecturing that some things can't be bought. Undeterred, the young man upped the price once more to 8,000. That was the breaking point. Kaisalon's face lit up as he accepted the proposal, even offering his thanks in advance. During their talk, Logan revealed his identity as the firstborn son of the Baron McLaine family. He then questioned if Kaisalon was curious why he was hiring mercenaries so far from home. The man simply replied that as long as the gold was real, he couldn't care less. As they walked the city streets, they witnessed a man whipping slaves, screaming that if they were late again, he would end them all. Kaisalon coolly explained that this was Harem, the city of mercenaries and slaves, and what they were seeing was just the beginning. From this point forward, the entire city was nothing more than a slave market. Logan calmly replied that he was well aware his mind already set on purchasing a slave from this very market. A nearby merchant eyed him, seeing a clueless noble from the countryside, and called him over, boasting about unbeatable prices on his wares. But the moment the merchant saw Kaisalon, his face went pale with terror. Logan smirked. Hiring this man was worth every single coin. He finally spotted a shop with more guards than any other. This he knew was the right place. An old man greeted him at the door, acknowledging that Logan must know exactly what kind of establishment he was entering. The young man got straight to the point, declaring he was there to buy a dwarf. The old merchant confirmed he was in the right place, explaining that beings from other worlds were rare treasures, which is why they received special care, beckoning him inside. He gestured towards a pair of elves, bragging about how difficult they were to acquire, and asking if Logan had ever laid eyes on one before. The merchant droned on about the elves, but Logan's focus was elsewhere. He cut him off, demanding to see the chained dwarf in the back. The merchant, stating the obvious, remarked on the dwarf's appearance and assured Logan he would find countless uses for such a slave. After all, he wasn't just any dwarf. Even among a race famed as master craftsmen, this one was a rarity, a certified expert. Hearing this, even Logan was slightly taken aback. He'd always believed that incredible skill was innate to all dwarves, a race that finds its life's meaning in creating and repairing. An expert-level dwarf was far more than he had ever hoped to find. With this level of talent, he wouldn't have to worry about the monumental task he planned to assign him. Logan asked for the price. The merchant declared that for an expert, the bidding starts at 200,000 gold coins. Logan glared at the man and asked if he looked like a fool. The old man practically jumped out of his skin, immediately slashing 50,000 coins off the price. Kaisalon watched in awe, wondering how he had shattered the merchant's greed so easily. The dwarf looked up at Logan, commenting on his ruthless negotiation. But for Logan, it was just basic strategy. The dwarf then asked where they were headed. Logan told him they were going to the McLaine estate in the southwest, where he would perform the tasks assigned to him. The dwarf simply nodded. It was just as Logan suspected. While the dwarven race was famed for their craft, enslaved dwarves were a different story. Because even for a race of artisans without passion, they could never forge true masterpieces. Logan planned to reignite that fire. He made a promise give him 20 years of his best work, and he would be sent home to the mountains, a small price for a dwarf whose lifespan was centuries long. Hope sparked in the dwarf's eyes, but as he tried to thank him, another slave broke free, making a desperate run for it. Logan watched the chaotic scene unfold before him. The escape was short-lived. A soldier tackled the slave to the ground, but something about him seemed eerily familiar to Logan. A slave with striking blue hair and mismatched eyes won a piercing sapphire blue. In a flash, a memory struck him, and he whispered a name aloud, piquing Kaisalon's curiosity. Logan couldn't believe it. How was the noble slayer here? His mind raced back to his past life, to tales of an infamous aura user who shook the kingdom. Once a slave, he slaughtered his masters to escape, beginning a bloody rampage against nobles and knights, before vanishing for 10 long years. When he finally reappeared, he wielded aura proof that he had transcended the limits of humanity. He had made it his life's mission to hunt down every last noble, earning him the fearsome title of Noble Slayer. Logan explained his reasoning. The infamous slave escape happened about a year after he first became a mercenary. According to the timeline, the boy should still be a slave right now. If he could save him, he'd secure a future aura user for his cause. There was just one massive problem. The kid was an unstoppable killing machine. But even if he became a weapon that turned on his own allies, Logan figured he could just lock him away. Just as the slaver raises his whip to strike the boy again, Logan's blade flashes out, blocking the blow aimed at the child's leg. The master freezes his eyes, falling upon the noble family crest. Assuming Logan is a customer, the man's entire demeanor shifts to one of oily confidence. The slave trader feigns embarrassment, explaining how this merchandise was disobedient and needed some training.
He then asks how he can be of service. Logan's gaze falls upon the two children, his voice cold. He'd like to purchase some slaves. The merchant grins, warning that both are rare commodities, one with red hair, the other with blue eyes. The price would be incredibly steep. When Logan presses for the price, the merchant declares it's at least 10,000 gold for each. Logan scoffed internally. A strong young slave was worth 300 at most. And this man had the gall to ask 100 times more for two children who were nothing but skin and bones. Logan mused that considering the true value of the noble slayer, 10,000 gold coins was a bargain. But this scum would never know that. And besides, Logan refused to let this parasite profit from his knowledge. So Logan stated coldly that 30 times the price of a strong slave for two half-dead children was more than a little expensive. The slaver argued they were one of a kind, his only stock. But Logan cut him off, offering 500 gold for each, a price already far higher than any healthy slave and more than generous. The master whined, trying to bargain that he wouldn't even make back his investment at that price. A flash of killing intent filled Logan's eyes. He asked if the man thought he was a fool who didn't know the market, and the trader's bravado instantly crumbled in fear. The trader cursed Victor internally, knowing the boy was nothing but trouble and would continue to be. He hastily accepted Logan's offer. As Kaisalon lifted the injured boy, he remarked, "It's incredible he's even conscious. A wound like that should have taken him down for good." "He has a strong will to live," Logan replied coolly. An easy lie. In reality, he'd been channeling his own force into the boy's body, a healing power greater than any low-level priest could muster. But a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. He sensed the other boy might have detected his aura, something even the seasoned Kaisalon failed to notice. He pushed the thought aside, dismissing it as a mere coincidence. Suddenly, Victor leaped from Kaisalon's back, launching a desperate attack on Logan. But his fist didn't even come close. Logan caught him by the neck effortlessly, his voice laced with ice. "I can't tell if you're brave or just incredibly stupid. But we are on completely different levels. Do you understand your situation? Do I look as weak as that pathetic slave trader? It's good you have fighting spirit," he continued. "But you must learn to choose your opponents. Let this be your first and last warning." Logan then laid out his terms. "If you obey me, I guarantee your safety and your sister's. But if you ever try something like this again, I will dispose of you both without a second thought." He released the boy, his mind already made up. This was enough to tame him. He would raise this boy to be a knight. Victor stared in disbelief. When he asked if he was serious, Logan confirmed it, explaining that knights were honorary nobles. This was a path to escape slavery. "And not just for you," Logan added, "but for your sister as well." At those words, Victor's eyes met his sister's, and a new fire ignited within him. He would do anything. Watching them, Logan knew his gamble had paid off. The sister was the leash. She was the key to controlling the noble slayer's violent nature. "Your training begins as soon as we arrive home," he declared, then beckoned the dwarf forward. "Hamar, a word." Logan stated he would draft a magical contract with the following terms. If Hamar served him faithfully for the next 20 years, he would be sent back to his home in the mountains. Hamar was utterly stunned, unable to believe Logan would truly return him to his people. "I imagine a promise made of only words is hard to trust," Logan said calmly. "Is there a problem, or do you not wish to accept?" Tears welled in Hamar's eyes. He swore he wanted it more than anything, and would do whatever was asked. He bowed deeply, thanking Logan over and over, his voice thick with emotion. Seeing this overwhelming reaction, Logan thought to himself that if a simple contract was all it took to earn this level of devotion, then he was the one getting the better end of the deal. He had gained everything he came for on this journey, and so much more. He had the legendary noble slayer in his grasp. He declared the clan's war preparations were proceeding without a hitch. But little did Logan know. While he was away, whispers of his strange behavior had already taken root back at the estate. His reputation had been dragged through the mud, completely shattered. Rick, meanwhile, was lost in a storm of confusion, desperately wondering, what in the world is the young master planning? When Logan finally returned, no one was more relieved to see him than Rick. The young master simply looked at him and asked how he'd been. Rick could hardly believe his ears, nearly collapsing from stress. "Are you seriously asking me that right now?" He demanded to know what Logan had been up to, and if he'd heard the vile rumors painting him as a monster who burned 150,000 gold on monster meat. It all started a few days ago. Philip had gathered every merchant in sight, announcing he was buying monster meat in the name of young master Logan McLaine. Of course, Logan's name was already infamous around town. Whispers of his broken engagement and how he'd robbed his fiancée were everywhere. Philip then stoked the fire, starting his own bizarre rumors to draw in more sellers. He had no clue about his master's scandalous past, simply thinking he was some rich, eccentric noble. Philip, however, saw a golden opportunity in the chaos. He dropped the price for monster meat to an irresistible low, just 1 gold piece per kilogram. He knew no merchant would pass up the chance to sell garbage to a wealthy fool. He made his pitch loud and clear. If they wanted cash, they'd bring him every last scrap of monster meat they could find. Philip's aggressive plan was a massive success. Merchants flooded in, and the rumors about Logan spread like wildfire through the entire thieves' quarter. Hearing the report, Logan merely commented that Philip had executed his orders perfectly. Rick was dumbfounded, unable to understand how his master could be so calm. Logan continued telling him to look at the terrified faces of their escort. Imagine the stories they must have heard to look like that. To this, the young master simply replied, "Don't worry, this will all be over soon." But Rick warned him not to be so careless. His next audience was with the patriarch, and he was seething. In his father's study, Patrick asked if Logan enjoyed running away. "It was a worthwhile trip," Logan replied without missing a beat.
Patrick's voice was cold. He'd heard the rumors the madness his son had caused, yet Logan claimed it had all been worth it.
The young man stood his ground, declaring that rumors are just lies, and that he regretted nothing. His stepmother chimed in, "You see, Patrick, it's just as I warned you. He has no sense of his position. He's bringing shame to our family name." But Logan cut her off, saying she was exaggerating. After all, he was only spending the money from his own broken engagement.
Marion pushed again. "Did you hear him, Patrick? Are you still going to take his side after this?"
"Enough!"
Patrick roared. With a chilling calm, he ordered her to leave so he could speak with Logan alone.
The patriarch's glare was heavy. "This is your last chance, Logan."
Facing his father's fury, Logan stood his ground. Patrick demanded to know what was going on in his head, insisting they have an honest conversation.
Logan knew in his heart his father wouldn't let this slide. So he told him, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained it." "Or is it that you don't want to be understood?" Patrick shot back. "Do you hear what people are saying? That you're violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and completely insane." "Was anti-NCAs?"
He asked how much longer he was expected to cover for these actions.
"When that day comes," he pleaded, "at least warn me. That way I can at least say I did my best, for your deceased mother's sake." The mention of his mother shocked Logan. In his past life, his father had never once spoken her name, not even on the day he was thrown out of the family.
Perhaps his father hadn't completely given up on him. "Give me 1 year," Logan asked.
He promised that in 1 year's time, he would prove the reason for his actions, begging for this final favor. Later, Patrick sat alone in his room, replaying the confrontation in his mind.
It was strange a son asking a father for a favor. He thought that if Logan failed to prove his words within a year,
then he would have to make a choice. Because he was the patriarch of the McLaine family first, and a father second. His eyes found a portrait of Logan's mother, Raina, and he whispered an apology. He confessed he no longer understood what was happening with their son. He had promised to protect him, to raise him well. But in the end, it had all turned to dust, a result of his own neglect.
Pacing through the castle corridors, Logan froze. What he saw in his younger brother left him utterly speechless. Rand's force had awakened.
"How did you know?" Rand asked, catching up with surprising speed. Logan couldn't help but smile. The boy had awakened his power at only 14 years old. In his past life, he remembered Rand's force didn't manifest until the Great Clan War. But this time, it was so much earlier. "It's all because of you, brother," Rand said, leaving Logan baffled. He explained that when the knights tried to block him from reaching Logan, his power exploded forth. In his desperate attempt to meet his brother, he had apparently overpowered the castle knights. Logan let out a hearty laugh, praising Rand for his incredible feat. A new path opened in his mind. Once his force stabilized, he would teach him the secrets of the divine sword, forging a warrior far greater than the one he knew before. In a remote cabin south of the McLaine estate, Logan met with Dwayne. The 35 rank sea mercenaries he'd requested had all been gathered. But the mood was sour. The mercenaries were seething, suspecting this was all just some elaborate scam. For 10 long days they had waited, and not once had they laid eyes on their mysterious employer.
One of them grumbled that no petty baron's family would dare mess with a mercenary guild, unless they had a death wish.
Another shot back that you could never be too sure. The wild rumors about the young master had reached their ears too. Then their scorn turned to Logan's appearance. A kid playing soldier with his fancy sword and armor. Hearing their disdain, Logan knew exactly what he had to do. To command these beasts, he needed to show them his fangs. His gaze locked onto one of the mercenaries. "You find my armor and sword amusing?" he asked, his voice cold. The man feigned ignorance, wondering how Logan could have possibly heard him from so far away. A smirk played on Logan's lips. "You're welcome to think that way," he taunted, "if you have the skill to back it up. But you're just a nameless C-class sellsword," he continued. "What phantom skills do you possess that let you look down on others?" He leaned in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, did I wound your pride? Even a low-level grunt like you has some of that right. Step forward. Let's settle this." With that, Logan made his proposal. "If you can land a single strike on me, I'll let you walk away with a full year's salary. I swear this on my honor as a noble with all of you as my witnesses." The mercenary grinned, stepping into the circle. "Perfect," he snarled. "Now you can't take it back." He sized Logan up, trying to look intimidating.
But with a face like a grumpy gorilla, it was more comical than scary.
The crowd began to murmur about the mercenary's massive build. Was he a B-ranker in disguise? No, not yet. But he was hoping this job would be his ticket to promotion. Logan scoffed inwardly, so that was the source of his confidence. "You can have the first move," the mercenary offered generously. Logan's eyes glinted. "A decision you will surely regret." The man just laughed off the warning. I've been swinging a sword a lot longer than you, kid. Don't worry about me. Need any other handicap? He mocked. In response, Logan focused his force and sent a fist crashing into the man's jaw. A shockwave of power silenced the entire cabin. In an instant, the duel was over. The braggart lay sprawled on the ground, his teeth scattered across the dirt floor. The other mercenaries stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Logan simply rolled his shoulder. Anyone else, he said with a sneer, feel like running their mouth. Eagle. They couldn't believe it. A kid his age had already mastered the force. It was completely absurd. Even Kaisalon watched in awe. He always knew there was something special about the young master, but he never imagined this level of power. From now on, Logan declared, his voice cutting through the silence, there will be no more idle chatter. He stood before them. I am Logan McLaine, the one who summoned you here. I'm sure you're wondering why I'd spend a fortune hiring sellswords. He let the tension build before revealing his true purpose. I'm going to forge you into Crossbow Knights. Dwayne and Kaisalon exchanged shocked glances. The mercenaries themselves were utterly bewildered by the announcement. One of them even scoffed, muttering that they'd spend all their time just reloading the things. Kaisalon leaned in, whispering that crossbows were hardly efficient weapons for knights. But Logan simply replied, I'm well aware. Then why in the world would you want them to use crossbows? Kaisalon pressed, completely confused. Logan explained that a crossbow's destructive power far exceeds a normal bow's. But on horseback, an unskilled user needs over a minute just to reload. Even if you carried 3 or 4 preloaded crossbows, you'd be defenseless in less than a minute. It was no wonder they were so confused by his plan. Logan declared that while this may seem like a waste of money, it was crucial to forge them into true soldiers. The reason would become clear soon enough. And with a final chilling declaration, he stated this crossbow cavalry would become Milan's ultimate weapon, far beyond the coming war with mere thieves. Kaisalon was baffled by his master's words, but accepted the command without question. A few days later, Logan reviewed the numbers. Of the 350 mercenaries they had hired, only 312 passed the most basic of tests. This is more than enough, he muttered. Suddenly, a gruff voice shattered the silence. It was Hamar demanding to know what was on the scroll Logan held. Logan calmly explained it was a schematic for a new crossbow. He admitted that to a master craftsman's eye. It might seem a bit crude, but Logan knew better. This was a weapon from his previous life, its design seared into his memory from decades of use. And with a master like Hamar, turning this blueprint into reality should be simple enough. Hamar scoffed at the design's demands. A cartridge to store bolts on the crossbow's back, automatic reloading, and a 3-shot burst capability. Burst. Who in their right mind cooked up this insane contraption? He roared. Logan simply replied, I did. The dwarf's face soured instantly. Then Hamar admitted the idea was brilliant, but the twisted structure would shred any bowstring in an instant. Not only that, but the bulky wooden box on the back would completely throw off an archer's balance. So what are you going to do about it? Hamar challenged. Logan's response was infuriatingly simple. That's not my problem. You're the expert. You figure it out. At those words, the dwarf's eyes blazed with fury. Seeing his reaction, Logan admitted it was a joke. He revealed the true secret reduced the size of the bolts, which would shrink the cartridge itself. He agreed it would be single shot, but they could use pre-made cartridges, or magazines, to reload in an instant. Hamar was struck dumb. His mind raced with the possibilities. Even the most skilled marksman couldn't fire a crossbow twice in 1 minute. This was a weapon from another era entirely. Logan mused to himself. That's because it literally is. A weapon from the future. Hamar then grumbled that people thought creating something like this just needed a few springs wood and glue. But this impossible design was a true challenge to his skills. I'll give it a try, he declared. Logan immediately asked when it would be ready. Hamar exploded. You want me to build a weapon I've never even heard of? With a deadline? Logan simply added more fuel to the fire, stating that humans had already built this weapon before. This perplexed the dwarf even more. Where and who could have made such a thing? Logan waved off the question. You don't need to know that, he said, landing the final blow. If you, a master dwarf craftsman, think it's impossible, then maybe you should just give up. That was all it took. 1 month, Hamar roared. Give me 1 month and I'll create something that far surpasses this pathetic design. A smirk crept across Logan's face. He knew exactly what would happen when you challenged a dwarf's pride. Later at the castle training grounds, Victor was pushing his body to its absolute limit. Your pace is dropping again. Logan's voice cut through the air. I know you can do better. In response, Victor somehow found the strength to speed up. Logan reflected on the boy's incredible progress. For days, he'd done nothing but ensure Victor was well-fed and rested. The transformation that simple care had caused was unbelievable. All right, Victor, rest. At his command, Victor's little sister ran to his side. Logan knew he had made a legendary investment. A 14-year-old boy, frail and undersized, had just run 20 kilometers without stopping. His potential was monstrous, but his true strength was his unbreakable will. a spirit forged from the desperate need to protect the one person he had left. It was clear to Logan, this boy was no natural-born noble slayer. The need to care for his sister had unlocked a power deep within him. Shaking off his thoughts, Logan's voice boomed once more. Rest is over, time for the next phase of your training. He tossed a sword into the boy's hands. From this day forward, you will learn the sword style of the Grandia Kingdom, the foundation for every knight in this nation. Watch closely, the instructor commanded, demonstrating the first form with a powerful cut. Victor, however, was unimpressed. Every fiber of his being screamed for sleep, for just a moment of peace. But he grit his teeth. If this soul-crushing exhaustion was the price for warm food and a safe bed, he would gladly pay it 1,000 times over. So he raised his own sword, and with perfect clarity, mirrored the instructor's move flawlessly. Logan watched in stunned silence. The boy's execution was absolutely perfect. It wasn't just the movement. It was the breathing, the flow of energy, every minute detail, all copied perfectly after seeing it only once. The boy's talent was truly terrifying. He thought to himself, not even Ran was this gifted at his age. A rare smile touched Logan's lips as he spoke to the prodigy. Victor, build up your stamina. When you can execute that form perfectly over 1,000 times in a row, then you can call yourself a knight. At those words, a fire ignited in Victor's eyes, imagining himself in that very position. Logan then asked if he could handle it, and the young man's reply was a firm and eager yes. Logan continued saying that if Victor needed any training supplies, he should ask Rick. While Rick could handle most things, Victor simply replied that he needed nothing. Logan pressed him, asking if he was certain. Victor's only request was for him to ensure his sister's safety. That alone would be more than enough. For Logan, the terms were perfect. Logan knew that while Victor wasn't ready for war just yet, he was certain the young man would become a huge asset to Milan in the future. He also realized that the mercenary corps, armed with a weapon from Hamar, would become a formidable power. Still, he couldn't get ahead of himself. There was always the chance Hamar couldn't produce a decent crossbow. And even if he did, the mercenaries might not master it. Since he had entrusted this to others, he needed a solid backup plan. With that, Logan headed to his father's office with a simple request. He wanted to join the knightly training. It was a request his father granted. That night on the training grounds, Captain Hankley introduced Logan, announcing his participation from that day forward. The news was met with icy stares and resentful whispers among the knights. They thought that just because he'd defeated Dominion, he saw their legendary knightly order as some kind of joke. The memory of a tense meeting surfaced in the captain's mind. He recalled being in the Patriarch's chamber, arguing against the young master's entry into the order. The captain had been deeply opposed. Hankley had warned Patrick that his presence would shatter the knights' morale. But Patrick had fired back, stating Logan wasn't asking for special treatment. In fact, he had demanded they be even tougher on him than any other rookie. Back in the present, Hankley thought that despite the Patriarch's order, he was still the Lord's son. It would have been far easier if he had just been asked to treat Logan kindly. Logan sensed the captain's unease and offered him a way out, telling him not to worry. He made a vow if he faltered even once during the next week's training, he would disappear from their sight as if he had never been there. Stunned by the young man's boldness, Hankley agreed. Then he declared that for the next week, the nightly training would be 3 times more hellish. Not long after, a knight was seen gasping for air, carrying a comrade on his back, questioning what kind of insane training this was. The instructor roared at his men not to die, reminding them that as cavalry knights, they had to understand what it means to be a horse. He screamed at them to feel the crushing weight of a fully armored warrior, to become the very steeds that carry them across the battlefield. It finally dawned on the knights. This was why they were in full armor. And it was all thanks to that damned troublemaker. They began to wager on how long Logan would last. 1 day, 2, perhaps 3 at most. However, they were all dead wrong. Logan was blasting through the pack at full speed, leaving everyone completely speechless. Even the captain stared in disbelief. To make matters worse, the young master was actually smiling through it all. Hankley seethed. At this rate, his knights would collapse long before Logan ever would. With a sharp command, he ordered everyone to stop for a 10-minute break. He then approached Logan, asking if the young master was feeling exhausted after such a grueling run. In his mind, he was practically begging, just say you're tired, just give an honest answer and you can escape this hell. But before he could finish his thought, Logan interrupted him, stating that it was a breeze. Hankley was utterly dumbfounded. A breeze? The young man explained that it was magnificent training. He added that if the knights endure this every day, they'll become unbelievably strong before telling Hankley he was excited for the next session. As 2 knights lay on the ground, looking like their souls had left their bodies, Hankley realized this was not the outcome he wanted, and Logan seemed completely indifferent to the chaos. Later that night, the young man stood alone on the empty training field. Every other knight had long since gone home. He began to reflect. This training was his insurance policy, a fallback in case his other plans went up in flames. If that happened, he would simply join the knights on the front lines. It was better to start building rapport with them now. The second reason was to cultivate his force, which he could develop through meditation. But strengthening his body was just as vital. And for that, the knightly order's torment was perfect. As his force core grew, he could feel no fatigue. Drawing his sword, the young man unleashed a vicious force / a testament to his power. He considered the incredible strength he wielded, and to think it all stemmed from a mere 1-star core. He envisioned that reaching 2 stars would grant him power rivaling a high-ranking knight, a power like his father's. The next morning, he inspected the crossbows. Each one a bitter failure. He turned to Hamar. "Is this truly the best you can do?" The young master then demanded to see the string he ordered, noting this relic only shot once and had no magazine to speak of. He told Hamar bluntly that it all needed to be integrated. The dwarf's face flushed with anger as Logan pressed on. With a false apology, he admitted his words were too harsh. Hamar shot back that he was right. Even though Logan was his master, he declared, "You never insult a craftsman's pride."
But Logan's true meaning was far more cutting. If this was Hamar's best, then it was a hopeless cause, which nearly made the dwarf explode.
The young master continued his assault, musing that he'd expected too much after weeks of work yielded nothing of value. And that's when Logan played his masterstroke. He provoked Hamar, claiming he'd misjudged him, wasted his money, and made a terrible mistake. That was the final trigger. Hamar roared, demanding another month. He guaranteed he would return with something worthy of the investment, then smashed the pathetic crossbow in a fit of rage. Logan watched the furious dwarf storm away, knowing that burning anger would fuel him to start from scratch.
A cruel smile touched his lips. Just how incredible would Hamar's creation be if pushed to the absolute brink?
1 month later on the training grounds, Hamar revealed the awesome power of his new crossbow, firing 2 bolts in a single devastating shot. The incredible invention left Logan utterly speechless. Hamar noted it had 1 less shot than requested, but it was perfectly balanced for one hand and allowed for rapid magazine changes. Logan, however, was fixated on the reload speed. Loading and firing took a mere 2 seconds. He noted it had a shorter range and was smaller than the weapon from his past life. But for a mounted soldier, this was infinitely better, far exceeding his wildest dreams. To have come this far months before the War of Thieves even began. Hamar asked if Logan was even listening, just as the young master hoisted him into the air. Logan roared with approval, praising the dwarf's magnificent work, and wishing long life to Hamar and his people. Hamar, however, was mortified, worried someone might see them. He grumbled that he wasn't a child and demanded to be put down. Logan's expression grew calm, his eyes locking onto Hamar's as he prepared to ask a question. And when the dwarf asked what he wanted, the young master's psychotic grin returned. "I need 400 of these, in 2 months." Logan then distributed the crossbows to Kaisalon and the mercenaries. Their jaws dropped at the weapon's incredible range. The fact that it fired consecutive shots left them in disbelief. Kaisalon stared at the invention, wondering how it was even possible. How could a crossbow achieve this? A front-loading weapon with this kind of range power and speed was unheard of. With this, an army of 300 or more mounted troops could unleash a terror he could barely comprehend.
Kaisalon looked at Logan with newfound awe, declaring him truly incredible. He finally understood the young master's grand design.
Logan confirmed it, reflecting on how much Hamar had endured. Even with extra help, finishing 2 months early and making 100 extra was a miracle. As expected from a dwarven expert, his skill was undeniable. The craftsman was a true genius. He considered sharing the tech with the knights, but money was an issue, and the risk of it leaking was too great. For now, it was better to keep it secret. Logan then ordered Kaisalon to equip the mercenaries and wipe out all the monsters beyond their territory's borders. Kalon thought the command was impossible, but Logan was certain they could handle it. The mercenary captain reluctantly admitted it might be feasible, but maybe it wasn't good enough. Logan told him to make it happen because if he couldn't, then nothing else mattered.
Kalon suddenly realized, a weapon this powerful wasn't made just for subjugating monsters. This was preparation for war.
During a late-night training session, one of the knights marveled at the young master's monstrous physical stamina. Another wondered aloud if that ridiculous physical power was a family trait.
A third knight chimed in that if he was anything like the patriarch, his swordsmanship must be incredible. Then the topic shifted to Logan's duel with Dominion.
But one of the warriors quickly shut that down, saying you couldn't even compare the young master to the old man. Before his awakening, Logan had lost shamefully to his younger brother. Still, his endurance through this month-long hellish training was astounding. That same training which was designed to make him quit had now become the new emblem of the entire Knight Order. It was exhausting but far more rewarding than simply running laps. It felt like the true standard for a member of the Order, an unexpected fire lit under the low-ranking knights who had been slacking off. The knights were now forging a true connection with their mounts, their bonds strengthening into an unbreakable fighting force. At first, Hankley thought he'd only endured the brutal training because the young master refused to yield. But the results were undeniable. It was as if a miracle had walked right through their doors. Alone in his room, Logan pushed his physical limits with training, then used meditation to awaken his inner consciousness. This synergy created a powerful cycle propelling him toward unprecedented growth. He could feel the first stirrings of a monumental change within his force. If he could evolve his martial power as he planned, he would surpass every monster from his past life. But then the unexpected happened. Logan's core erupted. A delirious cry escaped his lips as it blazed to life, becoming a 2-star core. He finally had the foundation to learn the next secret art from the sword scripture, the murderous iron cut. The first technique alone had granted him immense power. He could only imagine the destructive force of the second. If he could master this art before the war broke out, not even a high-ranking knight could stand in his way. Elsewhere, Kaisalon and his mercenaries were hunting a goblin horde. His men let loose a volley, wiping out the creatures instantly. They marveled at the crossbows, which had almost zero recoil. One man shouted that his bolt pierced one goblin's skull and still lodged itself in another's head behind it. A horde of over 100 monsters annihilated in less than 10 seconds. The mercenaries' old clumsy crossbow habits were shattered and replaced. They reloaded with lightning speed. Logan knew this hunt deep in hostile territory had been worth every risk. Kaisalon approached, asking if the results were satisfactory. More or less, Logan replied. He recalled their disastrous first hunt. Their improvement was staggering. Kaisalon then questioned Logan's motives for such extreme preparations, claiming he'd never seen a mercenary group with this much firepower. He grilled him, asking if his plan was to conquer every monster on the continent. But before Logan could answer, a knight came galloping toward them, carrying an urgent message from Rick. It was dire news, the day before Viscount Tesseron had officially declared war on House McLaine. Inside the McLaine war room, Patrick and the clan heads watched as Viscount Tesseron's declaration echoed from a magic crystal. He cited an ancient grudge, leaving Patrick utterly stunned. The nobles exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if such a flimsy excuse could truly justify a war. Hankel and Marion immediately pressed Patrick for his next move. Hankel laid out the grim reality Tesseron's knightly order alone, vastly outnumbered theirs. Even with Patrick on the battlefield, their chance of victory was terrifyingly slim. One of the nobles suggested a defensive strategy: hold the city and call for reinforcements. A foolish idea. That would leave them vulnerable, allowing enemy knights to sow absolute chaos within their walls. As another noble proposed sending an envoy to beg for peace, Patrick exploded with righteous fury. "Silence!" he roared. He explained that even with the royal family's weakened authority, declaring war without their consent meant one thing: this was a premeditated attack. Therefore, negotiations were completely off the table. He gave the order to prepare for battle, demanding his generals devise a strategy for victory. He would accept nothing less. In the tense silence that followed, a lord dared to ask if the young Master Logan would also join the fight. Patrick confirmed he would. Marion added that Ronian's forces were ready, and he too was of age to fulfill his duty. Upon hearing this, Rick realized Logan was still away from the castle and immediately dispatched a messenger. Logan's mind raced. In his past life, the war wasn't supposed to begin for another 2 months. What could have accelerated the timeline? The messenger urged him to hurry, explaining the Viscount was ignoring all traditions and launching an immediate assault. He had to move now just to reach the front lines in time. Kaisalon and his men roared in unison, declaring Logan's mercenary corps was ready to march at a moment's notice. Logan smirked, noting Kaisalon didn't seem surprised by the sudden war. The mercenary captain simply stated that, for men like them, if there's no war, they're happy to start one. He continued saying they now wielded incredible new weapons, and it was only natural they'd be itching to use them. He gazed upon his army, their confidence bordering on arrogance. But he couldn't blame them. After months of grueling training and annihilating monster hordes, they had earned their pride. He declared that the timing of the war was irrelevant, / their only objective was total victory. Convinced of their overwhelming combat power, he commands his army to march on the Mechlin Plains, / To him, this war was already won. / But back in the barony, the conflict exploded sooner than anyone had anticipated. Just 1 day after war was declared, / Tesseron's forces materialized on Mechlin soil, / their numbers were a tide of steel that defied all expectations. Captain Hankel delivers the grim report to Patrick. The Viscount's army fields 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, / and nearly 10,000 conscripted men. He warns the Patriarch this was no mere skirmish. It was an all-out war. Hearing this, Patrick realized Tesseron had completely lost his mind. They were facing a legion of knights / beings who were practically demigods compared to common men. And now, Tesseron was throwing conscripts into a simple feudal dispute, / a conflict that wasn't even a war between nations. Patrick was left wondering, why would Viscount Raymond go to such insane lengths / But the bad news was far from over. The captain reports that the House of Chorus has refused to send aid / a shocking betrayal that leaves both him and Mary speechless. Mary refuses to believe it. "This is impossible," she cries. "It has to be a mistake." She recalls how she and Mr. Duane checked every single detail / they had prepared for every contingency to prevent this very outcome. With his back against the wall, Patrick gives the order. Gather every man who can hold a weapon. They would meet this invasion with everything they had. Patrick couldn't shake the thought of Kira's / the house they trusted implicitly had abandoned them in their darkest hour. McLaine rallied every soul he could for the coming battle. / 53 knights, 552 soldiers, and 4,418 conscripts. / a total of 5,023 fighters. But this valiant force wasn't even half the size of Tesseron's legion.
On the blood-soaked battlefield, nervous chatter fills the air. A soldier asks his comrade, "Where is the young Master Logan?"
"He's been gone a long time," the other replies, "and he hasn't returned." Whispers spread through the ranks like poison. "He's not coming back." He must have fled when he heard the news of the war.
Overhearing them, Ran whirls around, his eyes blazing. "What are you talking about? My brother would never do that." He knew Logan had anticipated this war. It was why he'd been taught that secret technique. There was no way his brother would run away now, but Rand's outburst only fueled the gossip. To the others, it only confirmed the rumors the Lord's son had deserted them. Just then, Patrick appears at his side. He tells his youngest son to take his brother's place, and to show no fear. Inside, the patriarch is torn, he refuses to believe the whispers about his eldest son. But those thoughts don't matter now. All that matters is victory. Advance, he roars. Crush the scum, defiling our home. Across the field, a wicked smile spreads across Tesseron's face. So Patrick has finally drawn his sword, he muses. "My knights or my blade," he bellows. "Come, Patrick, and face them." The young lord surges forward, his aura flaring. He aims to shatter the vanguard. But his attack is effortlessly blocked by a shield knight. Patrick is stunned into silence. Meanwhile, we see Rick on the battlefield, and his face is a mask of pure terror. All around him, men are being slaughtered. Torn limb from limb in a symphony of carnage. The grim reality hits him. They are losing this fight. They were so outmatched they had to send boys like him to die. If they get surrounded here, it's over. Lost in his despair, a blow cracks against his head. An enemy soldier looms over him, ready to deliver the final strike. But he instinctively dodges. An ally intervenes. Slaying the foe in a single motion. "Get up!" His savior shouts. "Ready your spear." Rick reaches out a trembling hand, grabbing his comrades. Desperate to thank him for saving his life. But before a word can escape his lips, an enemy knight cuts his savior down in an instant. Warm blood splatters across Rick's horrified face. In that moment, he understands. His only chance at survival is to run as far from this hell as possible. As he stumbles between the bodies of friend and foe, a new threat appears. Mounted soldiers are charging straight for him. Rick looks back in horror. They've been flanked. He realizes with cold dread, that this field will become their grave. After clashing with the knights who blocked his path, Patrick's opponent smirks. You truly live up to your reputation. They had made countless preparations for this day. Yet, Patrick still felt a deep unease about his own state. He stared at the man before him. He'd withstood his deadliest strikes, blows infused with explosive force. Tesseron had a high-ranking knight under his command. As his mind raced, Patrick deduced, the other knights must be at least intermediate level. "Is that why you have no fear?" He glares at them. "Are you the ones sent to deal with me?" The enemy knight simply answers with a question of his own. "And what do you think of our preparations?" Surrounded by 4 powerful knights, the young lord knew, if he was pinned down here, it would be the end. The situation would spiral into chaos, dragging the entire knight order with it. He gripped his sword, vowing to prevent that future. With a battle cry, he charged headfirst into the enemy ranks. Steel clashed against steel as he met the high-ranking knight in a furious duel. But it was a trap. A spear lunged from his blind spot. With a surge of adrenaline, he narrowly evaded the fatal blow. Swarmed from all directions, Patrick's voice boomed across the field. "Have you no honor as knights?" He cursed them as cowards for their dirty tactics. But the word honor was foreign to them. One knight sneered, "This is where you die. Your struggle is meaningless." Ignoring their taunts, the warrior surged forward with renewed fury, his blade crashing against another foe. But his luck had run out. A spear pierced his side from behind, a searing white-hot pain. He was grievously wounded. He realized their strategy. The high-rank knight held him in place while the others struck him down. It was a perfect, inescapable trap. With the enemy surrounding him, he understood. Logan had made the right choice to escape. As defeat loomed, his final hope rested on his brother. Logan had to be the one to carry on their family's name. From a safe distance, the tyrant observed Patrick's last stand. He smirked, pleased with his brilliant tactic of hiding his strongest knight. With Patrick's fall, Imlan Castle would be his for the taking. Victory was at hand. But just as he savored his triumph, a new sound reached his ears. From the rear, the thunder of approaching cavalry. A scout scrambled to his side, panting a report. "A cavalry unit from behind, my lord. At least 300 of them, perhaps more." Tesseron frowned. "Did the McLaines have hidden reserves we missed?" The soldier hesitated. "That's the strange part, sir. They carry no lances, only small crossbows." Their only weapons were tiny crossbows fit for hunters. At this, Lord Tesseron erupted in laughter.
Crossbows. You mean those toys hunters play with? He mocked. Gather the rear guard and archers / crush these fifth-rate pretenders.
But his words were cut short by a sickening thud. An arrow had pierced his soldier's skull. Tesseron froze, his blood turning to ice. Logan had arrived, and seeing the battlefield, he was consumed by a cold fury. He gave a single command to his mercenaries: fire. A hellstorm of bolts descended upon Tesseron's army /. The projectiles punched through steel shields and flesh alike / decimating hundreds of knights in an instant.
A surviving soldier trembled. Anyone who hadn't raised their shield in time was already dead. A single second had been the difference between life and death.
Tesseron's archers retaliated, loosing a volley of their own. But their arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, their bows powerless to reach Logan's position.
The mercenaries simply raised their weapons and fired again.
Another wave of death rained down on the Viscount's forces. Tesseron watched the carnage, his mind reeling. How was this possible?
His entire rear guard had been annihilated in mere seconds. It wasn't magic. It was just those cursed crossbows.
What manner of demonic weapon had Patrick forged?
He bellowed at his knights. All forces to the rear! Charge and destroy those bastards! As the cavalry thundered towards them, a smirk played on Logan's lips. They were falling right into his trap. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Rand faced his own opponent.
Rand sidestepped a vicious swing. His enemy sneered. Not bad, for a child.
As their blades met, one soldier chided his partner. Stop toying with the boy. The battle is turning against us. But the other shot back. I'm giving it my all. This kid, he's no ordinary boy. Their words hit Rand like a lightning bolt. This was a real battlefield, not a training ground. He wasn't some peerless genius, just a boy who had awakened his power a little early.
But even so, he could not afford to lose, the stakes were far too high. He thought of his father, who was counting on him to fulfill Logan's duties as well.
I cannot falter here, he resolved. And in that moment of distraction, his opponent revealed a fatal opening. One of the soldiers had turned his back for a split second. What is he doing? Rand wondered. It didn't matter. This was the chance he'd been waiting for.
He lunged forward, his sword a silver flash slash, cleaving through the soldier's armor and flesh in a single decisive strike.
It was surprisingly easy. He then saw the crossbow bolt lodged in the man's chest. Looking up, his heart soared as he saw his brother Logan calling his name. But his relief was tragically short-lived.
A wave of knights was charging past him, their fury directed straight at Logan's position, following the Viscount's desperate command.
Logan calmly observed the approaching cavalry. Their interlocking kite shield formation was impressive, but it was not enough to stop him. His true strategy was about to be unleashed. He gave a bizarre order to his men. Aim your crossbows, at the ground. The mercenaries exchanged confused glances, doubting their commander's sanity.
A psychotic grin stretched across his face as he gave a chilling order: shoot the horses.
This warrior would stop at nothing to win playing every dirty trick in the book.
At Logan's command, the mercenaries' eyes lit up, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across their faces. A storm of crossbow bolts rained from the sky, crippling the cavalry's charge and sending soldiers tumbling to the earth.
He'd made it in time for Rand, but his father was still in mortal danger. He remembered his solemn vow to protect his family in this life. Winning this war would be meaningless if they fell. He barked a quick order to Kaisalon, then charged headfirst toward his father's position.
Kaisalon panicked, shouting that this was suicide. It was never part of the plan.
Victory was right there within their grasp. Why would Logan throw himself into the fire like this, even with all his newfound power?
A single mid-rank knight could turn the tide of this entire battle. Shaking off his panic, Kaisalon took command, ordering Gerald to provide cover fire for Logan's reckless advance. Meanwhile, Patrick was locked in a deadly duel with a high-rank knight, and he was losing badly. The knight sneered, taunting his foe.
To think you'd charge forward knowing you'd be impaled on my spear.
But at the very last second, Patrick twisted away, dodging the fatal blow and leaping back for a moment's breath.
He sensed something strange in their movements. These soldiers were fighting with a desperate, reckless abandon, throwing their lives away. But why such desperation? They clearly had the upper hand.
Just then, 2 more lances shot towards him, but he parried them with a desperate clash of steel.
Suddenly, a figure blurred past him. It was Logan. He cut down 2 mid-level soldiers in a single heartbeat, leaving Patrick utterly speechless. He had seen his son arrive with the mercenaries, but that was on the other side of the battlefield.
How did he cross that distance so fast, carving a path through an army? When Patrick turned to look, his blood ran cold. Behind Logan was a path of slaughter, a sea of bodies. Could his son have truly done all this?
He burned to ask how Logan had become so powerful, but this was no place for questions. Pushing his confusion aside, he asked if this meant the battle had turned in their favor. Logan simply nodded. Relief washed over Patrick as he placed a heavy hand on his son's shoulder. You've done well. The high-rank knight stared, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. How could a mere 20-year-old boy from the countryside eliminate 2 mid-level knights so effortlessly?
At that age, he himself had been tearing his body apart just to earn his title as a knight. But none of that mattered now.
This boy had to die right here, right now. He roared for his fallen men to reform their ranks.
After seeing that display, Patrick realized Logan was strong enough to face mid-level knights even without being high rank himself.
If his son could handle the soldiers while he focused on their leader, they might actually have a chance to win this. But that wasn't Logan's plan. He held an arm out, stopping his father.
"I'll face the knight," he declared. Patrick immediately protested. "This is too much for you, son."
He'd seen his son's incredible growth, but this was a high-rank knight.
Before he could finish, Logan struck him. A swift blow to the gut sent Patrick to his knees. "In your state, father," Logan said coldly, "even I could defeat you now." He looked his father in the eyes. "Please trust me. Leave this to me." Reluctantly, Patrick nodded in agreement.
He warned Logan to be careful. His son simply replied, "We need to end this, quickly."
The knight watched in disbelief as the son, not the father, stepped forward. His surprise twisted into pure fury. How dare this insignificant brat challenge him?
The young warrior exploded across the battlefield,
channeling all his power into a single devastating strike. Steel screamed against steel, and the knight was sent skidding back several meters, completely stunned. How was this possible?
Even with his own injuries, he couldn't sense any immense aura or high-level energy from the boy. And yet, he was being overwhelmed. There could only be one explanation: the boy was burning his own life force to fight. None of it made any sense. He lunged again, his blade radiating killing intent. They became a blur of motion, dodging and weaving around each other's lethal attacks. As their swords locked once more, the knight seethed. If not for his injuries, he would have ended this whelp in an instant. But in that moment of distraction, the young man found an opening, a flash of steel, and the knight felt a searing pain. Logan leaped back, avoiding the furious counterattack. He scanned his opponent, searching for a weakness, but found no openings. He had to create a gap himself. But then he saw it, and it seemed Logan realized it at the very same time. The knight was absorbing the force of his blows. A sinister smirk appeared on the man's face. "You've fallen right into my trap, boy." He coiled his strength for a final decisive strike. The boy was off balance. This time the blow would surely land, but it didn't. In a flash, Logan regained his footing. Was he getting slower? Or was the boy just impossibly fast? Then an immense aura began to gather around Logan. He was preparing to unleash his sacred technique.
Seeing this, the knight knew his only chance was to escape.
Logan unleashed a devastating wave of energy, instantly erasing his foe and stunning all who witnessed it. Then he roared, declaring that he, Logan McLaine, had slain the enemy general of Tesseron's army.
Tesseron's soldiers froze, their hearts gripped by sheer terror. How could a knight of such legendary rank have fallen so easily? With their Viscount's flag nowhere in sight, their will shattered. They dropped their swords, begging to be taken prisoner.
Rick began to chant Logan's name, a prayer for his master's health and glory. Soon, the entire battlefield echoed his call. But the Viscount was already in full retreat, his mind reeling desperately, wondering where his perfect plan crumbled. He couldn't grasp how 3 long years of meticulous preparation had turned to ash. He had begged for aid from other nobles, gathered 100 knights. And that damned redhead with his men and his steel had destroyed it all. A single thought cut through his panic: he had to reach his territory. If he could just get back, he might survive this nightmare. Arriving at his castle, he screamed for the gates to be opened, shocking the guards who saw their lord returning in such a state. But just then, a watchman spotted movement on the horizon, shouting a warning that knights were approaching, with Logan at their head. The sight turned Tesseron's blood to ice. Logan dismounted, a cold smirk on his face, telling the Viscount he was certainly fast on his feet. Then, standing before the mighty gates of the Viscount's domain, he roared for all to hear that the war was over, and Tesseron had lost. The young victor then commanded the garrison to open their gates and welcome the true winner. From the ramparts above, the soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. Could it be true? Was this why their lord had fled back in such a hurry? But a general's furious voice cut through their doubts. "Will you tremble at the enemy's words?" he bellowed, snapping them back to reality. He scoffed, saying they faced little more than 300 men. And as Logan began to gather his aura once more, the general declared they could never be defeated in a siege by such a meager force. The soldiers below watched confused. What in the hell was he doing? And then Logan launched himself into the air, clearing the wall dozens of meters high. He landed before the general, his voice deathly calm. "Open the gates, unless every last one of you wishes to die here. Otherwise," he added, "I'll kill you all myself and open them anyway." Inside the palace, Tesseron frantically gathered his treasures and gold, thinking he could at least escape with his fortune. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind him. "Finally caught you!" Tesseron spun around, falling backward in shock, stammering, "How did you get in?" Logan sneered. "Your own servants sold you out before I even had to draw my blade." He added, "It seems your reputation as a lord precedes you." Tesseron's face contorted with rage. How could they?
How could his own people betray him?
But his anger quickly melted back into raw fear. He pleaded with Logan, promising reparations and his rightful share just as the conventions of feudal wars demanded. He begged Logan to spare his life, to spare his family.
Hearing this, Logan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Conventions? He looked down on the pathetic man. You dare speak of rules after you declared war without cause, invading my home in a single day? A vein pulsed on Logan's forehead, his voice dripping with fury. Do you have any conscience at all? Tesseron desperately tried again, appealing to the warrior's code, to the honor of nobility, to the conventions that protect the lives of prisoners.
Logan seemed to agree, nodding slowly. You're right, I will respect the honor and customs of my own house, the House of McLaine. Therefore, he would spare the man's life, even grant him permission to gather his wealth and leave this place.
Tesseron's face flooded with relief, but as he opened his mouth to thank him, Logan cut him off. If my father were here, he would certainly do all of that.
He continued, Patrick is an honorable man. So honorable he would accept your unconditional surrender without a second thought.
As he spoke, Logan's eyes fell upon a diamond-encrusted dagger in a nearby chest. He picked it up, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. Tesseron urged him to keep it, stammering that it was a masterpiece forged by the finest craftsman in the kingdom.
No, Logan said softly, refusing the gift. You should take this with you. And in one fluid motion, he plunged the dagger deep into Tesseron's chest.
Gasping his last breath, Tesseron accused him. You lied. You promised to spare me. Logan stared back without a shred of pity. I never said I would. I only said what my father would have done. His voice turned to ice. But tough luck for you. I am nothing like him. Tesseron tried to mutter something about noble honor, but the young man silenced him.
Do you have any idea how many people died for your greed? He hissed. End your filthy life and atone. Tesseron's body slumped to the floor, lifeless. Logan looked down at the corpse, thinking the man should thank his gods for such a swift end. He clenched his fist, now stained with the blood of his enemy. With a heavy sigh, he declared the crisis finally over. Now it was time for the finishing touches. He announced for all to hear that Viscount Raymond Tesseron had taken his own life, a simple story to close a bloody chapter. Just then, Kaisalon appeared, urging Logan to inspect the castle's underground prison. A few days later, Logan stood with his father outside the captured fortress. Patrick explained he had rushed to the Tesseron domain the moment he was back on his feet. He immediately questioned the story of Raymond's suicide. Logan confirmed it, suggesting despair had driven the Viscount to such an end. But Patrick's sharp gaze told him he wasn't buying it. He bluntly asked if Logan had been the one to kill Tesseron. He stepped closer, their eyes locking in a tense standoff. For a moment, it seemed father and son were about to clash. Dropping the act, Logan confessed he had indeed eliminated Tesseron himself. Arguing it was time they seized control of their own fate, he coldly explained his refusal to leave Tesseron's bloodline intact, a seed that could sprout into future vengeance. Hearing this, Patrick's stern expression softened. He looked at his son with newfound respect, praising him as a man who surely had his reasons. He then placed a hand on his shoulder, telling Logan that no matter what anyone else thought, he was the true hero of this battle. His father's gratitude washed over him, and Logan couldn't help but break into a wide, genuine smile. You did well, son. Patrick stammered, a rare blush on his cheeks before revealing even greater news. He declared his intention to name Logan the official heir of House McLaine. The announcement hung in the air, a massive honor for the young man. But with a respectful nod, Logan smiled and told his father he was sorry, but he would have to refuse the position. Patrick was utterly baffled. Why would he turn down such an honor? Was he concerned about his reputation? If that was the case, his father assured him his wartime achievements were more than enough to silence any critics. But that wasn't Logan's reason at all, leaving Patrick completely lost. Logan began to lay out his argument, explaining that Ran, a true son of a knightly family, was far more suited to inherit the title. He reminded his father that Ran had awakened as a Force user at just 14 years old, 4 years ahead of his own pace. It was impossible to guess the heights the boy could reach by adulthood. The revelation left Patrick utterly speechless. Still, he countered that raw combat power wasn't the only quality needed to lead a noble house. Logan mused that perhaps by the world's current standards, his father was right. But he knew from his past life that if Ran earned the title of the continent's youngest Force user, no one would dare object. Besides, becoming the successor offered Logan no real advantage. He had no interest in wasting his precious time playing the part of the next Baron. Logan stated that, as the older brother, he wanted to give Ran a fair chance. He asked his father to wait until Ran came of age before choosing the heir. Patrick, stunned by this show of brotherly care, agreed to his son's surprising request and promised to postpone the decision. The matter would be settled in about 5 years, once Ran officially became an adult. Relieved, Logan thanked his father. But Patrick wasn't done yet. There was still the matter of his reward. He told Logan they would return to the mansion and calculate the spoils of war, which he estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands of gold. But it was clear from Logan's expression that he already had a very specific reward in mind. Suddenly, a guard's shout echoed from the gates, announcing the triumphant return of the McLaine Knights. The townspeople erupted in chatter, amazed they were back in just a week, whispering that the entire war was won in a single day.
One man wondered aloud how it was even possible. Had their knights always possessed such overwhelming strength? His friend leaned in, asking if he'd heard the rumors, that the victory was all thanks to the young master Logan McLaine. He relayed stories from the first returning soldiers, how young Logan's mercenaries had completely flipped the script. They had appeared from the enemy's rear, as if they knew the future of the battlefield itself. Another citizen chimed in, speaking of a mysterious weapon that annihilated their foes, and how Logan single-handedly struck down a high-ranking knight. A young woman asked if the master had always been this incredible. A man nearby scoffed, admitting he always thought Logan was just a slacker. The citizens began to connect the dots. Maybe his past purchases of monster meat weren't for nothing. Perhaps it was all part of a grander design. A chilling thought rippled through the crowd. What if the boy had been hiding his true self all along? They began to praise him in awe. They whispered that prodigies were on a completely different plane of existence, all because he was now a legendary force user. Logan overheard their wild speculation and couldn't help but cringe at the embarrassing, larger-than-life stories. Rand nudged him, asking how it felt to be showered in compliments. Logan just blushed, telling his brother not to blow it out of proportion. But Rand insisted it was impossible, claiming everything they said was true, and urged him to smile for the people who were overjoyed to see their hero. Logan paused for a moment, and seeing the sea of excited faces, he decided to give it a try. He unleashed what he thought was a killer smile. In reality, it looked like he was desperately trying to hold something in until he reached the castle. He looked less like a hero and more like a constipated gargoyle. The moment the crowd turned and witnessed Logan's smile, a chilling silence fell over them. They were convinced he was about to rip their heads off with his bare hands. The poor boy had no idea what he'd done, and Ronian could only feel a deep sense of pity for him. Patrick, however, turned to look at Logan, his face beaming with genuine pride. He then bellowed that the next cheer was for the champion of the war, as the grand reception was about to begin. Long live Milan! Long live young Master Logan! Later, the scene shifts to the tranquil castle gardens, where Logan was taking a solitary stroll through the courtyard. He found it baffling that a welcome ceremony could rage on until morning, especially for soldiers who had just returned from the crucible of war. But his peace was shattered when his mother Marion screamed his name from behind, demanding to know what he was scheming. Rand quickly grabbed her arm, trying to silence her, but Marion ripped it away, declaring she had heard everything. She confronted Logan, questioning if he truly refused the succession. She spat that he might have fooled everyone else, but she wasn't some idiot. Rand desperately tried to de-escalate, telling Logan that the tragic story of the Kirosi had deeply scarred his mother, but Logan calmly said it was fine. He turned to Marion, his mind assessing the situation. Despite the venom she held in her heart, she had lost all her real power the moment Cairo betrayed her. She was no longer a threat to him. The young master thought that if he played his cards right, this could be the moment she finally accepted his change of heart. With genuine sincerity, he admitted to Marion that his actions these past few months were untrustworthy, and that he himself regretted being driven by such petty jealousy and inferiority. Hearing his confession, Marion shrieked at Ronian, proclaiming she was right. All along, Logan was admitting it was all a scheme. Rand cut her off, begging her to stop this madness. He apologized to Logan on her behalf, explaining that she wasn't in her right mind. Logan, however, seemed completely unfazed by Marion's tirade. His gaze shifted to Rian, his expression turning serious. He told his brother to listen closely because the one who truly deserved an apology was him. Rian's eyes widened in surprise, asking what he could possibly mean by that. Logan confessed that he'd been apologizing since his return, but could never voice for what. The mountains of regret and cowardice built over years were not so easily conquered. What in the world are you talking about? Rand demanded, completely bewildered. Logan's next words hit like a physical blow. He said that Ryan already knew, that for years he had utterly despised his own brother. He admitted that he tried to mask his own incompetence by hating Rian, and that he now regretted every single one of those pathetic wasted years. He then asked Rand to accept a formal, heartfelt apology for everything. The young warrior bowed his head deep, asking for his brother's forgiveness. As silence stretched between them, Rand stared utterly speechless. And Logan, head still bowed, thought that in the end, good deeds could never erase the bad. He truly was as naive as ever. Finally, Rand broke the silence, telling Logan that it was okay. The words stunned Logan, who slowly looked up. Rand continued, a gentle smile forming on his face. He believed that if he just kept being kind, even when Logan was cold and distant, the brother he once knew would one day return. His warm smile was enough to bring a grown man to tears. A wave of relief washed over Logan. Had he truly hesitated for so long over something so simple? His resolve strengthened. He then turned to his mother. The warrior declared to Marion that he genuinely cared for Rand and honestly believed he should be the next successor. He continued, acknowledging that asking for her trust immediately was too much to ask. So instead, he asked her to simply watch him. Because from this day forward, every action he took would be for the glory and prosperity of their family. As Marion walked away, Logan thought to himself that this apology would have to be enough for now. The next scene cuts to a forest where Logan and Hamar were on the move.
Hamar whined about where they were possibly going right after a war, but Logan stated he'd rested enough. It was time to get back to work. Hamar grumbled that he was just anxious, muttering about how he was going to enjoy the rewards he'd earned. But Logan simply smirked, assuring Hamar that he would most definitely enjoy this particular task. Hamar was skeptical, thinking Logan had lost his mind. But when they stopped in a clearing and looked out, Hamar's jaw dropped in utter shock. It turned out the young master planned to open a massive mine. Back in the throne room, the discussion over the barony of Tesseron concluded, and Patrick announced Logan's chosen reward. It seemed the war hero desired only one thing: the right to explore the barren hill near the Tesseron border. Patrick remarked that while you could call it a hill, it was really just a worthless wasteland. There was absolutely nothing there. Logan pressed the man, demanding to know why that land was so important. With a smirk, the fighter revealed a tantalizing secret: that there might be gold buried beneath the soil. And it seems the true reason Tesseron launched his war of aggression finally came to light a year after the fighting had ceased. It turned out the Viscount had started exporting a fortune in gold from a hill within the Mlean territory he had stolen. The profits from that mine alone gave Tesseron influence far beyond that of a typical count. That is, until Ran Mlan enacted his bloody revenge and massacred the Viscount's entire family. Back in the dark underground prison of the Tesseron barony, Kaisalon pointed out a group of peculiar individuals, insisting Logan take a look. One of the prisoners passionately claimed his innocence, swearing he was only fulfilling a contract from the Count to bring gold from the mine, just as they were hired to do. But once the job was done, the treacherous Viscount had them all locked away. Logan covered his face, stunned by the sheer idiocy. Tesseron had actually imprisoned 5 priceless mining experts. What an absolute fool. Seeing his reaction, one of the prisoners cautiously asked if he was getting angry on their behalf. But what was truly stirring in Logan's mind was his sharp business sense. A golden opportunity had just fallen right into his lap. The old retainer watched him, wondering what was going on in his master's head. He knew their victory over Tesseron was just a small ripple before a much larger storm. The Empire's impending invasion was a grave threat, but the event that would truly trigger the kingdom's downfall was just a year away: the death of King Samuel Fiengrandia. The king's sudden demise would ignite a ferocious power struggle between the 3 princes, plunging the kingdom into a 3-year civil war that would bleed it dry. And before the nation could even begin to recover, the Empire's full-scale invasion would commence. This was the first domino to fall in the kingdom's ruin. Since the McLaines belonged to no faction, staying neutral could mean being consumed by the chaos. But Logan didn't see disaster. He saw a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he refused to let it slip through his fingers. He declared that he would use the coming instability to reclaim his family's ancient territories and rise as the undisputed lord of the Southwest once again. And if possible, he would end the Civil War and achieve something even greater. But just as he was about to voice his ultimate ambition, an interruption came. It was Hamar asking what had him so lost in thought. He had been calling Logan's name, but our main character didn't even hear him. Logan snapped back to reality. He had to stay focused. They had just narrowly survived a single crisis. To prepare for the future, he had to build his strength as fast as humanly possible. But for now, such grand ambitions would sound like the ramblings of a madman. So whatever he did, he had to fund it himself. That hill was about to become the golden goose that would finance all his grand designs. Logan informed his men that there was gold in the hill, and that he planned to dig a mine, immediately asking for the estimated cost. His retainers were dumbfounded. Hamar figured it was just another one of his master's wild ideas. The old man thought that since Tesseron paid them handsomely, he'd go along with it. But a gold mine felt like a stretch. "Are you certain there's gold there?" he asked. Logan's confirmation was absolute. "I've seen it with my own eyes." This left the old man completely baffled. Logan explained it was a top-secret mission. Only the 6 people present would handle the drilling. At those words, the old retainer felt a chill. Was his lord planning on silencing them? "Just 6 people to handle all that work," he stammered. "You must be exaggerating." He wanted to say that even with authority, the task was far too great. But the words died in his throat, and he prayed Hamar would talk some sense into the young lord. Hamar stared deep into Logan's eyes and said with grim resolve, "Then we should prepare to die, sleep a little less, and forget what it means to live like normal people." Seeing that unbreakable will, the old man knew he was screwed. Logan, however, smirked. Just as he expected from Hamar, the man had the heart of a true warrior. The young man smiled, satisfied. "Good, now that you're prepared, let's hear the budget." The old man explained that they needed to drill just to get an estimate of the gold deposits within the hill. But the initial investment alone would be at least 5 million gold. Hamar added that the safe development of the mine would take a considerable amount of time. The preparations alone would take about 6 months, and the full extraction would take another 6 after that. Logan nodded. It was just as he had calculated. This venture would demand immense amounts of money and time. But this was the very mine that made Viscount Tesseron richer than other Count families. He had to exploit it no matter what it took. He knew that if he could sell the monster meat now, he'd have the funds, but its incredible effects wouldn't be known for another 6 months. But then a brilliant idea struck Logan. He might not have to wait at all. If he could neutralize the meat's toxic properties, he could sell it as a powerful medicine immediately. He reasoned that since he had neutralized countless toxic agents as a mercenary in his past life, creating an antidote should be well within his power. If he could create the formula and sell it, he wouldn't just be rich. He would be unstoppable. A week later, in the Southwest Man Village, Rick presented Logan with the medicine he'd requested, a mix of crushed night herb, web herbs, and dripgrass. Logan corrected him with a smirk. It's not fake. It's simply a neutralizing agent. He then asked where the monster meat was. Rick nervously replied it was in the village warehouse exactly as ordered. Logan declared, "Excellent. We'll apply this directly to the meat." At those words, Rick's face went pale. "Wait, do I have to go with you?" Logan simply confirmed, "Of course you do." But Rick was terrified, warning that he'd never set foot in there before. He had no idea what they were walking into. Logan grew irritated. Why was this kid being so melodramatic? And then, the stench hit him. A wave of pure rot that made a sewer smell like a flower garden. Logan gagged. He knew it would be bad, but this was on another level. It looked like the boy was already losing his lunch. But Logan had a solution. He simply used his aura to form a barrier completely blocking the putrid smell. With that settled, he turned to Rick and said, "All right, let's begin." Rick could only stare in disbelief, still heaving, while Logan stood there completely unfazed. "How are you okay?" he choked out. Logan's answer was simple. "I paralyzed my sense of smell using my force." Rick could only mutter, "You're so selfish." To which Logan scoffed. "If it bothers you so much, awaken your own force, and do as you please." He tossed Rick a pouch of white powder, the neutralizer, and ordered him to sprinkle it on the meat. He explained, "Cover the surface until it's white. The black parts underneath are still poison, so be careful." After that was done, he finally chopped this meat, rolling it into small balls. Holding up a sample, he asked Rick if it looked like medicine, who had to admit that it did. Logan then revealed his grand plan. They would sell this as powerful medication, and Rick would be in charge of production. "So pay close attention," he said. But Rick immediately refused. "No way, I'm not doing this for anything." Logan simply named his price 100 gold coins for every single pill. Suddenly, Rick's principles vanished into thin air. Logan clicked his tongue, annoyed he couldn't get free labor. "Now," he declared, "we need to test its effectiveness." Rick was clueless. "What's it even for?" Logan gave a knowing grin, explaining it was a special medicine for men. But Rick still didn't get it. "You're so dense," Logan sighed. "I'll explain this once, so listen carefully." An image of two rabbits appeared, one male and one female. The male rabbit was feeling down too weak to, shall we say, stir the pot. So the female rabbit gave him a special invigorating tea. The tea transformed him into a super rabbit, making his little pot stirrer grow 4 times its previous size. And from then on, he could stir that pot like an absolute champion. After the story, Logan asked if he understood. Rick's eyes lit up. He got it completely. In fact, he had the perfect test subject in mind. Logan was curious. And who might that be? Rick's answer was immediate, Mr. Dwayne. The scene shifts, and we see Dwayne knocking on Logan's office door, hearing a "come in." He apologizes for the intrusion, saying he heard Logan had called for him. But as he enters the room, seems empty. Suddenly, a presence materializes right behind him, like a vampire from the shadows, giving him the scare of his life. "I've been waiting for you," Logan says calmly. Dwayne practically jumps out of his skin, leaping back like a pro athlete nearly having a heart attack. "You can't just sneak up on people like that," he gasped. Logan approached casually, saying, "I just wanted to massage your shoulders. You've been so tired since the war." But Dwayne insisted he was fine, claiming Lord McLaine was having a much harder time. Logan added that his father even fainted from exhaustion, to which Dwayne shot back, "That only happened because you scared him." Logan simply told Dwayne he knew he'd been through a rough time. And that's when Dwayne snapped, shouting, "We're broke! We spent every last penny on the war and the servants and knights have no idea." "But they keep hounding me for money," he cried. "The administration is having a huge headache." Through his tears, Dwayne admitted he must have misjudged Logan all this time. He never expected such consideration, but Logan cut him off. "So is all this stress affecting your performance in bed?" Hearing this, the poor man froze solid as if struck by lightning. He made a desperate lunge for the door, but Logan stopped him, holding out the medicine. "At least hear me out," he said. Logan spun a tale, claiming it was a patented product from the Philip Cale merchantry, with guaranteed results from one pill. Of course, he thought to himself he'd never actually tried it. Dwayne reluctantly swallowed the pill, eyeing it with suspicion as Logan continued his pitch, asking how he views the deal, as this pill is a personal offering before it's revealed to the world. A moment later, Dwayne is seen barreling down the castle halls, making a beeline for Logan and Rick. As Rick hears his name being called, Logan smirks. The plan was already in motion. And just like that, Dwayne is back for another dose. Rick tries to lecture him about running in the halls, but the man doesn't care, his eyes locked on Logan, as he begs to know the price for the pills. The poor guy looked like he'd trade his soul for them. Seeing this, a predatory grin spread across Logan's face as he declared the medicine a massive success. Rick completely ignored grumbles that no one is paying attention to him, while Logan coolly orders Rick to give him his hand.
Dwayne, panting and sweating, drops to his knees before Logan.
The scene looks bizarrely like a marriage proposal, with Logan looking ready to accept, leaving Rick to watch completely dumbfounded. Logan presents a wooden box brimming with pills, and Dwayne receives it with the reverence of a knight accepting a holy relic. It turns out that after the first test succeeded, men were literally bowing at Logan's feet, and the successful experiments just kept piling up. Sometime later, Logan corners Henkel in the office, casually mentioning the rumors that he and his wife were fighting every night. Henkel frantically denies it, demanding to know who's spreading such lies. But Logan cuts him off with a sharp, "Shut up," and forces a pill down his throat. This was Logan's second test subject. The moment Henkel swallows, he can feel the effects surging through him. He turns for the door, trying to say something, but Logan stops him with a single gesture. "Go to your wife," Logan commands, promising he'll handle things with his father. Hearing this, a grateful smile lights up Henkel's face. Then, like a force of nature, he bolts from the room, rocketing towards what is sure to be a legendary night. Later, we find Patrick in his office. He was the third man Logan experimented on, and judging by his expression, Patrick is another extremely satisfied customer. Gazing towards his father's room, Logan smirks to himself, feeling almost sorry for his little brother Ran. It looks like Ran's about to get a new sibling, and he won't be the youngest anymore. Seeing the chaos, Rick finally snaps, demanding to know why he was never asked to test the pill. He's the one who worked the hardest after all. Logan gives him a blank stare, then his eyes slowly drift downwards to his private parts. He turns his back and walks away, leaving Rick screaming, "What was that look supposed to mean?" Logan stops, his back still turned, and states that Rick wouldn't get a chance to use the pill anyway. It would be a complete waste. He even tells him not to follow, complaining that he stinks. At this point, you can tell Logan absolutely revels in tormenting the poor guy. Next, he's in a meeting with Philip through a magic orb. Philip has to admit if the medicine is as potent as Logan claims, the demand will be astronomical. He asks what the young man plans to charge. Logan's answer is staggering 100 gold per pill and 10,000 for a set of 10. Philip is stunned by the price, asking if Logan thinks the capital's nobles are fools, and warning that this level of greed will only lead to trouble. Logan confidently replies that they are anything but. He explains that in his past life, this medicine was so successful, its price went through the roof. He insists that if Philip releases only a small, limited quantity, the product will sell for prices beyond their wildest dreams. Philip listens intently, realizing the brilliance of the strategy, and immediately pays for another 10 minutes of communication. Logan continues explaining they'll get incredible results if a famous person provides a testimonial. Someone famous who desperately needs that medicine? Philip is speechless, arguing that no nobleman would ever publicly announce that a pill cured his impotence. Logan simply smirks, commenting that they don't need any announcements. The lives of nobles are watched so closely that a single well-placed rumor is all it takes. They'll come flocking like bees to honey. A brilliant idea strikes Philip, and he tells Logan to attend the upcoming party in the capital. Logan explodes in fury, demanding to know if Philip has lost his mind. He roars that the only party he's ever attended was with mercenaries after a war, and his family can't afford such luxuries anyway. Philip pushes on, insisting parties are the best place to make connections even for business. It might not be easy, and it's not like Logan could sell the medicine right there at the party. But those words spark a dangerous idea in the young man's mind. Philip sees the look in his eyes and panics, asking if he's actually thinking of doing it. Their family would be shunned by all of high society. Logan coolly replies that won't happen, as long as he doesn't actually sell anything. He then tells Philip about a legendary informant in the capital, ordering him to find this person and gather all the necessary information. Philip hesitates, demanding to know what Logan is plotting this time. Logan simply replies that he's heading to Gran and will explain everything when he gets there. That answer sends a chill down Philip's spine. A week later, Logan arrives in Gran, the capital city of the Grandia Kingdom. Philip looks at him in utter disbelief. He actually came. He immediately demands to know how he got permission from his family. A nobleman's son showing up in the capital to peddle aphrodisiacs isn't exactly a common sight. The young man assures him he didn't exactly tell his family the whole truth, though bringing about 1,000 boxes without a servant was no small feat. He figured his father had been surprisingly lenient, likely due to his glorious achievements in the war. Philip mused aloud. "You know, it strikes me as odd. Logan didn't have a servant when we first met either. Is it truly proper for a noble to wander around alone like that?" The young lord simply replied that a servant is often a hindrance, and besides his own aid, had far more important duties to attend to. He thought of Rick and the monumental task he'd been given. In this life and the last, though Logan tested his patience, Rick's loyalty never wavered. For that, he was truly grateful. A memory of Rick's determined face flashes through his mind. It reminded him of the time Rick brazenly helped himself to a handful of the new pills. Annoyed, Logan had warned that for every pill dropped from his shaking, Rick would earn a punch. Now, that's what you call tough love. And just like that, a wicked idea struck Logan. In a flashback, he grandly announced that to honor his aide's hard work, he would name the medicine Impul Rick. What better way to immortalize a man's legacy than to name an impotence pill after him? Hearing the story, Philip's deepest suspicions were confirmed. Logan wasn't just eccentric, he was completely unhinged.
Inside their dorm, Philip suggested that after such a long journey, Logan must be exhausted, and that a bar would be the perfect place to recover. Logan shot back that he should choose his words carefully when discussing a man's delicate condition, in a place with so many ears. Philip smoothly agreed, noting the atmosphere was much better suited for such sensitive topics.
He then confirmed he had met the informant, asking if Logan was certain about paying 900 gold for each document. Logan admitted the price was steep, but the man's skills were legendary. He explained that as long as the request was precise, the information they received would be flawless. Philip assured him he had followed his instructions to the very letter. First, a document listing nobles married in the last 10 years who remained without an heir. Second, the names of nobles with no mistresses or second wives. And third, a list of nobles known for frequently seeking out stamina-boosting foods. Logan nodded in satisfaction. Everything was perfect. He praised Philip for his flawless execution, not just on this mission, but for every task he'd handled in the capital. Philip brushed it off, saying the true moment of panic was the day he first heard news of the war. He confessed to Logan that the worry he felt had nearly driven him mad. Logan, staring intently at a document, allowed a small smile. So Philip did care about his clients after all. But that warm feeling vanished in an instant. Philip grumbled that the thought of dealing with a mountain of monster corpses made him lose his appetite. After all, who in their right mind would buy that garbage? The young lord flicked the paper straight at Philip's head, telling him to shut his mouth and read. As the document smacked him, Philip winced, wondering why mere paper could hurt so much. He began to read as Logan coldly asked which name on the list would make a good first client. A single tear traced a path down Philip's cheek. His eyes had locked onto something. Logan watched him intently, waiting. The informant slowly raised a finger, pointing to one name on the sheet, and asked what Logan thought of this particular individual.
Logan followed his finger, and his expression instantly froze into one of pure shock.
He recognized that name. Later, in a lavish ballroom glittering under a colossal chandelier, nobles mingled with glasses of champagne. Among them, a man of imposing stature stood out, holding court with several beautiful women in his red jacket and black trousers. That man was Count Davis, and his name was the one Logan just shouted across the hall, demanding his attention. The Count turned his face a mask of disbelief mixed with utter contempt. Logan strode forward and introduced himself with cold confidence. Logan McLaine, eldest son of the McLaine family? Count Davis struggled to hide a sneer, forcing a polite greeting for his new guest. He glanced at Logan's attire. It was utterly tasteless. He wondered what backwater farm the boy crawled out of, assuming this must be the latest fashion in the Southwest. Logan knew Philip's recommendation was unconventional. And just as he'd calculated, no one here appreciated it. He smirked internally. The clothes were the perfect choice. He had no time for pointless connections at a meaningless party. His one and only target was Count Davis. The fallen Count. Despite being a key figure in the Grandia Kingdom's treasury and marrying at 20, the man was famously and frustratingly heirless. Logan was stunned when Philip pointed him out. In his past life, that man's name would become infamous. Not for any great deed, but for being the Count who took his own life, all because of his wife.
A bitter memory resurfaced Count Davis humiliated at a lavish party, as his wife shrieked, calling him an impotent bastard. That public disgrace the bomb his wife had detonated was enough to drive the man to the edge of utter despair.
Logan declared that reputation and perception were everything. And in this world, he perfectly met all three conditions.
He was destined to be Impel Rick's very first client.
The young man approached the Count with a practiced smile, saying he was a visiting businessman, who upon hearing of the Count's prestige had to pay his respects. The Count scoffed. What business could a country boy possibly have in the capital? We already have everything here. He sneered, adding that someone from the outskirts must surely have some fascinating products unavailable in the city.
Oh, I'm certain my product isn't available in the capital,
Logan replied smoothly. That's precisely why I'm here. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It's a specialized medicine. For men. He paused, then whispered the final word right into the Count's ear, a stimulant. The Count's eyes widened in shock. For a fleeting moment, he chewed on his lip, before erupting. How dare you, he roared for all to hear, the son of a nobleman peddling such filth. Two nearby ladies watched on, mortified by the scene. The Count inwardly sneered, convinced he'd put this country bumpkin in his place. The look on the boy's face proved it, but Logan merely let out a slow, deliberate sigh before preparing his next move. Lord Davis, Logan said, his tone changing. As a gesture of goodwill, I've brought gifts for the capital's most influential figures. Please allow me to offer you this. He presented a small box. It's called Impulry. Each one will sell for 100 gold coins. But these three, he explained, are a gift especially for you. I guarantee its incredible effects with 0 side effects. He finished with a deadly serious tone. I stake my honor as a nobleman on it. A bead of sweat trickled down Davis's temple. A few days later, Logan's doorbell chimed.
A servant from Count Davis's household stood at the door, sent to purchase more of the Impel Rick medicine.
Logan and Philip greeted him coolly, confirming he was indeed the Count's man. Soon after, the servant departed with a heavy leather briefcase. Philip saw him off, thanking him for his purchase and inviting him back anytime. He then rushed back inside to count the earnings. 10,000 gold from 10 boxes, Philip exclaimed. Not a bad first sale. Logan, however, remained unimpressed. It's not enough, he stated flatly. The rent for this tiny shop alone is 10,000 gold. Philip sighed. What do you expect? We're in the heart of the capital. You have no idea what I went through just to secure this place. He then argued that a physical store was a crucial strategic move. Seeing a crowd with their own eyes has a much greater marketing impact. Logan conceded the point. You're right, he said, adjusting his collar. Well, I'm heading out to a party. Philip's face fell. Again, he complained. You've gone to parties almost every day since we got here, sometimes 2 in one day. Count Davis was just the hook, Logan explained. Now I have to go promote our brand to every single person on that list. A week later, Count Davis's servant hurried through the streets. He couldn't believe it. The Count wanted him to buy that medicine again. After years of seeing countless health foods fail, this was unbelievable. But when he arrived at the shop, he froze in shock. A massive line of men stretched down the entire block. Gazing at the endless line of people, the servant wondered why the crowd was so massive. Until a sudden jolt of realization hit him. He recognized every single face in that crowd. That man was Vic Count Talon's Chamberlain, and the one ahead was Count Hamel's butler, desperately pulling his hat down to hide his face. This would stir up dangerous gossip. He decided he'd better just buy the medicine and get out of there as fast as possible. But just as he did, Philip stepped out of the store. My apologies, everyone, he announced to the line. But unfortunately, the stock prepared for today is completely sold out. A wave of panic washed over the servants, sold out. Their masters would be furious. One of them rushed forward. What do you mean, sold out? No one said anything about a limit. Philip offered a helpless smile. I am truly sorry. Impul Rick has become incredibly popular. But our production can't keep up with the demand. For now, we must limit sales to 50 boxes per day. 2 men grew frantic, begging Philip to sell them just 1 box. If they returned empty-handed, their master's wrath would be unbearable. As this chaos unfolded, another nobleman and his servant happened to pass by their attention, captured by the commotion. The noble immediately dispatched his own servant to investigate. From behind a nearby corner, Logan watched it all unfold with a cold, satisfied grin. By limiting the supply, he thought their desire to buy would be ignited. And a crowd like this? It was the perfect advertisement to pique the curiosity of every other noble in the city. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had masterminded. Philip's voice roared for all to hear. The entire day's stock was gone, and they'd have to return tomorrow. The next day, they sold out instantly. The third day was the same. The nobles began to whisper. How long could this streak possibly last? The young man's report was breathless. It was unbelievable. Sales had been exploding for over a month now. And today they sold out the moment the doors opened. At this rate, he exclaimed, 4.5 million gold in a month might actually be possible. Hearing this, Logan let out a cynical scoff. Who knew the capital was filled with so many impotent nobles? He mused that they'd tripled the price since mid-year, yet people were still clamoring to pay more. It made him worry about the very future of the kingdom. With that, his gaze hardened as he stared down Philip. Then his serious expression shattered, replaced by the maniacal grin of a predator who'd found its prey, and he erupted into a booming laugh. His voice echoed far beyond the shop, turning heads all down the street. In the end, he was just ecstatic. He grabbed Philip by the scruff of his neck, ruffling his hair wildly, calling him an admirable little brat who had done a phenomenal job. Philip, meanwhile, was turning a concerning shade of purple, completely starved for air. He managed to bow, thanking Logan for his efforts. Logan looked down at him, pleased. It's good you recognize my hard work. Starting next week, you'll receive 1% of the total sales. Instantly, Philip began shouting his devotion, even trying to plant a kiss on Logan. All the while, a mysterious figure watched from the shadows of the street. A hooded cloak concealed a wrinkled face framed by a striking blonde beard. Later, inside a sorcery shop, Logan yelled into a communication line. That's at least 10 tons of gold per year, making the entire room go silent and stare. He instantly quieted his eyes, glued to the door. He whispered to the person on the other end. Are you serious? That person was Hamar, who confirmed everything. Hamar explained that, according to the miners, there was a high probability of finding gold nuggets in a much deeper stratum. The young man stared at the communication orb like a madman, and his teeth clenched and his fists trembling with anticipation. He thought to himself that even a rough calculation meant 10 tons of gold was equivalent to 100 million gold coins. This was it, the ultimate jackpot, the greatest lottery win he could ever imagine. Hamar reminded him that mining costs were no joke. Could Logan even afford the initial 5 million gold investment? Logan just smirked, assuring Hamar he had it covered. Just you wait, he declared. I'll get the money and the workers there in a flash. Hamar seemed unfazed, simply asking Logan to go easy on the crew. That night, Logan walked through the city streets, his mind racing. The mine's initial investment was 5 million gold. If he maintained his current sales pace, he was earning about 4.5 million gold a month. In fact, even just 2 months of sales would leave him with a surplus, since he still had 700 boxes of medicine left. He was about to consider heading home for more merchandise and starting on his mental development training, but a sudden feeling snapped him out of his thoughts. The young man's eyes shot toward the shop. He sensed a presence inside. In a heartbeat, he bolted toward the building, thinking it had to be robbers. Crash. The warrior kicked the door off its hinges, sending it flying. He scanned every corner, but the room appeared to be utterly empty. Logan drew his sword. Could they have vanished into thin air? No, he reminded himself. There's only one door. They had to be in here somewhere. The moment he had that thought, a shadow zipped right past him. Realizing it too late, the young man swung his blade at the cloaked figure, but cleaved through empty air. "Who's there?" he roared. When he spun around, there was no one in sight. He stood frozen, his sword pointed at nothing. Impossible, he thought. He was certain he felt someone. Then he felt it again. That same presence. He looked up. The roofs. Without a second's hesitation, he launched himself upwards, aiming for the cloaked intruder. He thrust his sword ready to run them through, but they dodged at the last possible second. Logan faced the figure on the rooftop, his sword held ready to strike once more. Again, the young man demanded to know who he was, but received only silence. And then, the figure simply vanished without a trace. Logan was utterly floored by what had just occurred. He couldn't wrap his head around it. There was no trace of a presence, even though the intruder was right in front of him a moment ago. He glanced down at his own hand and saw a piece of the man's cloak. What in the hell just happened? The next morning, it seems Logan explained the incident to Philip. They concluded an aura-wielding thief had infiltrated their shop. "This is just a theory," Logan said grimly, "but we're dealing with at least an advanced force user, a term for warriors whose power surpasses even a high-rank knight model." This wasn't just a feeling. He could tell this man was a high-ranking knight. The man's presence was on a completely different level. Philip couldn't believe an aura user was stooping to petty theft. It was said that possessing aura could elevate a slave to nobility. So why would a user of such power resort to petty theft? He asked what the thieves had taken, and Logan's reply was simple, it was exactly what Philip was afraid of. They had only stolen 2 pills of the medicine, just 2. Hearing this, the young man realized something critical. This wasn't about money. The culprit had stolen the pills for his own use. This sparked a bold question from Philip. Could even powerful aura users suffer from impotence? And just like that, the pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Logan. He had to agree. Logan then pressed for details. Were there any aura users on the informant's list? But Philip confirmed there were none. That kind of top-secret intel carried an extra fee / an offer Philip had wisely refused. But on second thought, one name did surface. An aura user in the capital renowned for having no descendants. A powerfully built man. A well-dressed noble with blonde hair and a beard walking the streets with his wife, his eyes fixed on some children playing. His expression was gentle, but his light blue eyes held a deep, unspoken longing. He flinched when his wife's voice cut through his thoughts, asking what he was looking at. He turned a nervous sweat beading on his brow, claiming he was just admiring the scenery. She didn't buy his weak excuse for a second. "Were you staring at the children again?" she asked softly. He desperately tried to convince her he wasn't thinking about such things, pulling her into an embrace as he urged her to go home. But she gently ignored his attempt to change the subject. "I'm so very happy that I met you," she whispered. Do you know that—" The man's eyes filled with adoration, a faint smile touching the corner of his lips. He held her even tighter, his voice thick with emotion, as he said he felt the same, This man was Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's greatest swordsman. But behind his legendary title lay a deep sadness, a wound from a grave injustice he suffered in his youth. While fighting for his country, he was wounded in a place no knight would ever want. A supposed wound of honor with devastating consequences. In his youth, he had been too naive to grasp the full weight of that injury. But now, Felix often reflected on his life. What was the point of being a duke, the strongest in the land? If he had no heir to carry on his name, to him it all felt like it was in vain. In a flashback, we see Felix finally explaining everything to his wife. Her reaction was far more understanding than he'd ever dared to hope, leaving him utterly speechless. With tears in her eyes, she acknowledged his hidden suffering. All she asked was if he was okay, vowing to stay by his side forever. Overwhelmed by her devotion, Felix wondered how he could ever repay such boundless love. We find him later walking through the castle gardens with a servant. The attendant noted that the family meeting was about to begin, asking if his master shouldn't hurry. Felix scoffed. There was no point in arriving early, just to be endlessly pressured about producing an heir. The servant hesitated before carefully mentioning a rumor, about a new, incredibly effective medicine circulating in the capital. Hearing this, Felix replied with biting sarcasm, "Oh, is that really so?" The servant continued undeterred. He said it could apparently heal even physical injuries, but once again, his master paid him no mind. The servant insisted, knowing his master's skepticism, but argued that there were countless reports of people achieving great results. At those words, the young man lowered his head, ashamed to admit to himself that he'd already tried the medicine. And on top of that, he had stolen it. Driven by the memory of his wife's tears, he couldn't believe he had stooped to theft. It was a disgrace to the discipline he'd upheld his entire life. And the worst part, after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had changed. So he warned his servant Louise not to believe every rumor he heard. He tried to convince himself he was right, that the story of a miracle cure was nothing but a fake rumor.
After all, how could a simple pill fix what even his immense aura could not slash? He thought perhaps it was finally time to give up.
At the gates of the estate, Logan was being stopped by a guard who informed him he couldn't see Duke Felix without an appointment. The young man simply asked the guard to announce his name confident that Felix would want to meet him the moment he heard it.
Before this, we see Philip looking on in disbelief. "Are you really going to visit the Duke in person?" he'd asked.
Logan had just nodded, prompting Philip to mock his reckless plan. Was he seriously going to march up to the strongest man in the kingdom, and ask if he stole something? Or if he was impotent?
Philip was losing his mind over the absurdity but Logan calmly asked if he was imitating him.
Philip begged him to act like nothing happened. Otherwise, he'd be inviting trouble for no reason, He warned that if things went south, they were completely done for. Sitting in a chair in the Duke's hallway, Logan thought to himself, Philip wasn't wrong. If that man truly was the legendary Sword Duke, this was a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. A butler emerged from a room with an ornate wooden door, beckoning Logan to enter. Inside, bathed in light from the window, Duke Felix was waiting. As Logan approached the kingdom's greatest swordsman, he knew this was his one chance to forge a bond with one of the most powerful men alive. The young man offered a flawless greeting, introducing himself as Logan, the eldest son of House McLaine. As he looked at Felix, he noticed something strange. The man was rumored to be 70 years old, yet he appeared decades younger. Logan guessed he was suppressing the very process of aging with his immense aura. The Duke acknowledged that House McLaine resided in the Southwest, asking why Logan had traveled so far from home. Logan knew better than to reveal his hand so soon. He claimed to have started a new business in the capital and brought a gift. With a smooth motion, Logan slid a small box across the table, explaining it was a powerful medicine for men, proven effective among countless nobles. The Duke's gaze lingered on the box. "Is that so?" he asked, his expression a perfect mask. Logan kept his head respectfully bowed, his mind racing. Was this really the same man from yesterday? He had to press his advantage and take a bigger gamble. He continued suggesting that a superhuman like the Duke would have no need for such common remedies. So he'd brought something far more special. At this, Felix finally showed a flicker of interest. Logan felt a surge of victory. The Duke's initial disinterest was because the standard implic had absolutely no effect on him. In the common implics, the monster venom is neutralized, turning it into a simple aphrodisiac for ordinary men. But such a trivial poison is completely useless against the transcendent body of a warrior like Felix. So Logan had painstakingly concentrated that poison again and again, creating an elixir of unparalleled potency. Logan called it a limited edition of implic, a phrase that finally seemed to capture the Duke's full attention. He mused to himself that limited edition was simply a clever name for 50 regular pills, condensed into one powerful dose. He guaranteed its effect, noting that the sheer agony from the pill would kill a normal man. But for an aura master, it was an entirely different story. Logan stated that if the Duke was satisfied, he would happily prepare more in any quantity desired, assuring him of complete and total discretion. The very next day, Felix was a man reborn, absolutely radiant. The pill had worked wonders. He declared he would grant Logan any favor within his considerable power. Logan nearly burst with triumph, but on the outside he feigned polite confusion, asking what the Duke could possibly mean. He explained that a master of aura has complete control over their body and life energy. Thus, the Duke could be certain of the treatment's profound effectiveness. The medicine had worked perfectly. After 30 uses, the accumulated effect brought about a full recovery. The longing and ache in his heart were finally gone.
Felix looked at Logan truly impressed. To bring such a gift without ever mentioning his earlier blunder showed immense consideration.
He also remarked that Logan's sword skills were unbelievable for someone of his age. It only made sense, he concluded, that such a person would possess an equally miraculous medicine.
Poor Felix. Years of frustration had clearly driven him half mad.
The Duke admitted he had spoken too hastily. Logan's gift offered the hope of curing a chronic ailment, and he was determined to repay this debt. So he asked again, what did he desire? Logan stared at the floor, his expression cold and calculated, and replied that he wanted a single useless book on swordsmanship. Felix retrieved a tome from his library, warning that following its teachings blindly would wreck one's body, but it contained wisdom worth reading. After thanking him, Logan requested one more favor, a letter of proof showing he had received the book from the Duke.
Felix replied that it would be no trouble at all.
Now, Logan had everything he needed. He commented on what a shame it was to only take one book when the Duke was willing to grant him anything. But his true objective was something else entirely. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the Duke spoke.
He'd reconsidered, and the situation just didn't feel right. The young man played dumb asking what he meant, and Felix's response left him speechless. "I will personally teach you a sword technique." The kingdom's greatest swordsman was offering to be his master. Felix explained that he understood Logan's humility, but simply handing over a low-level manual would not ease his conscience. Logan thought that even though he held the secrets of the divine sword, there was no reason to refuse an offer from the strongest man in the entire kingdom. Ecstatic, he thanked Felix for this incredible opportunity, knowing he'd hit the jackpot once again. In the training grounds, the two men stood face to face. The old master's eyes glinted with amusement, declaring that testing the metal of rising stars was one of life's greatest pleasures. He warned Logan to prepare himself because he wouldn't be holding back. Logan took a deep breath, grounding himself in a solid stance. "Draw your weapon," Felix commanded, but the young warrior was frozen solid, completely overwhelmed by the master's suffocating aura. An invisible crushing weight slammed down on him, preventing him from even touching his hilt. This was the terrifying power of a true aura master. A cold thought raced through Logan's mind. Could they all do this? Was this ability to paralyze opponents a common skill among them? If that were true, every battle would be decided by a clash of auras. He quickly concluded this wasn't just brute force, it was a refined and deadly technique. With a monumental effort, he managed to slide his sword an inch from its sheath. He realized he needed to use his own force not to power his body, but to sharpen his senses and analyze this energy. Yet every time he tried to move, the Duke's crushing force would ripple out, anticipating his every twitch. The young warrior couldn't comprehend how it was possible, but he knew there had to be a way to counter it. He figured it out. The moment Felix shifted his force, there was a split-second opening. He just had to move half a step faster. With that revelation, Logan's sword was finally free. Felix watched him, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Such talent," he remarked. Sweat poured down Logan's face as he struggled to remain standing. Felix's voice cut through the pressure. "Now pay attention." The Duke's aura began to gather, condensing into a terrifying point at the tip of his sword. As Logan tried to resist, a primal fear threatened to paralyze him once more. He looked up and saw death itself, a blade forged not of steel, but of pure destructive force. He braced himself. The attack was coming. However, he faced an insurmountable problem. The Duke's aura was simply on another plane of existence. He could feel the master's energy invading his body, scrambling his senses, as that crimson blade of energy grew even more intense. He stared forward, desperately searching for any possible answer. And in that moment of despair, something clicked. His own force was pushing back, neutralizing the Duke's aura just enough. He knew he couldn't dodge the attack. But perhaps there was another way. The warrior summoned all the power within him, shaping it into a swirling vortex of protective energy around his body. Seeing this, Felix's eyes widened in genuine shock. Was this boy really planning to meet his attack head-on? A moment later, the master exploded into action, his sword pulled back and charged with catastrophic energy, ready to end it all. He leaped across the training ground, his eyes burning with a murderous glint. Logan stood his ground, his blade held defensively before him, wrapped in his own protective aura. The devastating blow landed squarely, and the impact sent him flying like a broken doll. He slammed hard against the far wall, his sword shattering from the sheer force of the blow. Felix, on the other hand, hadn't even broken a sweat. He stood calmly, his gaze cold and calculating. Using the hilt of his broken sword for support, Logan struggled to his feet, his body still shaking violently. His sword was in pieces, his mind reeling from what just happened. "Did you really think," Felix's voice echoed, "that I would teach you something you couldn't figure out for yourself?" The Duke revealed that he had seen everything. He pointed out that without even realizing it, Logan had gotten deadly serious in that final moment. A look of genuine pride crossed the master's face as he praised the young warrior. To face that attack directly, he thought was astonishing. Some people are just born to defy expectations. As the young man finally collapsed, Felix mused that watching him grow stronger would be endlessly entertaining. A short time later, the Duke's butler found Logan by the gate. "Are you leaving already, sir?" he continued. "His Grace invited you to stay until you are fully recovered." Logan simply replied that he was fine, explaining that the potion the Duke gave him had already healed him completely. Understanding, the butler escorted him to the door. Outside, he wished Logan a safe journey. The young man then walked away with purpose, vanishing from the butler's sight so quickly that the old servant wondered if he'd imagined it. Once around the corner, Logan slowed to a painful limp, the agony from Felix's attack finally catching up to him. It hurt like hell, but there was no way he was going to waste a priceless potion on a mere injury. He couldn't believe the Duke had given him a superior-grade elixir, something almost impossible to obtain as if it were nothing. The young warrior pushed onward. He knew his own power had evolved to heal his internal wounds, but the damage the Duke had inflicted would be far more difficult to overcome. In the end, he glanced at the potion in his hand and smiled. No matter what he had gained, far more than he had lost today. Then he pulled out a note from Felix containing the coordinates to the mansion's private communication channel. If Logan ever ran into trouble, he just had to contact him. Logan was ecstatic, thinking to himself, who would have thought Duke Felix would take such a shine to him?
The Duke was treating him like a personal disciple. This relationship would undoubtedly become an incredible asset in the future.
Just as he finished that thought, Philip appeared from the shadows, taking Logan completely by surprise. Logan whipped his head around.
"Philip, what are you doing here?" Philip simply replied. "I was waiting for you from a safe distance."
The moment Logan arrived, Philip rushed over, his voice laced with worry. "What happened?" he practically shouted, terrified Logan had done something to offend the Duke.
Logan casually replied it was just a light sparring session. Then he suddenly choked crimson, splattering from his lips, sending Philip into a panic.
Seeing the blood, Philip declared they were fleeing, immediately shouting that he'd secure the fastest horses.
Logan tried to tell him it was a huge misunderstanding, but Philip was already lost in frantic, panicked muttering.
A week later, a sign hung on their shop door, Impel Rick was completely sold out. Inside, Logan stood with a triumphant smirk playing on his lips, announcing their profits had skyrocketed to a staggering 4.1 million gold pieces.
Philip's eyes went wide. At this rate, he exclaimed, hitting 4.5 million within a month would be a breeze.
They shared a look of pure victory, letting out a cheer that echoed all the way outside. But the celebration was cut short when Logan, ever serious, asked if Philip was too happy to receive a bonus this month.
Philip instantly snapped back to reality, begging him not to shatter his beautiful daydream. He then reported that the monster meat from the market was secured without a hitch, earning a nod of praise from Logan for a job well done.
Next, Philip suggested they buy a house in the capital to cut down on living expenses. But Logan immediately shut the idea down, explaining their time here was limited to just another year and a half.
It was pointless to set down deep roots. He told Philip to focus on their current work, hinting that they would have to move on eventually. When Philip pressed for details, Logan simply replied, "It's nothing you need to worry about,"
changing the subject.
Philip pleaded with Logan to look after his health, still shaken by the sight of him coughing up blood.
Logan just shrugged, saying that's exactly why he'd locked himself away for an entire week. Philip wasn't buying it. Was he really recovering? Every time he'd peeked in, he'd seen Logan hunched over his desk working on something. But again, Logan cut him off, saying it was none of his business.
Philip grumbled about all the secrets, but Logan was secretly glad that despite the complaints, the young man didn't push any further. If it had been Rick in his place, he would have dug relentlessly until he uncovered the truth.
Philip asked if he was heading home, and Logan confirmed it, telling him to keep the customers happy until the next shipment arrived.
But he had one final shocking command. He ordered Philip to send food rations worth 100,000 gold a month to the Tesseron and McLaine estates.
Philip was stunned. With that much food, was he planning on feeding the entire region?
The young man's voice was firm.
"Stop muttering and find a supplier. We're doing this for a full year." Realizing Logan was dead serious, Philip marveled that he cared so deeply for his people. But that wasn't the case at all. As Logan prepared to leave, his true motive surfaced. This wasn't about generosity. It was a strategic necessity.
It would take at least a year to solve the land food shortage. The people's labor was a vital part of his grand design. He couldn't afford to let them starve.
Logan announced he had other work to do and turned to leave. This time, Philip didn't even bother asking for details, knowing it was just another one of his master's secrets. Elsewhere, in a cold, dark warehouse, a crowd of impoverished people huddled together on the floor, clinging to any scrap of cloth for warmth. One man, his face bruised and bleeding, stared at the ground with empty eyes. Meanwhile, Logan was in a magic shop, handing a list to a sorcerer. The mage glanced at the paper and asked, "You really intend to find these people?" He hesitated, explaining that with only names and a few vague traits, the search would have to span the entire continent. Unfazed, Logan cut him short. "Can you do it or not? I will pay handsomely." The sorcerer looked at the list one last time, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, before reluctantly accepting the job. As Logan walked away, he thought to himself that finding them as expected would be incredibly difficult. After all, even the names he had could be fake. Still, he knew there was no other path forward. He had to gather them, whatever the cost, all the independent superhumans from his past life who had never pledged their loyalty to any faction. Every single one of them would be a crucial weapon in the coming war against the Empire, including a certain mercenary who once served the Empire. But a sudden realization brought him to a halt. He let out a sharp breath. With everything going smoothly in the capital, he'd been getting ahead of himself, moving too fast. Gazing towards the heavens, the young man felt a sense of calm. He believed he had all the time in the world, but that illusion of peace was about to shatter. Deep within a shadowy dungeon, a man desperately tried to placate a furious elder chief. A terrifying power seemed to possess the old man, who roared that his disciples were being wronged. He demanded to know about other henchmen, even mentioning a certain tower master. The messenger claimed he was only delivering news, but the elder's fury was deaf to reason. His rage could not be contained. The elder demanded to know why his disciple had been summoned. The man replied that the young man was dispatched to the remote southwest, assigned to the Milan region for a 6-month mission. At those words, the elder's hand, heavy as stone, crashed onto the man's shoulder. He declared that the magic tower master would not escape his wrath. This time he vowed the score would be settled for good. Meanwhile, we find ourselves at the majestic Earth Magic Tower, in the heart of the Grandia Kingdom. Inside, a figure approached the front desk where an attendant was sound asleep. With a simple greeting, the dozing employee blinked awake, trying to focus on the visitor before him. But the moment recognition dawned on him, he shot to his feet with a cheerful welcome. Still, he couldn't help but feel curious about the young man. Just who was this person? He looked like a noble at first glance, but his cheap suit told a different story. This was Logan, who had come to the tower to acquire magic scrolls. The attendant sized him up instantly. There was no way he was here to see a high-ranking mage. Hoping for a simple sale, the attendant put on a smile as the young man requested 150 scrolls of destruction magic, a demand that caught him completely off guard. Despite his inner shock, his professional expression remained perfectly neutral. Then the young man presented his Cooper Bank certificate. As the attendant's eyes scanned the numbers, his jaw began to drop. The total was an unbelievable 4 million gold, leaving him absolutely stunned. His composure shattered, he looked down visibly shaken before stammering out an offer to personally escort him to the upper floors. Logan remained perfectly calm. Destruction magic. A fourth circle area of effect spell was powerful enough to shatter stone walls. However, it had significant drawbacks like a slow casting time and a very obvious magical signature. Because of this, it was useless in combat. But the young man saw its true potential in construction, where it could accelerate development tenfold. The warrior now stood before an older man who asked if he truly intended to buy 150 scrolls. Logan simply confirmed his order. This man was Radius Great Master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he couldn't hide his nervousness. It had been ages since they'd had such a wealthy client. Logan recalled the moment just minutes ago when the master himself came rushing down upon hearing about the massive scroll order. It was a strange reaction for a mage of his esteemed rank. It turned out Radius had been the tower master for 5 generations. But his personal fortune was a mere 1.5 million gold, a clear sign of the tower's financial ruin. Logan knew this desperation was a weakness he could exploit, and so he told Radius about his own house Milan. He downplayed them as petty countryfolk from the southwest, saying he'd understand if the master had never heard of them. At this, the master immediately apologized to Logan. He admitted his young apprentice had made a mistake and promised a severe reprimand for the slight. But Logan simply waved it off as unnecessary. The master, relieved, replied that he was most generous. All the while, the attendant felt his world crumbling. The master, however, was silently fuming, furious that he'd almost lost such an easy target. Despite the young man's insistence, the master's mind was racing. In these peaceful times, earth magic was far more useful for things like agriculture or construction. So what kind of noble would spend a fortune on expensive scrolls for such trivial matters? He grew frustrated thinking of the fools who whispered that the magic tower had weakened under his leadership. Worse, he knew he'd burned through the tower's funds far too quickly. Assessing the situation, he realized with a spark of hope that Logan seemed like an easy mark. He decided he needed to handle this carefully and squeeze every last coin out of the young man. With this new plan in mind, the master commented that, to be honest, there might be a small problem in fulfilling his request. Intrigued, the young man asked what kind of problem he meant. The master explained that crafting a 4th circle scroll required a 5th circle mage to lead the process, and unfortunately the tower was currently short on such talented people. But the warrior wasn't fazed by this excuse. He looked the master dead in the eye and bluntly asked what he intended to do about it. The master returned his gaze, his eyes wide with surprise. This was not the reaction he'd expected at all. Still, he pressed on, explaining that the unit cost to produce each scroll was incredibly high. At those words, the young man rises calmly and declares, "What a shame. It seems there's nothing to be done." Logan heads for the door, his ultimatum clear. 150 scrolls every month. If this tower can't deliver, he'll take his fortunes to the Royal Magic Tower. Sheer panic flashes in the master's eyes. He leaps in front of the young man, desperately blocking his escape. His voice trembling, he asks, "You truly intend to buy 150 scrolls every single month?" The young man confirms it coolly, adding that in 6 months' time, he will require 900 scrolls in total. It was as if the master had ascended to the heavens, gazing at Logan like he was a divine golden-winged angel. Then Logan adds another layer of pressure. If 150 is already a challenge, a 6-month contract will be impossible for you. As Logan turns to leave for good, the master abandons all dignity, throwing himself to the floor and clinging to his boot. "We will handle the order," he screams in utter desperation. The young man looks down and asks, "Are you sure?" To which the master replies, 100% certain, while dusting Logan's shoes with his own robes. The master's greed begins to show as he informs him that at 10,000 gold apiece, the total comes to 1.5 million gold. A dangerous gleam fills the master's eyes as he calculates the astronomical profits from Logan's future purchases. He stood to make over 9 million gold in just 6 months. Composing himself, he stands up and offers Logan a new deal. He suggests that hiring a mage directly might be a far better solution. Confused, the young man asks which mage he means, knowing they usually only send mediocre talent for grunt work. So why would the master offer a mage a far more expensive option? He considers that a single 4th circle mage could match the power of 300 scrolls every month. He asks the master if he truly has a 4th circle mage willing to work construction. The master just laughs, clarifying there must be a misunderstanding.
He explains that not even he holds the authority to command a fourth circle mage at will.
Instead, the master offers to dispatch 2 of his second circle mages and 1 of his third circle mages.
He boasts that these disciples are seasoned experts in teamwork. In return, the master begs Logan to lower the number of scrolls. Logan considers the offer. It was a tempting bargain. A team of skilled mages could prove far more useful.
However, he hesitates. Mages who specialized in construction? Just what kind of men were they?
In that instant, a group of haggard and exhausted men appear led by a mage named Greaves. They looked as if they'd just returned from a brutal war. He is shocked, speechless by their condition. It's at this moment the master quickly interrupts, ordering the group back to their quarters. The men scurried away, their eyes filled with terror, leaving Logan utterly confused.
Annoyed, he turns to the master and remarks that they looked ready to collapse at any moment.
The master agrees, but quickly assures him they are the tower's finest experts in construction magic. The young man reflects on this. Despite their worn-out appearance, the mages did seem highly capable.
A third circle master, leading a team of experts all in their 20s? They were clearly promising talents. Still, Logan remained suspicious.
He couldn't believe the master would actually send his prized disciples to the countryside. So he confronts him head-on, stating that trading scrolls for second circle mages hardly seems like a fair exchange. The master assures him the team of 10 mages would be more than enough. Hearing this, that trademark murderous smile spreads across the young man's face. Still smiling, he begins the true negotiation.
He proposes 120 magic scrolls and the team of 10 mages for the price of 1.2 million gold per month.
The master tries to hide his shock, but he's visibly shaken. The young man knew this deal was practically a highway robbery. Considering the mage's talent, he himself wouldn't dispatch them for such a paltry sum. He's stunned when this master actually agrees, immediately producing a contract and demanding he sign it. Logan stares at the document, wondering why on earth anyone would agree to these terms. In the master's rush, the ink on the contract hadn't even dried. A cold feeling told Logan something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, the doors burst open as the Elder Chief Clayton storms in with 2 disciples desperately trying to hold him back. The Elder Chief roars that he heard everything, and that they were about to have a little chat right then and there.
A powerful 5th circle mage. The Elder Chief was radiating fury as he demanded to know if the master was sending his disciple away on another mission.
The master could only stammer that everything he did was for the greater good of the tower. The Elder's voice sliced through the room, demanding to know why his disciples were the only ones thrown into the harshest jobs. He pointed out the master wasn't just picking anyone, but fresh-faced mages just back from other brutal missions. But the master simply scoffed, claiming the young were built to endure such trials. The Elder's fury grew, accusing him of tyranny ever since Clayton became an elder last year. The master just waved it off, dismissing Clayton as a madman. Watching from the sidelines, Logan finally saw the full picture. Clayton, a 5th circle prodigy, was a clear threat to the Tower Master, who then unleashed his frustrations on the younger generation. Despite the explosive tension, Logan felt a grin form. This internal chaos was working perfectly in his favor. The Tower Master then locked eyes with Clayton, his voice dripping with ice. "If you won't obey my command, then your fate is no longer my concern." He dared Clayton and his followers to walk out, and the Elder couldn't believe his ears. Hearing that final insult, a storm of mana erupted from Clayton, his entire body crackling with power, ready for war. Yet, even with a battle imminent, the Master remained stone-faced, coolly asking if Clayton truly wanted to cross this line. As Clayton gathered his magic, the very foundations of the tower began to tremble and shake. A disciple cried out in terror, begging them to stop. Clayton roared at the Tower Master, telling him to prepare for the end. The Master watched unimpressed as Clayton took his stance, when suddenly Logan slammed his hand down on the table with a thunderous crack. In an instant, every eye in the room swiveled towards the young man, who looked completely bored by the world-shaking showdown.
Both powerful mages were left speechless by his audacity, and the young disciples stared in utter disbelief.
Logan nonchalantly showed them the paper he had just stamped. It was his contract with the Tower Master, now officially sealed. He then glanced at the 10 waiting disciples and simply said, "Follow me." He turned to the fuming mages, telling them to settle their little spat warning, that his contract remains valid. Even if the Tower Master changes, business is business. A flush of shame washed over the Tower Master's face. He admitted how pathetic they must have looked and promised Logan the scrolls would be sent immediately. But Clayton cut him off, his voice low and dangerous. "We are not finished here." The Master snapped back. "Are you truly defying the Tower's official contract right here? Know your place, Elder." Clayton's reply was swift and final. "If that's your stance, then my decision is made. I will go with my disciples." Logan and the Tower Master were completely floored by Clayton's declaration. "Are you insane?" the Master yelled. An elder working a construction site was absurd, and Logan shouted that he never hired a 5th circle mage.
Clayton clarified that he wanted no extra pay. He was simply going to help his disciples finish their work faster.
At those words, Logan bowed deeply before the elder, promising to serve him with his utmost devotion. Clayton only asked for a 1-day delay, so his disciples could recover their strength before setting out again. Logan readily agreed, setting a meeting for noon the next day. Soon after, a carriage rolled out from the tower's gate.
Logan was already waiting outside, leaning against a wall with his pack waiting for the mages to arrive. As he waited, he couldn't help but marvel at how yesterday's simple contract had turned into a legendary windfall. Hiring a 5th Circle mage would normally cost 1,000,000 gold at minimum, and he had just secured one for a fraction of the price. The young lord was eager to return to his own lands as soon as possible. He needed to dispatch more impelry to the capital and handle countless other plans. But his thoughts were shattered when a voice called out his name. Someone was calling for him. It was Reyna, who noted it had been quite some time since they had last crossed paths. Logan greeted her casually, but she immediately shot him down, stating they weren't nearly close enough for him to use her name so freely. Realizing the chilly atmosphere, the young man swiftly changed his approach. He corrected himself with a formal bow, addressing her as the Princess of the Wolves, and agreed it had indeed been a very long time. He couldn't resist adding that she was as charming as ever. Rhea peered down at him from her luxurious carriage, half hiding her face behind a fan. She mentioned that strange rumors were spreading through the capital whispers of Logan, dabbling in some very shady business. She then pried, asking if the McLaine family was perhaps facing some financial difficulties. What she really meant was, "Has your family finally gone bankrupt?" But Logan's composure was unshakable. He replied with a flawlessly polite smile. "As you know, Princess, my ambition for wealth is limitless, but my family's financial situation is and always will be none of your concern. And just his luck." Rhea's voice cut through the air, dripping with scorn. She sneered that for a thief like him, even the hefty engagement settlement must seem like pocket change. Just once, he'd love to wipe that smirk off her face. Desperate to escape Logan, just agreed with her, trying to walk away, while muttering that her presence was so foul he'd rather avoid it. But just as he turned to leave, Rhea stopped him. She'd heard tales from the feudal war, about a certain special weapon he wielded. With a glint in her eye, she asked if he'd consider selling it. Logan fought to remain civil, his mind screaming for an escape. He immediately downplayed the weapon's power, calling it nothing special. Feigning embarrassment, he flatly refused her offer and practically fled from her carriage. It was his only option. From her window, she watched him go, her eyes filled with utter disgust. He mused that even after his infamous medicine made him a household name in the capital, not a single noble cared about a provincial war. Except for Rhea. This meant the wolves were already sniffing around. The crossbow's design, he knew, was dangerously simple. He could only use it a few more times before its secrets were stolen and mass-produced. Just then, a voice shattered his train of thought. It was Clayton, flanked by his disciples. He'd been expecting Logan at the west gate and questioned why he was on their side of town. Logan ushered them in the right direction, explaining he'd just run into someone, incredibly irritating. Moments later, 3 carriages thundered through the woods like beasts. Logan found himself in one seated with Clayton and one of his apprentices. Clayton puffed up like an indignant parrot finally spoke. He noted the carriage was spacious enough for 5 or 6, and the coachman was clearly an expert. He concluded that Logan must have spent a fortune for their comfort, but his mood quickly soured. All this pomp was an unnecessary waste of money, he grumbled. The nearby disciple tried to soothe him, but to no avail. Logan glanced at the mage, thinking to himself that such overblown pride was typical of mages. So he laid on the flattery, claiming it was an honor to serve such powerful mages, and that this was the least he could do. After all, a 5th Circle mage working for free. A little praise was a small price to pay. Clayton remained silent, choosing instead to stare out the window, his grumpy demeanor unchanged. As darkness fell, the group made camp for the night. Logan declared it was too late to travel safely. They would rest here and set out again at dawn. He lit a fire and settled into meditation. But from the shadows, an assassin lunged. A blade flew towards him, but Logan's instincts screamed and he ducked just in time. Without even breaking his focus, he called out, "Who's there?" A figure emerged from the darkness, applauding his sharp reflexes. As Logan rose to his feet, the man sneered. He'd heard the capital's rumors about the man who got rich off some strange new drug. 5 men now surrounded him. Robbers, Logan sighed in annoyance. He just wanted to focus on his meditation. But then again, this was the perfect opportunity. Drawing his sword, he declared that since they interrupted him, they would now serve as his training partners. One of them burst out laughing, mocking his audacity. Unfazed, Logan moved like a shadow and silenced his laughter forever with a whisper of cold steel. 2 of the others stared in shock at their fallen comrade. "How did he move so fast?" one of them roared, calling him a bastard before charging in. Logan met the attack, shifting into an aggressive stance. The bandit closed the distance, his knife poised to strike. But Logan sidestepped and sliced open his stomach in one fluid motion, sending the man flying. The remaining thugs felt a chill of pure terror. He crashed against a tree with bone-jarring force, his body going limp, completely overwhelmed by our hero's power. 2, down 3 to go. Their leader realized this was a fight they could never win and screamed for a retreat. But as he turned to flee, his legs wouldn't obey. An immense pressure filled the air as Logan's aura flared to life. The way he held his sword, it was unmistakable. He was channeling the style of the great Felix. Logan poured his mana into the blade, replicating the very technique Felix had shown him. The aura blade hummed, ready for battle. Planting his foot firmly, Logan unleashed a devastating slash with incredible force. The attack struck 2 opponents dead on, felling them in an instant.
But then something shifted. The powerful aura he'd summoned flickered and died, leaving him confused. He gazed at the last bandit, paralyzed by fear, realizing the technique must drain an immense amount of stamina.
A predator's smirk crossed Logan's face. He had finally perfected the move, all thanks to Felix's training.
But in that moment of victory, the surviving bandit scrambled away desperately, trying to escape the monster before him. Logan analyzed the feeling. Focusing and compressing his force through that new authority, that's what created the aura.
The Duke had shown him the pressure blade, and also its superior version, the force blade.
But he knew imitating such a high-level skill was impossible for him right now. A thrill ran through him.
He couldn't believe he'd actually channeled the force blade even for a split second.
His eyes then locked onto the fleeing bandit. Logan's cold stare made the man freeze, weeping, as he realized the trouble he was in. Our main character readied his blade again, and pure terror washed over the poor soul. As he walked forward, he cemented the theory in his mind, using the force from his sword to dominate the enemy. That was the essence of the pressure blade. And just as he was about to deliver the final blow, Logan's confident smile returned. This power he thought would be more than enough for any fight. He glanced at the carnage, wondering if he'd overdone it. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. "I saw everything!" The speaker was Clayton, and his expression was thunderous. Logan was confused by his rage. Did Clayton think he'd gone too far, even against common bandits? If their partnership ended here, all of Logan's plans would be ruined. But that's not what happened. Clayton stared at him, his furious expression replaced by sheer awe. "You are incredible." Logan was stunned into silence while the ever-grumpy swordsman continued. Clayton admitted he didn't know much about Force users, but what he just saw was anything but normal for a boy Logan's age. Our young hero thanked him humbly, saying he was being too generous. He finally understood. Clayton wasn't angry. That was just his resting face. As they walked back in an awkward silence, Logan glanced over, thinking he had intentionally trained far from the camp to hide his true power. So had Clayton followed him all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton spoke with a heavy heart, admitting his disciples were struggling because he wasn't a good enough teacher. Logan replied, assuring him he was doing a fine job, but wondered why Clayton was telling him all this. At that, Clayton stopped and turned. He warned Logan that even after they reached his territory, he wanted his disciples to have time off so they could train with Logan.
Clayton declared he would work as hard as necessary for this chance and asked for his cooperation. Logan agreed without hesitation.
As he looked down, Logan noticed something strange. A faint shimmer of mana flowing from the ground behind Clayton. The energy was flowing directly to the tent where the mages were sleeping.
While Clayton pressed for an answer, Logan was lost in his own thoughts. To secretly share his own mana with his students, Logan couldn't help but acknowledge how much Clayton cared for them.
The master just grumbled that it was the bare minimum a teacher should do. "Is fighting a tower master the bare minimum?" Logan asked. But Clayton simply retorted, he was the one who started it. The next day, the banners of the McLaine estate waved proudly. Logan stood in his father's office facing Patrick. His father had heard of his travels and asked if the capital had provided him with valuable experience. Logan confirmed that everything he learned there had been a tremendous help. "Good," Patrick replied bluntly. "In that case, is there anything else you need to report?" Logan knew there was no easy way to bring this up. He casually mentioned that his business in the capital was flourishing. Patrick was speechless, then shut up from his desk. "What business are you talking about?" Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine his father had given him. Patrick looked like he was about to have a heart attack. "You went all the way to the capital to sell a stimulant." Pressing a hand to his forehead, the Lord groaned that while he'd promised not to interfere, this was a surprise he never could have seen coming. Later, Patrick warned him to be more mindful of the family's honor from now on. Logan quickly gave his word, a wave of relief washing over him. His father was handling this far better than he'd dared to hope, but Patrick's eyebrow arched with suspicion. He pressed, asking if Logan's promise was just empty words. Once again, the young man's answer was firm and unwavering. Then he revealed he had also formed a bond with the Sword Duke. At those words, Patrick was stunned. He demanded to know if Logan was talking about the legendary Felix Esperanza. A storm of fury gathered in Patrick's eyes as he asked if Logan had also dared to trade their precious medicine to Felix. A calm smile played on Logan's lips as he confirmed he had. Enraged, his father roared, demanding to know how deep he planned to drag their family's name through the mud. Unfazed, Logan coolly presented a book given to him by Felix, explaining that in exchange, he had acquired a priceless intermediate-level sword technique. Patrick's rage wavered, replaced by stunned silence. He took the tome from his son's hands and read the title aloud, his voice hushed with awe, the Iron Bloodsword. He breathed that this was a genuine intermediate technique, its value guaranteed by the Sword Duke himself. However, the young man knew the truth was a little different since he'd penned that guarantee himself. Logan recalled how the Imperial merchant had first discovered the Iron Bloodsword in ancient ruins. It was hailed as one of the greatest intermediate sword techniques of its time.
At first, the merchant only sold copies to a select elite few, but eventually the secret was leaked.
Soon, copies of the entire technique flooded the open market.
In time, it grew so common that even ordinary swordsmen could master its secrets. But Logan knew that future was still a decade away. Equipping the family's knights with this power now would be a monumental advantage. Logan continued his train of thought. By adding the sword's chi and its divine secrets, his father and Ronin could wield it as an ultimate trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique was a brutal art that pushed raw strength to its absolute limit. To prevent the devastating internal damage it could cause, Patrick would never normally allow such a risky technique to be practiced.
But adding the Sword Duke's prestigious name to the book was the key to ensuring his father's acceptance.
The young man's father scanned the book's contents, muttering that this was on a completely different level from the techniques their family had passed down for generations. As his hands trembled, he realized the truth.
Acquiring an intermediate sword skill was incredibly difficult, and he now understood this was why he had been stuck at the same level for 10 long years. Patrick then declared to Logan that properly mastering this art would increase the fighting power of their knight order by at least 30%. He then wondered how they could ever repay the Duke for such a gift. Hearing this, Logan knew his moment had come, as he had the perfect proposal for his father. He should master the technique himself and demonstrate it for Felix. But suddenly, Patrick shot out of the room, cutting him off. He tossed a seal to Logan, declaring that mastering this technique was now his one and only priority. He was leaving the young man in charge of everything else until he returned. It was in that moment the full weight of the situation crashed down on Logan. His father had just thrown him the family crest, a symbol of his temporary but absolute authority. Patrick burst through the door, yelling for Logan to help Dwayne manage the family's affairs. He swore he would return the moment he perfected the technique, offered a hasty word of thanks, and vanished, giving Logan no time to discuss his plans. And there he stood alone in his father's office, holding the family crest, utterly lost. Logan stared down at the seal, unsure of where to even start. He was just realizing this seal meant he could now act freely when Dwayne suddenly barged into the room. The idea had barely taken root before Dwayne stormed in, shouting that he'd heard all about Logan's legendary exploits in the capital. Now filled with new resolve, the young man swore an oath to himself to achieve all his goals before his father returned. Just then, Dwayne began to plead for money. Logan asked with a hint of suspicion if he hadn't already received the funds from the war with Tesseron. Dwayne yelled back in frustration, explaining that money was nowhere near enough to maintain their two fortresses. The war had created a crippling labor shortage, and production was expected to plummet this year. To make things worse, the Kairos family had also cut off all their support. Utterly desperate, Dwayne fell to his knees, begging Logan for money, saying he'd heard about the massive fortune he'd made. But Logan simply smiled and said he was sorry. He'd already spent every last coin. Hearing this, Dwayne stared in disbelief, asking where on earth he could have spent such a fortune so quickly. Logan just looked down on him, a confident, knowing smile on his face, and said nothing at all. Dwayne looked up, telling the young man to quit his games, but the warrior's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon him. Seeing this, a cold sweat began to form on Dwayne's brow. He asked if the warrior was serious, and Logan simply nodded. Desperate, Dwayne bowed once more, demanding to know how he could have burned through such a fortune. The warrior revealed he'd spent 1.2 million gold on scrolls and magic schematics, plus construction materials and food. In short, every last coin was gone. Dwayne looked to Logan, repeating his words, arguing that a little food for the people would change nothing. But that's when Logan dropped a bombshell. He'd spent 1 million gold on food alone. Unsure he'd heard right, Dwayne's eyes widened, forcing Logan to repeat himself. And so he did. He would distribute 1 million gold worth of food every single month for an entire year. At this, Dwayne erupted shouting, asking if the young master had lost his mind. To Logan, this reaction was entirely expected. After all, becoming a war hero wasn't enough to instantly erase Dwayne's deep-seated opinion of him. Logan calmly assured Dwayne he was perfectly sane, and then asked a simple question. Was the food he'd purchased enough? Dwayne confirmed it was, but then questioned the purpose of the materials and scrolls. Was he planning some kind of massive construction project? The young master's reply was simple and world-changing. We're going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a new notice spread like wildfire through the city. The feudal lord summoned everyone for compulsory labor. Those in McLaine Fortress were to gather at the west gate, and those in Storm Fortress at the east. Seeing this decree, the people's patience finally snapped. A man from Tesseron Fortress declared that the nobles had finally gone too far, that they were being exploited without mercy. Another from McLaine Fortress cried out that forcing them to labor during peak harvest was pure insanity. A third voice lamented that they had barely survived a war, only for their own lord to try and crush them now. Fueled by fury, they saw the choices laid before them: die as fugitives, work themselves to death, or simply starve. In the end, they realized every path led to despair. With grim determination, they armed themselves with pitchforks and any tool they could find. A rebellion was brewing as the crowd gathered before the McLaine estate. Is everyone here? Logan asked calmly. Elsewhere, a young man nervously asked an elder if they were truly going through with this. The old man's voice was like iron. The lords treat us like dogs while we survive on grass and dirt. He stared into the crowd, his voice ringing out. This time, this is a fight worth fighting. A bead of sweat traced a path down the young man's face.
He nodded, agreeing he would rather fight than starve. At that very moment, the castle gates began to groan open, and the people, steeled by resolve, braced themselves for a clash. As the gates parted, the silhouettes of armored knights emerged from the darkness. But instead of drawing swords, one of the knights bellowed an order. "Comrades, prepare for the distribution." The crowd, once a sea of anger, fell into a stunned silence. What did he mean, distribution? The elder stepped forward, warning them it was surely a trick. But in that instant, a man dropped a heavy sack of grain right at his feet. The noble announced that by order of young Master Logan, all who participated in the labor would receive a full month's worth of grain. Form a line at the gate. The distribution begins now. Hearing this, the makeshift weapons clattered to the ground as the people scrambled into a line. The old man clutched the sack of grain, his eyes fixed on the ground in stunned silence. He trembled, then threw his head back and roared for all to hear. "Hail Logan McLaine!" The crowd turned and he roared it again. A slow smile spread across their faces, and soon a chorus of cheers for Logan echoed through the air. Meanwhile, high atop the estate walls, Dwayne and Logan observed the scene. Dwayne asked if the compulsory order was really necessary. Couldn't they have simply made a request? The young master shook his head. If he had not, even a quarter of them would have come. After all, the people had zero trust in the nobility. He explained that to nobles, their people are little more than property. But his life as a mercenary taught him a harsh truth to the common folk. The only difference between good and bad nobles is which one takes more from them. Logan explained that even his own father valued his knights far more than his people, believing knights were the true strength of a nation. That was why even when broke, he always maintained an order of 50 knights. That deep-seated distrust was why he had to force them here to make them witness this moment and truly believe. He then turned to Dwayne, asking, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Dwayne admitted he was simply in awe. The young master had been full of surprises lately. Logan brushed it off as silliness. But since Dwayne now trusted him so completely, he could finally get started on the construction. The good mood vanished. Dwayne grew agitated, begging the young master to reconsider. Spending 2 million gold on such a project was pure madness. He then asked Logan if such a thing was even possible. Logan replied that Dwayne was starting to sound just like Hamar and Clayton. He had already revealed his grand design to the two of them, a plan so audacious it left them utterly speechless to build a dam. During dinner, they had questioned his true intentions, asking if he planned to divert the water and build a sluice gate. The young man confirmed it, his voice firm, insisting the project be executed exactly as he envisioned. The MLAN territory, he explained, was imprisoned by mountains, its land left barren. He pointed out that the northern mountains were choking the Ludder River, preventing its life-giving water from flowing south. To reshape the entire region, he had ordered Hamar and Clayton to carve a massive hole through those mountains, creating a path for the river. Omar, his voice dripping with disbelief, retorted that it would be easier to believe if the young man had asked them to just tear down the entire mountain. Logan calmly explained they would instead construct a tunnel 30 meters in diameter, connecting directly to the Ludder River to function as a sluice gate. He added that this method was used on the western continent, where it was simply known as a dam. But in truth, the warrior knew this was a fabrication. This flood control method wouldn't become popular in the Empire for another 20 years. He didn't fully understand the principles himself. But with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his command, Logan believed this impossible project could become a reality. If he could get those two to lead the project, he could transform the desolate western wastelands of Milan into lush, fertile plains. Clayton was about to argue against the insane plan, but Amamar cut him off, his expert mind already racing. The dwarf insisted that choosing the right location was paramount. The soil's composition was fundamental, and they needed to calculate water levels to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. They would need to build an arched structure and even request aid from the mages. After hearing this, Clayton turned to Omar stunned and asked if Logan's wild idea was actually feasible. Amamar, shocked that he had just blurted out all those details, could hardly believe it himself. Listening to it all, Logan swirled his wine glass, a confident smirk on his face, as he acknowledged that the plan was indeed possible. This confirmation made both Clayton and Omar break out in a nervous sweat. Amamar, trying to backtrack, began to stammer that he was already swamped with other work, like the new mining operation. But before he could even finish his excuse, Logan interrupted him. He explained that was precisely why he had prepared magic scrolls and mages in advance. Logan then declared that he was leaving the task of finding the perfect mountain to Amamar. Upon hearing this, Amamar reluctantly grumbled that he knew something was fishy when Logan suddenly treated him to such a lavish meal. Witnessing this, Clayton wondered if any of this was truly sane. Later at the construction site, Clayton took his position, focusing his magical energy. From a safe distance, two workers watched nervously. One dismissed the fear, saying that as long as Logan was there, they had nothing to worry about. Omar then gave the signal, shouting to Clayton that he could begin whenever he was ready. Clayton pressed his mana-infused hand against the mountain, and with a brilliant surge of power, the rock face exploded into millions of pieces. Everyone immediately scattered to shield themselves from the shower of debris. Seeing the chaos, Amamar shoved Clayton aside, reminding him that he had been asked to take it easy. Logan, observing the scene, thought to himself that beyond physical might, there was another power humans could command: mana.
In his past life, Logan could barely sense mana, but now he could see its flow with perfect clarity. He was mesmerized by the sheer power of the earth element, erupting from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving patterns to stimulate and shatter the stone wall. Awestruck, Logan realized the development of his force core had supercharged his senses to an almost absurd level. Clayton turned to him with a smug grin, telling the young man to pay close attention to his next trick, assuring him that this was merely the beginning. At first, Logan wasn't impressed, but he watched intently as Clayton raised his hand high, and then suddenly clenched it into a fist. In the blink of an eye, every single stone fragment from the explosion shot into the air, gathering and floating before him. In that instant, Logan understood what was about to happen. The debris began to fuse together, forming a gigantic structure. The sheer scale of the creation was so massive that the young warrior could only gaze upwards, his jaw agape, while a terrified Hamar hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton had reshaped the shattered stones into a colossal rock golem. Logan was stunned by Clayton's ability to create such a massive being without any tools, and his mind began to race with the possibilities. He muttered to himself that if they could create a few more of these golems, the construction would be completed in a fraction of the time, and they could even be deployed as weapons of war. Overcome by the display of immense power, Logan enthusiastically grabbed Clayton's hands, asking him just how many of these incredible golems he could create. With a spark in his eye, Clayton asked if his students could ever create golems too. The answer was a firm yes. As mages from the Golem School of the Earth Magic Tower, they absolutely could. A brilliant smile lit up Logan's face, but Clayton quickly poured cold water on his excitement. He revealed that the magic formula for a golem's core could only be wielded by powerful fifth circle mages. His students, for all their skill, simply lacked the raw power and would need mana stones. Even with that aid, the golems they could summon would be a pale imitation of the titan Clayton had created. Hearing this, Logan's bright expression completely collapsed. Clayton explained that mana stones are as rare as chalcedony or mithril, a precious ore that couldn't be artificially made. And since they're essential for magic, their price is astronomical, leading Logan to conclude they weren't worth the cost. But was this really the time to be thinking about efficiency in the middle of a war? If a small investment could guarantee victory, wasn't that a price worth paying? With that, he asked Clayton if his own golem could be empowered by mana stones. Clayton confirmed it, instantly explaining its power and speed would surge and it would operate for far longer. However, as a fifth circle mage himself, he would require a mana stone of the absolute highest grade. For a mere second circle mage, though, a low-grade stone would suffice, lasting a full 24 hours. And the resulting golem would be much stronger than an ordinary man. Logan calculated that a low-grade stone must cost about 1 gold piece. Their cost-effectiveness for a large army was questionable, but for a short, decisive battle, they could be the ace up his sleeve. Just then, Dwayne arrived on site, and upon seeing the giant golem punching the mountain, he froze in terror. Logan tried to calm him, explaining that the golem was simply digging a tunnel according to the plan, but overwhelming fear had already deafened him to reason. Ignoring Logan completely, he fled in a blind panic, screaming that he had to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Hamar, ordering him to take the workers and start on the water channel. He said there was no need to leave anyone behind for the tunnel, as the golem could handle that task alone. Hamar nodded firmly and began relaying the new orders to the men. Meanwhile, Logan surveyed his domain, feeling a mix of fierce excitement and unbending determination, as 3 major construction projects were now underway. First, the tunnel for the dam, second, the new water channel, and third, the mine where the drilling survey was already complete. Because of that, he had sent workers there first. Logan reflected that since his return from the capital, the dam project had consumed all of his attention, and he hadn't checked on the mine's progress. He decided he would pay it a visit the next day. The following day, he saw workers swarming the mine with Hamar in the middle of it all, looking like he was at the end of his rope. Logan approached him with a casual smile, remarking that it had been a while since they had last seen each other. Hamar whirled around his face, a mask of pure fury, and yelled, "What are you talking about? You've been running me ragged across this entire territory." In a fit of absolute rage, he screamed that he couldn't take this pace any longer, and that it would be a mercy to just kill him now. He wailed that he couldn't even find a moment to breathe, demanding to know why he had to shoulder this entire burden alone. Throughout the entire tirade, Logan simply stood and listened. Nearby, another worker noticed Amar's meltdown and urged the others that they needed to intervene. Amar collapsed onto the dusty ground, tears welling in his exhausted eyes. Logan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. Our main character acknowledged all his hard work, and then told Amar that from now on, he would let him manage and administer everything by himself. Amar's face shifted from despair to utter disbelief as he asked if Logan was serious, wondering if he really planned to dump even more tasks on him. A pang of mock sadness crossed Logan's face as he realized Amar had seen right through his little prank. With a playful, almost wicked smile, Logan extended his pinky finger, making a solemn promise that once the construction was finished, Amar could rest for as long as he desired. Feeling overwhelmed, Amar tried to swat the young lord's hand away, but Logan held his finger in a grip of steel. He squeezed just enough to make the poor dwarf cry out, threatening to break it if he didn't agree. Hamar, still fuming on the ground, could only watch as Logan turned his back and casually combed his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. He then looked towards the mine, thinking that its development would be much faster than in his previous life. Even with the dam's uncertainty, he knew this had to work. This was the only path for his grand plans to succeed. With that, Logan activated a communication channel to speak with Philip. His trusted friend informed him that the construction materials would arrive without a hitch, and that he had also secured a deal for their lumber, which would bring in an extra 100,000 gold per month. The incredible news made a wide grin spread across the young lord's face. Philip on the other end couldn't hide his own excitement, telling Logan that as soon as they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be completely reborn, and that he would have to come see the transformation for himself. One day. Model, Logan gazed into the communication orb, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air before he replied. You should visit next year, Philip. A hint of curiosity flickered in Philip's eyes as he asked why, quickly adding that he already knew he wouldn't get a straight answer. So he pivoted, his tone growing serious. Whispers were spreading through the capital. Rumors of trouble brewing within the royal family. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Philip pressed. Logan revealed he'd caught wind of it at the Sword Duke's estate. The details were scarce, but the feeling was grim. Something major was unfolding. He urged Philip to dig deeper to uncover the truth behind the shadows. In the quiet of his mind, Logan sifted through the memories of his previous life. He remembered it clearly: the coming winter, the king's sudden death, and the brutal civil war that followed. But he also knew that visions of the future could be treacherous. If the king's death was truly unexpected, then events were following the same dark path as before. But if not, the timeline could shift entirely. Logan knew he couldn't act until he had confirmation. For now, his family's survival was the absolute priority. The young lord's command was swift and decisive: divert the remaining budget to a war chest, and acquire enough weapons and armor to equip 500 men. A cold sweat broke out on Philip's brow. He stammered that this was an impossible order. Why did they need such an arsenal? The McLaine forces numbered only about 100 knights. Logan's reply was chilling. The equipment isn't for the knights, it's for the soldiers. Philip erupted, his face contorted with disbelief. Have you completely lost your mind? He protested furiously that no lord fully armed their common soldiers. It was an unimaginable waste of coin. But Logan was unmoved. In his mind, he knew this path, while strange, was born of brutal necessity. The last war had decimated their ranks, crippling their production for years. To prevent that tragedy again, he had to minimize casualties by maximizing the strength of every single man, knight and soldier alike. Fully arming his soldiers was the key to this entire strategy. Logan then locked eyes with Philip. Has my judgment ever led you astray? He asked. Defeated? Philip admitted it never had. A smirk played on Logan's lips. Then we proceed as planned. Philip sighed in resignation. I understand. I'll discreetly investigate the rumors. With that settled, Logan laid out the next steps. Secure the mine to fund their rise. Complete the dam to guarantee their food supply, and perfect the soldiers' new armaments. The foundations for their great leap forward were falling into place. A mountain of paperwork sat on Logan's desk, threatening to bury him alive. Dwayne stood beside him, pointing to document after document. Read this one, sign that one, Dwayne droned on, adding he was about to fetch the next towering stack. As Logan signed another paper without a glance, Dwayne snapped, You signed it again, without reading. How long do you plan to be so careless with our future? It was true. Logan knew he had to truly master the affairs of his territory. Suddenly, the door crashed open, and a figure stormed in immediately, laying into Dwayne with a furious shout. Dwayne, completely unbothered, shot back. I'm not the successor. Does anyone here disagree with that fact? Just then, a frantic Queslon burst into the room, his face pale with terror. My Lord Hamar is trapped. The mine. It collapsed. The news sent a spear of ice through Logan's heart. He shot out of his chair, his voice thundering. What happened? Casalon explained breathlessly that a tunnel had given way, burying over 50 meters of the passage. They had no idea where Hamar was inside the rubble. Panic clawed at Logan's throat. Have you found him yet? He demanded. Dwayne, utterly lost, chimed in. Since when do we even have a mine? But Logan's world had narrowed, and Dwayne's voice was nothing but a distant buzz. 50 meters of collapsed tunnel. With a roar, the young lord bolted from the room, shouting, There's no time to waste, to the mine now. Dwayne was left standing in stunned silence, yelling after him. What mine are you talking about? Logan was already on horseback, arriving at the site and demanding to know which tunnel fell. A worker pointed a trembling finger toward the central shaft. It's the deepest one, my lord, he stammered, but Logan didn't wait to hear the rest, plunging into the darkness without hesitation. Inside, he flared his aura, pushing back the oppressive dark. What he saw made his blood run cold. Massive boulders choked the passage. A handful of men were trying desperately to shift the unmovable rocks. The foreman overseeing the futile effort finally noticed Logan's powerful presence. Everyone stand back, Logan commanded. He placed a hand on one of the giant stones, flooding it with his mana. He could feel them. 10 life forces trapped within the earth. and one of them pulsed with the familiar energy of Hamar.
"They've avoided the worst of it," he told the foreman. "But there are still many trapped." The foreman stared utterly bewildered. "My lord, how can you possibly know that—"
Logan ignored the question. All that mattered was time. How long to clear this debris? At least 3 days, the foreman estimated. The answer was a death sentence. Logan knew that with every passing minute, the chance of finding anyone alive plummeted toward 0. In a desperate plea outside the collapse, Logan begged Clayton and his mages for aid. He implored them to rescue Hamar and the trapped men, promising a reward beyond their wildest dreams. Clayton instantly knew this was about Logan's secret project. He agreed to help, but made one thing clear: this wasn't about the money. It was about the lives hanging in the balance. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Logan swore he would repay this monumental favor. Still, Clayton found it strange. The ever-secretive Logan was revealing his hidden mine, all to save a single dwarf and a few common workers. He unleashed his magic to stabilize the tunnel, as his disciples summoned guardians of living stone. The apprentices hurled their enchanted crystals toward the mountain of debris. From the rubble, immense stone golems rose, immediately beginning their thunderous work. The miners watched in absolute terror. They had never witnessed such overwhelming magical power. Even Logan was stunned by their legendary efficiency, watching them clear meters of rock in mere seconds. Clayton urged them to move faster, but Logan refused to be a mere spectator. In a shocking move, he joined the rescue hauling stone beside his men. Clayton was floored, watching a high noble risk everything to save commoners and a dwarf. For the seasoned mage, it was a sight that defied all logic and tradition. Then, a shout from the darkness. They had found the injured Hamar was there, partially buried but alive. Seeing him trapped, terror gripped Logan's heart. But a moment later, he saw it. Despite the terrifying scene, the injuries were minor. Every single man was going to be okay. A massive wave of relief crashed over him. He silently thanked the gods that their ordeal ended with only a few scratches. Later in the infirmary, Logan demanded to know what happened. Hamar confessed in shame that he'd dozed off a victim of his own relentless work ethic. Anger flashed in Logan's eyes, but it vanished, replaced by concern. He cut Hamar off, ordering him to rest for as long as he needed. Stunned by this compassion, Hamar roared that he would rest, even if the sky fell and dragons descended from the heavens. Leaving the tent, Logan was amazed the entire rescue had taken only 2 short hours. His thoughts were shattered by Clayton, who appeared from the shadows. "Your mine," the mage said, "is a truly magnificent thing." Logan's blood ran cold. Had he figured out the mine's true secret? And if so, could he be trusted not to reveal the existence of the gold? He carefully explained that the mine was the cornerstone of his ambitions, and that Hamar was irreplaceable. Besides, he added, "if I can't protect my own people, I'll be left with nothing." His answer intrigued Clayton, who then made an unbelievable offer. "Have you ever considered hosting a magic tower in your territory?" The young lord was speechless. Clayton explained it was time to establish a new power, and Logan's lands were the perfect foundation for a new small magic tower. Barely containing his excitement, Logan declared it would be a legendary honor. He frantically asked if Clayton's own apprentices would come, and what the staggering cost of such a venture would be. Clayton simply replied that his disciples would of course join him, and that he required little money. He was investing in Logan's character, not his coin. Logan was utterly amazed. Hamar, who had overheard everything, bluntly asked Clayton if he'd been hit in the head. But Logan just ushered his friend back to bed. 1 week later, Hamar reported back to Logan, looking better than ever. He announced he was fully recovered and returning to the mine to make up for lost time. But as Hamar left, a furious Dwayne stormed in his face like thunder. He demanded to know why Logan had hidden the mine from him, and for how long this secret project had been underway. Logan just offered a simple apology, saying he forgot. Frustrated beyond belief, Dwayne questioned how anyone could possibly forget something so massive. Logan's apology turned into a giant grin as he finally dropped the bombshell. "It's a gold mine." Dwayne couldn't process the words telling the kid to stop his ridiculous jokes. "There's no way people like us could possess a gold mine." "What are you even talking about?" he yelled. Logan simply asked what was so hard to believe, calling him a rascal. Then his face turned dead serious as he revealed the true scope of it all. The mine is expected to generate about 100 million in gold per year. "Do you honestly think," he asked, his voice low, "I would joke about something like that?" Hearing this, Dwayne's world came to a halt. He whispered, asking if it was true, and then froze completely on the spot. Logan reached out concerned, and his loyal vassal nearly collapsed. It was clear the information was too much. Dwayne's mind was shutting down, unable to comprehend the sheer, unimaginable fortune that mine represented. Logan started sweating, trying desperately to snap him out of his catatonic state. He couldn't help but think that his grand plan was accelerating at a terrifying speed, aside from the minor setback with Hamar's injury. Elsewhere, a group of men walked through a forest, bewildered as to why they had been summoned back so soon. The dam's construction was finished in a mere 3 months, not the 6 they had planned for. These were the administrators Dwayne had hired for the final inspection. Logan greeted them with a warm smile, expressing his gratitude for them making time in their busy schedules. He asked them to stay and witness the grand opening of the dam. But one of the administrators stared back, his eyes filled with skepticism. He scoffed at the idea, thinking it was a complete waste. What a fool's errand trying to revive a dead desert by sprinkling a little water on it. The other administrators agreed, questioning Logan's obsessive efforts. They glanced at Dwayne, who stood frozen, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. He stared at the dam, a stunning realization dawning on him. This wasn't just for irrigation. It was tapped directly into the subterranean veins of the Ludder River. With a continuous water supply, this barren wasteland could be reborn as a fertile paradise. Logan scanned the gathered crowd, the workers, the mages, the nobles. His gaze locked with Clayton's, and he gave the signal. Without a moment's hesitation, Clayton moved to unleash the project's true power. Hamar grumbled under his breath, complaining that they'd worked their fingers to the bone just so the workers could open the gates themselves. But Logan's vision was grander. This first opening had to be a spectacle, a testament to what the people had built with their own hands. A magical projection of the dam appeared, revealing massive golems, poised before the floodgates, ready to heave them open. The administrators were left speechless, a state they were quickly getting used to under Logan's command. Then, Clayton's voice boomed across the valley, shouting the command for all to hear, "Golems, open the gates!" As their massive hands gripped the gates and began to lift, a satisfied smile crossed Logan's face. But then, something went terribly wrong. The golems were straining, groaning under the immense weight. Clayton shot a murderous glare at Hamar, hissing, "What in the blazes did you do?" But Hamar was just as confused. His orders were for the workers to handle the mechanisms. Seeing the disaster unfold, Logan broke into a cold sweat. A past conversation with Clayton flashed in his mind, a warning that the golems weren't strong enough. It turned out the golem's incredible strength was mostly for show. In reality, it would take 100 workers straining at the pulleys just to budge the massive doors. Thinking fast, Logan shouted a new insane order. "Clayton, tell them to destroy the gates!" Hamar and Clayton stared back, utterly horrified. "Are you serious?" "Just do it," Logan commanded. "We can always rebuild the gates later." After a split second of shock, Clayton relayed the order. The golems began smashing their fists against the steel gates. The construction crew watched in disbelief. All their hard work, was this really happening? Suddenly, the gate shattered. A roaring torrent of water exploded forth, sweeping the mighty golems away. While everyone stared in shock, Logan grinned from ear to ear, absolutely thrilled. The townspeople who had poured their sweat and soul into this project couldn't stop the tears of joy as they saw the life-giving water, finally understanding the true meaning of their labor. In that moment, Logan knew their food shortages would soon be over. They could begin planting by next spring. Even Dwayne was overcome, jumping onto Logan's back, nearly scaring him to death while crying out apologies and begging for forgiveness for his doubt. Logan just laughed it off, teasing him, "Why is a big man like you crying your eyes out?" But not everyone was celebrating. In a corner, Hamar was weeping, asking how long it would take to repair his masterpiece. Clayton came over, clapping his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll help you rebuild them one more time." Logan then announced the gates could wait. He ordered everyone to take a week off before finishing the mine. After that, he promised Hamar another long vacation. The dwarf's eyes lit up with hope as he asked if Logan was serious. Logan gave a reassuring nod, but a wicked thought crossed his mind. Hamar had no idea how busy he was about to become. Farmers would soon flock to this new land, and they would need an entire village built from scratch. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, but stopped. A direct approach wouldn't work. He called him over, and Hamar turned with a curious look. Logan began. "This construction must be tough, especially since I've never heard of dwarves being skilled builders." This lit a fire in Hamar's soul. "What are you implying?" he roared. "Second only to smithing construction is a dwarf's greatest pride." Logan smirked internally. Hook, line, and sinker. "Oh, that's wonderful to hear," he said calmly. Hamar's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "You can praise me all you want. It won't get you anywhere. Why the sudden interest in construction?" Logan played dumb, claiming it was mere curiosity. But as soon as Hamar turned his back, Logan's true thoughts surfaced. "Enjoy your week of rest, my friend. Because after that, the thrilling ordeal of building a town begins. You won't be smiling then." He was half afraid Hamar might try to kill him in his sleep. With that scheme set in motion, Logan turned to address the crowd at the grand inauguration. His voice rang out with the first of his promises. From this day forward, everyone is free to farm the McLaine Plains. Second, their leasing rights would match their efforts, and taxes would be slashed to just 30%. He glanced at the vassals, knowing that with a deal, this good even they couldn't possibly object. And sure enough, their faces lit up, filled with a new hope that this territory was finally turning a new leaf. 4 weeks later, Logan stood in his office with Rick poring over the plans sent by Hamar. The dwarf had already completed the entire village layout, and even a model house. Logan mused that he'd definitely chosen the right man for the job, and Rick couldn't agree more, exclaiming that Hamar was a true prodigy. Logan smirked, recalling how he'd never expected Hamar to accept. After all, the dwarf had been quite skeptical when Logan approached him just weeks ago. A flashback reveals the scene. 4 weeks prior, Hamar accused Logan of being insane for wanting to build an entire village. Logan had simply grinned, teasing him. Aren't all dwarves supposed to be masters of construction? Now, Hamar had laid out streets in a perfect crosshatch with uniformly sized houses, wells, communal baths, and a complete sewer system. A flicker of memory crossed Logan's mind. He was trying to recreate the city plans from his past life. Suddenly, a powerful stench assaulted Logan's nose. He turned to Rick, demanding to know why he reeked so terribly. Rick shot back that it was all Logan's fault. Why did that new potion have to sell so damn well? He groaned, lamenting that if it weren't for its success, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne stormed into the room, shouting for Logan. The young lord sighed, asking if his father would ever learn to knock. But Dwayne was beyond formalities, rambling about something urgent concerning Hamar. In the next instant, Dwayne's expression transformed into pure, unadulterated joy. He announced that Hamar had sent word they could finally start mining the gold. He brandished a handful of nuggets, shouting that they had struck treasure just like that. Logan praised Hamar for a job well done, and Dwayne threw his arms around the dwarf, exclaiming how incredibly lucky they were to have him. But Hamar could barely stand, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. It was clear he hadn't slept for days on end. Logan's focus sharpened as he asked Hamar about their potential extraction rate. Hamar reported that everything was on schedule, a ton of gold per month for at least the next 10 years. With that, he once again begged the young lord to let him rest. But Logan hesitated. There was still a mountain of work to do. A new city, stronger beasts, more powerful weapons. He looked at the exhausted dwarf and asked, "Is all of that possible?" Logan's request landed like a warhammer, making Hamar break out in a cold sweat as he clutched his head. Without another word, Hamar collapsed onto the floor. Dwayne immediately rushed to his side, calling him the true treasure of their domain. Logan watched them, realizing he was the only one who could keep pushing forward. The work was far from over. He promised Hamar he would keep his word, granting him a long overdue vacation. At that, Hamar screamed with joy and shot out of the room like a bolt of lightning. Logan stared in disbelief, wondering if the dwarf had just awakened some hidden power with that impossible speed. Behind him, Dwayne began to weep with happiness. "What's wrong now?" Logan asked. Dwayne choked out that the mine would bring in 100 million gold a year. "To hell with the Cheros," Dwayne declared. "Our territory is saved. We'll never have to worry about money again." Logan smirked, teasing him. "You're crying even harder than when the dam was completed." Then Logan's playful expression vanished, replaced by an ice-cold calm. "The only one you should ever fear is me," he warned. "Stay sharp because that mine belongs to me." The words terrified Dwayne. Logan explained that while he would pay the family's 30% tax, not a single coin more would leave his control. A bewildered Dwayne scrambled to his feet, then dropped to his knees before his son, pledging his absolute trust in Logan's judgment. Logan then warned Dwayne that the mine must remain a top secret. If word got out, the Befro Kai and the Margrave would descend upon them like vultures. Dwayne promised to handle it, but Logan felt a pang of unease. His father had made so many changes while he was gone. This was going to be complicated. A week later, Logan and his father walked along the riverbank, admiring the territory's newfound beauty. Logan observed that Patrick had ascended to the rank of an advanced knight. Patrick, in turn, admitted that Logan had accomplished incredible things in his absence. Logan began to explain his strategies, but Patrick held up a hand, cutting him off. "To make water flow through this wasteland. It's a miracle," Patrick said, his voice filled with awe. "You are a far better ruler than I ever was." Logan tried to remain humble, but his father insisted. "You've done more in 3 months than I did in 10 years. Thank you." Logan wanted to express his own gratitude, but once again his father spoke first. Patrick declared that from this day forward, Logan would assume all the duties of a lord. He himself wished to focus solely on training the knightly order. The young man was stunned into silence. Patrick interrupted his thoughts again, asking if he knew what he had realized during his recent training. "I've grown old," he admitted with a heavy sigh. Patrick explained that he could no longer master the family's secret techniques. That destiny now fell to the younger generation, to warriors like Logan and Ragnar. He confessed that Logan had helped him shatter a wall that had held him back for years, and now he wished to become a guide for the future. Logan solemnly nodded, accepting the heavy responsibility. Patrick then turned and called for Marianne, asking her to support Logan in his new role as the family's head. Lady Marianne gracefully agreed. With a gentle nudge, Patrick encouraged his son to speak with his mother. Logan approached Marianne, who stood elegantly under a parasol, looking radiant in a beautiful dress. She began declaring that Logan's accomplishments alone proved he was worthy to be the next successor. Calling him young master, she confessed her only remaining wish was to see Ronan succeed as well. Logan started to apologize, but she cut him off, insisting the fault was hers. She admitted her own vision had been too narrow and prayed Logan would show her grace. Marianne went on, her voice filled with emotion, telling him how Ronan had never been happier since Logan began teaching him to fight. She begged him to continue watching over his brother. But this tone didn't sit right with Logan, who suddenly shouted that parents should never use formal titles with their own children. He called her mom, a single word that stopped her in her tracks, her heart overflowing. She turned away, bidding him a soft goodbye as she walked toward Patrick, who gave Logan a silent, approving nod.
Logan watched his parents leave the scene, shifting to the Tesserana estate, where he and his father were deep in discussion. Logan declared that as soon as the city was established, they would begin clearing the land for massive farms. Patrick worried if his people would be willing to move. Logan was confident, promising priority rights and far superior homes to all who relocated. Logan then revealed he had ordered Dwayne to begin recruiting more soldiers, and Patrick readily agreed to train any who qualified as knights. His father praised his son's vision, but noted one glaring problem remained. He turned to face the Order of Knights, his voice dripping with disdain as he called them a disgrace. "Since when," he growled, "do we have 2 knightly orders? The very sight of them makes my skin crawl." Logan instantly recognized the deserters from Thesseron. The 2 factions were bickering like rivals. "Get a grip," Logan commanded. Patrick scoffed at how he and Logan were training to death, while these so-called knights squabbled like children. Logan admitted it was his own negligence. "That's not true," the knights cried, pleading for Captain Henkel to intervene. Henkel stared at Patrick in shock. "Have you reached the level of an advanced knight?" he stammered. Patrick just smirked. "I'm about to whip you all into shape." His aura exploded with such force that his wooden sword shattered. "Feel this," he roared, "and learn the true art of the sword firsthand." Meanwhile, in his office, Dwayne was signing documents, feeling more content than ever, now that budget worries were a thing of the past. 2 vassals were gossiping about the massive funds Logan now controlled. Dwayne slammed his hand down. "Has the extra coin made you blind?" he thundered. "Where do you think it came from? Now get back to work." But as he read the next document, a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Moments later, he burst into Logan's office. "What in the world are you planning to do with 10 million gold?" Logan calmly replied, "I'm buying 100 kilograms of mithril." Dwayne's jaw hit the floor before Logan slammed him against the wall, thrusting the papers at him. "Sign it." "I can't," Dwayne argued. "Mithril is 1,000 times more valuable than gold." The scene then cuts to Logan discussing the matter with Philip. Logan explained his plan to forge mithril gear for the knights, but Philip told him it was simply impossible. Logan was floored. Philip explained that mithril isn't something bought with mere money, but with overwhelming power and influence. And just like that, an idea sparked in Logan's mind. Inside a faraway castle, a messenger was rattled by an incoming message from Lan. Duke Felix, a man of immense importance, arrived within 30 minutes to personally receive it. He greeted Logan warmly, saying it had been too long. Logan respectfully replied he would never dare send a message for personal reasons. Felix just smiled, revealing his wife was pregnant, and it was all thanks to Logan. The young master offered his sincere congratulations, which the Duke happily accepted. Felix then said that once the baby was born, he wanted Logan back in the capital. His wife wished to thank him personally, and the Duke himself would teach him his next sword technique. Logan gratefully accepted. Felix then finally asked the reason for his call. Getting straight to the point, Logan asked if he could acquire 100 kilograms of mithril. The Duke's jaw dropped. "Did you say 100 kilograms, not grams?" Felix roared with laughter, saying not even he invested so much in his own children's parties, and that he'd clearly underestimated Logan's grand generosity. Logan realized with a jolt that this misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. "I'll handle everything," Felix boomed. "But you must attend the baby's party, and you must call me master." Logan stared into the empty communication sphere, then shivered with a cry of pure joy. To become the disciple of the Sword Duke. It was the most unbelievable stroke of fortune in his entire life. He had only intended to ask for a small favor, but Felix had thrown him a golden rope to the heavens. Logan mused that Hamar would surely be more productive after this. He even patted himself on the back for being such a benevolent employer. In reality, Hamar suffered from Logan-themed nightmares for weeks after his supposed vacation. Back on the outskirts of McLaine Castle, a crowd of men, all under 20, had gathered for recruitment. Dwayne nervously asked Logan if he truly needed to hire so many. "I'll handle this myself," Logan stated with conviction. Expanding their forces was paramount, and he would personally select every single new member, no matter the drawbacks. He ponders the Empire's new theory, that true power lies not in muscle, but in the senses. A theory proven when they used 50,000 knights to utterly crush the neighboring countries. 9 years had passed. Logan envisioned forging a new elite force by reselecting every last soldier for a knight unit. The Grandia Civil War would be a trial by fire, but with this force, they would be an unbreakable shield against the Empire's invasion. He considered recruiting men over 20, but the city's reconstruction desperately needed every pair of hands. A vassal roared for the chattering boys to be silent. Logan asked about their old selection methods. The answer was laughably simple. They chose soldiers based on who could run the fastest. Logan knew instantly their entire system was fundamentally flawed. He issued a new decree. Only those with sharp vision, keen hearing, and lightning reflexes would be chosen. For the first test, candidates had to walk towards an image until it came into focus. Many stopped almost immediately, one confidently declaring the picture showed a chicken. Logan coolly ordered his knights to deal with the kid who dared call him handsome. But a boy from the back raised his hand, his eyes sharp. Seeing the comb, he declared it had to be a rooster. Logan was genuinely impressed.
For the second test, Dwayne bellowed the same word on repeat, challenging the recruits to walk closer until they could decipher it. One boy suddenly shouted at Dwayne, "The answer is World Sparrow," then added, "You also called me a son of a... Is that part of the test too?" Dwayne went pale, realizing he'd been muttering his thoughts aloud. Logan just smirked. Select that boy. He clearly needs a lesson in discipline. Looking over the final documents, Logan could scarcely believe it. 250 recruits passed with flying colors. But his ambition burned brighter. He'd select 500 holding nothing back to create a legion of 1,000. On the training grounds, Victor was lost in his own world of steel. He swung his blade with explosive force, his raw power turning the heads of nearby knights. But Victor could only hear Logan's words. If he could perform the sword technique 1,000 times without a single mistake, he would finally become a knight and awaken the power sleeping within him. Gripping the hilt, he swore he would achieve it no matter the cost. His sister Victoria watched him, her heart aching with worry. Victor knew Logan's patience wasn't infinite. Suddenly, Victoria spotted Logan himself. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain quiet as he observed Victor's training. The boy was a diamond in the rough. Even as he swung with wild abandon, his basic stance was flawless. Logan's voice cut through the air, informing Victor he was leaving for the Thessalon territory to train soldiers until winter's arrival. He extended an invitation, "Come with me." Victor's immediate reply was, "Can Rhea come along?" Logan raised an eyebrow. Was it wise to bring his sister into a training camp teeming with rough men? "Yes!" Victor roared, his determination absolute. With a sigh, Logan relented, but pointed a finger. "She can come, but if any trouble starts, it's on your head." Victor's response was swift and sure. He would protect his sister with his life. "Is she really that precious to you?" Logan asked. Victor hesitated before the dam of his emotions finally broke. He confessed that his parents had died because of him, that Rhea was an orphan because of his failure. Protecting her was his only path to redemption. Logan looked at the boy, his expression unreadable. Then he placed a heavy hand on Victor's shoulder. "It's okay," he said softly. "Keep up the good work." A few days later at Thessalon Castle, the gates of hell opened. Keslan was grilling the recruits Logan had chosen. "5 laps around the wall," he bellowed. "The last 100 do 2 more as punishment." Terror flashed in the kid's eyes, but Keslan just roared, "Stop wasting my time and run!" Logan complimented his new drill sergeant. Keslan truly had a knack for this. The grizzled warrior replied that being treated like a true knight was reason enough to renew his contract. Then he leaned in and whispered, "My lord, are you planning to wage a war within the next 2 years?" Logan's cryptic smile was all the answer he needed. War was inevitable. Their attention was suddenly snatched by a cry from the recruits about some kind of monster. They were talking about Victor, who was leading the race by an impossible margin. The others stared in disbelief. "What is he made of?" one gasped. Another spat back. "He's Lord Logan's slave." Hearing this, something ignited in the first recruit. He surged forward, shouting that he would never lose to Victor. Keslan witnessed firsthand the winner effect Logan so often spoke of. Logan commented that he didn't expect them to have overwhelming physical gifts from the start. No, the will to never surrender was more than enough. He knew Victor would become their beacon, absorbing strength until his power awakened, driving all the other soldiers forward. Later, the recruits were led to barracks filled with tables groaning under the weight of food. They ate like wolves, thanking Lord Logan for his generosity. Rhea was also there, quietly serving the meals. The boys were instantly captivated by her one, even calling her an angel. That's when Victor noticed their stares, and a murderous aura exploded from him. He pointed a threatening finger at them, his voice laced with ice. "Look away, before I gouge your eyes out." A terrified silence fell over the room. But from a table behind Victor, another boy stared at Rhea with a hungry, lecherous look. Moments later, Victor was seen dashing out of the barracks. He had frantically asked an older woman where Rhea went. She'd told him his sister had just stepped out the back door to take out the trash. A cold dread seizes the young man. Rhea shouldn't be out alone after dark. Then a noise from a shadowy alley shatters the night. He moves to investigate. The sight that greets him freezes his blood. The leering apprentice is cornering Rhea, his intentions sickeningly clear. Tears stream down her face, and the bread in Victor's hand drops to the dirt forgotten. The rookie stammers, but Victor is a blur of motion, his knee striking upward with brutal force. A sickening crack echoes as the man's nose shatters, sending him to the floor. Victor stands over Rhea like a guardian ready to strike again. The apprentice spits blood, calling him a bastard slave. But another devastating blow silences him, almost knocking him cold. Rhea lets out a choked scream, paralyzed by fear. Victor grabs the man by the hair, consumed by a primal rage, and begins raining down punches, growling for him to die. Around a corner, another apprentice witnesses the brutal scene and flees for help. But Victor sees nothing but a world painted in red. Each punch unleashes flashes of his past, the night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a commanding voice from behind cuts through his fury, snapping him back to reality. He turns to see Logan standing there. "Get a grip on yourself," Logan says coldly, "and look around." A maid appears gently guiding a shaken Rhea away as Keslan tries to make sense of the chaos. Logan gestures to the lifeless body. Deal with this. Victor keeps his head bowed, awaiting his punishment, and offers a single word. Sorry. Logan asks if he regrets it. Victor says no. But he's sorry for killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges his point, but states that what he should truly regret is bringing his sister to this dangerous camp in the first place. He explains that Victor's stubbornness nearly led to Ria's ruin. It's better to leave her somewhere safe than to drag her into a den of wolves. Logan allowed Victor to bring her precisely so he would learn the heavy consequences of his choices. Have you understood the lesson? He asks. Victor silently nods. Logan continues that while killing is a crime, Ria was the victim, and Victor did well to protect her. But he warns him that next time he must ask for permission before taking such a drastic step, because he doesn't want his future nights delayed over some pervert. Later, within the castle walls, Kezalon and Logan are locked in a tense discussion. Kezalon questions Logan's right to decide this issue alone. Logan replies that Victor is his property and he simply used him to cleanse the world of a disgusting criminal. He reframes the narrative saying he used his property to eliminate a criminal and asks what Kezalon thinks of that version of the story. Kezalon asks if Victor killed the recruit under his orders. Logan nods, beginning to lay out his plan. The apprentice's crimes will be exposed to everyone and his body will be hung from the castle gates as a grim warning. He instructs Kezalon to inform the soldiers. Kezalon's attention shifts, noticing Logan is marking a map. He asks what the young man is plotting. Logan just smirks. It's a surprise. The marks on the map highlight areas where monsters were recently sighted. Word of Victor's actions spreads like wildfire, and when the soldiers learn what the dead recruit intended, their shock ignites into pure rage. The crowd wanted to dig up the body and kill him all over again. Logan overhears their chatter and thinks to himself that the situation resolved itself quite nicely. Time flows onward. 3 months later, snow covers the trees, announcing the arrival of winter. Logan and Kezalon talk as they observe the landscape. Logan remarks that the new year is approaching. In 90 days of brutal training, the 1,000 apprentices have been whittled down to 987 with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kezalon is satisfied, noting that no one else shows any signs of giving up. Logan decides that the basic training is finally complete. He has already commissioned Hamar to forge 400 more crossbows. He asks if the apprentices are prepared for actual combat training. Patrick confirms they are suggesting the forest at the base of the mountains as the perfect training ground. He agrees it's time to elevate their training. The knights need real combat experience to be forged into true warriors. Logan asks if they have mastered the iron bloodsword technique. Patrick replies that true mastery will only be achieved through the crucible of battle. Logan's smile widens with a psychotic edge as he agrees. Kezalon turns pale, a cold sweat running down his face. He was finally realizing where Logan got his intense and slightly unhinged tendencies. A few days later, deep within the southern mountain range, Patrick appears clad in his magnificent armor. He orders the knights to draw their swords and control their breathing. They focus their aura, and at Patrick's command, they unleash their attacks against the giant trees, their blades humming with power. Even the knights themselves are left stunned by the sheer destructive force they just unleashed. Logan, standing beside his father, watches with satisfaction, but Patrick's expression remains as serene as a calm lake. The apprentices, however, are ecstatic, whispering excitedly among themselves, wondering if they could ever reach such a legendary level of power. Logan's voice thundered, reminding the apprentices to stay sharp. This wasn't just any forest, it was a domain of monsters. As if answering his call, goblins began crawling from the shadows. The knights, their blood singing for battle, didn't hesitate. They crashed into the goblin horde, their blades a whirlwind of precise deadly steel. They descended upon them like a raging storm. The knights' power was overwhelming. The goblins scattered in panic, but Logan was one step ahead. He commanded the troops to raise their crossbows. At his signal, a rain of death fell upon the battlefield, cutting down any goblin that dared to escape. The cavalry roared with laughter, mocking the fear they once held for these creatures. But their celebration was cut short. A colossal, terrifying paw slammed down before them. As the knights prepared for another assault, a pack of wolves charged forth. But these were no ordinary beasts. They were horned wolves. The knights instantly formed a defensive wall. In a flash, one of the monsters sank its fangs into a knight's very own sword. The tide of battle turned against them. That's when Kezalon gave the command for the cavalry to unleash their crossbows. A volley of bolts sliced through the sky, striking the wolves, and drawing out horrific screams of agony. But the arrows were useless, shattering on impact. A trembling soldier cried out that the bolts had no effect. Logan roared for the knights to hold the formation. The mission was absolute: no wolf gets through. The champion of Stan leaped forward, determined to test his own might against one of the ferocious beasts. The blow was immense, sending the wolf flying back several meters. But a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from behind him. He spun around to a horrific sight. A wolf had its jaws clamped on a recruit's leg, while another apprentice stood frozen in sheer terror. A blazing strike tore through the air. Logan unleashed his fury on the wolf, ending it in a single devastating blow. He ordered the petrified apprentice to snap out of it and move the wounded to safety. The recruit immediately obeyed and fled. Logan mused that just as he suspected most apprentices were not built for the chaos of a real battle. But the top 100 from the census test were a different story. One of the apprentices, finding himself cornered, saw another wolf creeping up from behind him. Like a phantom, Victor appeared and slit the second beast's throat. He stared at his blood-stained sword, a faint, chilling smile forming on his face.
The other apprentices could only stare, completely stunned.
Logan saw it all. Victor had finally broken through his limits. The battle drew to a close as Patrick struck down the final wolf. Logan asked the captain if their job was done, and the captain confirmed it.
Patrick noted that it had been a month and a half since their training started, and clearing these territories took much longer than he'd imagined.
The captain agreed, explaining that discovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was a monumental find. The young man shuddered, imagining that horde invading the castle. He thanked the heavens they had uncovered the threat in time. Meanwhile, Logan was coordinating the knights and soldiers. He pushed them to hold out a little longer, ordering them to finish felling a huge tree and transport it to the construction site.
The knights, however, grumbled amongst themselves, complaining about felling monsters and trees without a single break.
Logan ignored their complaints, remarking how absurd it was that such valuable lumber was left to rot just because a few monsters were nearby. With his signature predatory grin, he realized this was the perfect situation. He was training his soldiers and gathering resources for the city all at once. Patrick watched from the side, thinking that Logan seemed far more interested in the wood than in training the troops. Logan's mind drifted. He wondered if awakening one's true strength required a sixth sense, a deep-seated survival instinct. If everything proceeded as planned during the Grandia Civil War, they could quickly bolster their forces for the inevitable war with the Empire. Hamar noticed the smile playing on Logan's lips and asked what he found so amusing. Logan dodged the question, changing the subject. "With this much wood," he announced, "we can finally proceed with building Leantown." Logan asked if Hamar could complete the project on time. Hamar nodded, his eyes filled with confidence. He explained that with the mage's support and the workers' high morale, the task was certainly manageable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been this reliable, crediting it to his recent vacation. But just as Hamar's confidence reached its peak, Logan reminded him of another project, the Magic Tower. Just then, Clayton cast a spell, raising a wall of earth that left the workers in awe. Logan urged them to stop staring and start collecting the soil as they had planned. Logan then approached Clayton, thanking him for carrying out his requests.
Clayton waved it off, saying that with a promised annual fund of 10 million gold, he didn't care if the place was a small town.
He declared that if everything went according to plan, this city would become the very center of the region. Logan cut him off, stating that his only ambition was to create a place where people could live out their lives in peace. Clayton was speechless. He exclaimed that Malene was truly a territory for the people and dramatically declared that Logan had his full support.
Logan brushed off the earlier comment, declaring the earth walls more than sufficient. This place, he vowed, would never become a battlefield.
"Because I refuse to let that happen," he stated with chilling confidence. "We'll be the ones on the offensive long before then." Under the cloak of darkness, Logan stood alone in the forest, his blade held in a peculiar, unfamiliar stance. In an explosive burst of aura, he lunged forward. A blinding beam of pure light erupted from his sword, slicing through the night. The energy detonated on impact. As the light faded, it revealed that the young master's target had been a colossal boulder. Logan assessed the aftermath. The beam hadn't just pierced the rock. It had carved a path of destruction straight through the trees behind it. He recognized the technique. It was the second form of the divine sword secrets. But it wasn't enough. He had to become stronger.
2 months passed in a flash. The village construction was complete. Families breathed new life into its homes, and the dawn of summer painted the settlement with a vibrant new energy.
Within the Lord's office, Logan and Dwayne reviewed the city's incredible progress. Dwayne reported that the territory's recovery was smooth, but noted a critical shortage of manpower. Logan simply smiled, assuring him a steady stream of refugees was arriving, and instructed Dwayne to welcome every last one of them. Dwayne then asked about Hamar, who was still on his well-earned vacation. Logan briefly wondered if he'd been too generous, but quickly dismissed the thought. A rumor had reached Dwayne's ears that Hamar had received a massive quantity of mithril before he left. Logan confirmed it was true. He had entrusted the legendary metal to Hamar to forge a new generation of weapons for their knights. Dwayne raised an eyebrow, remarking that it hardly sounded like a vacation. Logan just chuckled. For a dwarf, working with rare metals is a dream come true. Hamar was undoubtedly in paradise. Meanwhile, far-away Viscount Max Petta was consumed by a black rage, his fist slamming down on the table. Those damnable McLaines had actually reclaimed the wasteland? He scoffed at the very idea. Certain such barren land could never yield a thing. His vassal explained that rumors were spreading like wildfire about the source of their newfound prosperity. Some whispered Logan had struck it rich in business, while others claimed he'd unearthed a hidden gold mine. The Viscount swept the gossip aside, demanding to know about the harvest. The vassal's report was grim. Their production would be at least double that of his own lands. The news was like fuel to the Viscount's burning fury. He seethed knowing they couldn't let this stand and demanded a pretext to invade. The vassal suggested using the refugees who fled to McLaine as an excuse to infiltrate their ranks and claim the reclaimed territory as compensation. The Viscount saw the flaw immediately. Acting alone was too great a risk.
But a cunning scheme began to form in his mind. He would contact the Viscount of Sylvan. Surely their people had fled as well. United, they would have the power to crush the upstart McLaines. Back in Logan's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Henkel were debating military expansion. Logan revealed he had handpicked nearly 300 promising recruits. Patrick questioned if he truly believed they had what it took to become knights. Logan simply nodded, while Dwayne commented that the number seemed far too large. Henkel scoffed, calling the figure absurd. Even with a decade of harsh training, only 1 in 100 ever awakens their true power. Logan remained completely unfazed, declaring they would proceed with the training system as planned. Dwayne exploded, accusing him of throwing away their fortune. But Logan calmly countered that their neighbors would force their hand sooner or later. Patrick urged him to explain. Logan spelled it out for them. With McLaine City flourishing and their lands now fertile, there was no way the Viscounts of Sylvan and Parita would simply watch from the sidelines. Henkel cut in, insisting they had no justification for war. But Dwayne shouted him down, roaring that the real problem was the flood of refugees. Logan calmly asked his father to consider how many refugees they had accepted, and to wonder how many of them hailed from Parita or Sylvan. Enraged, Dwayne roared at his son, demanding to know why he hadn't prevented this from happening. Patrick's eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. He asked Logan directly, "Was your plan to provoke a war all along?" Logan's reply was chillingly simple. "They are our enemies. We'll have to face them eventually. Why wait?" A stunned silence fell over the room. From Henkel to Dwayne, their faces were etched with disbelief. Patrick was filled with a sudden dread. Had he relinquished his authority too soon? Then, Rick burst in searching for Logan, announcing that emissaries from both Sylvan and Parita had arrived. Logan's expression hardened. "It's already begun," he stated. "Now we decide how to respond." Outside, 2 foreign flags snapped arrogantly in the wind. They belonged to the envoys from Sylvine and Parita. The envoys stood in silence, unable to hide their awe at the city's beauty. They saw the perfectly organized streets, the spotless avenues, and the impossibly happy faces of the common folk. A single greedy thought passed between them. This city was well worth taking. One of them tried to make small talk with a guard, who proudly declared that all the credit belonged to one man, the first young Master Logan. The soldier declared that Logan's prowess was legendary, far beyond any prince his age, because his heart belonged to his people and the land. He tried to share a tale of Logan's deeds, but the envoys arrogantly cut him off. Inside the tense meeting hall, the envoys stood defiantly before Logan and Patrick. They demanded the refugees be returned, and that control over the Thezron Plains be surrendered. Logan and Patrick simply lowered their heads at the sheer audacity. "They're asking for a war." Logan thought, a sentiment his father immediately shared. Henkel stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. Do Sylvan and Parita truly wish for all-out war? His question only fueled the fire, and the hall erupted into a storm of chaotic shouting. One of the emissaries, his face pale with fear, pointed a shaky finger. "You cannot intimidate us. We are envoys." Patrick's fury was barely contained, his voice like ice. "You are the ones declaring war, and know this, the McLaines do not fear it." "If war breaks out," the envoy sneered, "nothing but ashes will remain of your precious house." The threat struck a nerve, and Logan finally exploded into the conversation. "How dare you use refugees as a bargaining chip?" He turned to his father, his voice ringing with conviction. "These men have forgotten their duties as nobles. There is nothing left to negotiate." On his signal, the knights moved as one, their armor clanking as they surrounded the emissaries. Cold steel pointed at their throats. "Are you truly starting a war?" one of them stammered. Logan descended the stairs, his presence overwhelming. "This isn't starting a war. This is war. You had the nerve to enter my castle and spew your filth." With a chilling whisper of steel, Logan drew his blade. The envoy tried to call him crazy, but the word died in his throat. In a flash, Logan dispatched the guards and stalked toward the envoys. One of them, paralyzed by terror, begged, "Don't come any closer." Logan ignored his pleas. A single fluid motion of his sword, and the man was silenced forever. The other envoy collapsed to his knees, promising to serve McLane's will and report every detail to his lord. Logan glanced at his father, who gave a single solemn nod of approval. "Knights!" Logan's voice boomed. "Prepare for battle!" A thunderous cheer shook the castle. That very day, a magical transmission was sent, demanding compensation for the envoy's insolence. Viscount Sato Sylvan was incandescent with rage. "Insolence!" Sylvan scoffed, convinced the McLaines lacked the power to back up their threats. On the magic transmission globe, Logan and Patrick watched Sylvan's ridiculous demands roll in. Return the servants, pay 10 million in gold, and hand over the Thezron Plains. Why the rush? Patrick wondered aloud. We have the strength to crush all 6 counties. But Logan knew they had to act fast. We must occupy Sylvan as quickly as possible. Just then, Kezalon entered the room. "My lord, the preparations are complete." 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries. All stand ready. Logan praised his work. "And their armaments?" Kesselon assured him, full armor spears and crossbows have been supplied. We will not be outmatched. Logan was confident. They wouldn't lose even if Sylvan and Parita attacked together. But he couldn't afford to draw the gaze of the major factions fighting for the throne. He needed the third prince to win the only candidate with any sense.
Any good news, Kesselon? Logan asked.
A rare smile touched Kesselon's lips. Indeed, Victor has awakened his strength and awaits your summons. Excitement flared in Logan's eyes. Bring him in at once. As Victor entered, Logan cut straight to the point. Show me. Victor focused his energy, and a gray, smoky aura began to swirl around him. His power exploded outwards, leaving Logan and Patrick utterly speechless. You did well, Victor, Logan said, tearing up the slave document. As of tonight, you are a free man. Victor's joy was obvious, but it quickly turned to annoyance when Logan added, Your official promotion is postponed until after the war. Logan burned the document, a smirk on his face. He knew Victor only truly cared about one thing, the chance to fight. And he had the perfect opponent already prepared for him, Runyon. Father, Logan said, it's time we send our reply to Sylvan.
Patrick grinned. Forget the pleasantries, son. Get straight to the point.
With a predatory smile, Logan gave the order to march. Soon his voice thundered across the fields. Soto Sylvan, come out and face your doom. Soto Sylvan roared in fury. Captain Kellyan stepped forward. My lord, grant me permission to lead the charge. 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers await your command. Sylvan felt a wave of relief. The McLaine numbers were larger than expected, but they still held the advantage. Plus, Kellyan was a high-ranking knight. Still, a seed of doubt sprouted. What if Parita betrayed him? What if McLaine and Parita were working together? He screamed in rage. Kellyan, contact the Barony of Befroze, immediately ensure Parita doesn't make a single move.
Yes, my lord.
As Kellyan rushed to follow orders, Logan, Patrick, and Henkel discussed their own strategy before the castle walls.
Shouldn't we provide covering fire from a distance? Henkel suggested.
No, Patrick countered. We can't risk letting Viscount Sylvan escape. Logan agreed. He believes his forces are superior. He'll come out to meet us soon enough. Henkel eyed Logan with suspicion. It was as if he knew Sylvan's mind perfectly. As predicted, the gates of Sylvan County creaked open, and their knights poured out onto the field. Patrick quickly assessed the enemy. It appears Sylvan has brought 3,000 regular soldiers.
That's 1.5 times our own number, Henkel exclaimed.
Kellyan started to speak, but Patrick cut him off with a single command. Advance.
Insolent fool!
Kellyan bellowed from across the field. The McLaine forces are nothing but a disorganized rabble. Kesselon barked the order. Crossbows at the ready, Slash. Kellyan watched uneasy and commanded his men to raise their shields. With a single command from Kesselon, they fired / A storm of arrows rained down from the sky. Kellyan smirked, thinking their shields would hold. But his smile vanished as arrows tore right through solid steel. Rage exploded from him. Advance full force now. Kesselon's next order was unexpected. Spread out, / The move confused Kellyan. / The crossbow cavalry flanked his soldiers / A wave of pure terror washed over him. The thought of retreat flashed in his mind. But it was already too late. Patrick had arrived. He challenged the Sylvan Knights. Face me! Kellyan froze, stunned by Patrick's overwhelming power. In a single fluid motion, he struck down 4 knights at once. It finally hit Kellyan. Patrick had reached the advanced level / With chilling calm, Patrick gave the order, annihilate them all. His knights charged with ferocious resolve / beginning a brutal slaughter of the Sylvan forces. Henkel watched the carnage, musing to himself. 2 months ago, this would have been an even fight. A proud smile spread across his face, seeing how powerful his knights had become. His gaze shifted to Logan and Patrick. The Lord's training, he murmured, was truly not in vain. On the battlefield, Reiko was locked in a duel when 2 others arrived to help. But they fatally underestimated his strength. He disarmed them both in a flash of steel. He disarmed them. The remaining knights looked on in horror. Reiko was a high-ranking knight. A master of the Iron Blood sword style. Suddenly, Logan burst forward, targeting Kellyan / the enemy commander, knew he was in mortal danger. Logan focused, recalling his brutal training. He had mastered the second form of the divine sword secrets and perfected his barrier. Steel clashed against steel / With every blow from Logan, Kellyan was forced back. Frustration boiled within him as he spat. You blockhead. Kellyan put all his strength into one desperate strike / But Logan moved like the wind, narrowly dodging. The blade merely grazed his ear. Logan applauded the maneuver, a dangerous glint in his eye. Not bad, he admitted. I didn't think your phantom swords were real. Kellyan conjured another blade of pure aura. Yet Logan remained utterly unfazed. A chilling realization dawned on Kellyan. The closer he got, the weaker his techniques became. Logan's taunts cut deeper than any sword. Is this all you have? How weak?
Pure rage twisted Kalion's face as he prepared one final assault. For a moment, Logan closed his eyes. The very air around him shifted. His mana core ignited, evolving into a 2-star core. He dodged the attack with impossible speed and reappeared behind him. The tide of the duel had completely turned. Logan's next strike left a deep wound on Kalion. In that moment of pain, Kalion finally understood. Logan had become a high-ranking knight. Logan raised his sword high. /A. Brilliant, terrifying aura blazed around the blade slash, ready for the finishing blow. Channeling his raw power, Logan launched himself skyward /. He decided to end this / in the most spectacular way possible. He focused his entire aura into his blade and unleashed his secret technique / divine ripple / A massive wave of power crashed down. Kalion's desperate defense was utterly useless. With Kalion defeated, the Sylvan troops lost all hope. Logan stood tall over his fallen foe, his voice booming across the battlefield. Your leader has been struck down. Moments later, Patrick's voice echoed. Sodto Sylvan has been captured. Surrender now. A satisfied smile crossed Logan's face. The war was over. The Sylvan fief lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. As for the McLaines on the other hand, their losses were only 5 knights. And not a single soldier. Far away, a shadowy figure received a report from his vassal. Sylvan has fallen to the McLaines. A dark smile formed on the man's lips. Then, it is time to make our move. Back in Sylvan County, Sodto Sylvan knelt before Patrick. Patrick offered him a final chance at mercy. Apologize, take what you can carry, and leave these lands forever. Sodto Sylvan looked up, his eyes filled with defiance. The royal family will never tolerate this, he spat. Standing behind him, Logan sighed inwardly. That was the worst possible thing he could have said. The fall of the McLaine house had begun with the former count's mismanagement. But the true snake in the grass, the one who profited from the chaos, was a man named Beffro. Logan knew royal intervention had saved them from Beffro's grasp, but just hearing that name, sent Patrick's simmering rage into a full boil. Patrick's voice dropped to a deadly whisper, Are you asking to die? Sodto opened his mouth to reply, but a flash of steel silenced him forever. Logan had cut his throat, leaving him to bleed out. Logan turned to Patrick, his expression calm. I granted him a warrior's death. Patrick simply nodded. Good work. Logan hoped this swift end would deter other nobles, especially Beffro. He was an enemy they were not yet strong enough to face. Weeks passed in tense silence. Within Sylvan Castle, Logan spoke with his father Patrick. We've been on high alert, but Parida has made no move to attack. Patrick looked at his son, his gaze sharp, And why would she have any reason to? The young man posed another scenario. What if Parida attacked Tesseron Castle instead? Patrick dismissed the worry. Relax, Clayton is there. Logan had to agree. Their victory over Viscount Sylvan wasn't just a matter of brute force. The truth was, they won because Sylvan underestimated them. While the McLaines had gambled everything they had. And that included their ace in the hole. The formidable Clayton and his stone golems, hidden deep within Tesseron Castle. But even with this advantage, Logan saw a problem. Managing 3 castles was stretching them too thin. They needed a way to optimize their power. The young man then made a bold proposal to his father. We should move the center of our power, to the cities, which would make managing the 3 castles much easier. 2 nearby vassals agreed as they had cleared the monster-infested woods. And leaving minimal forces in Man wouldn't be a problem. They could keep the knights in the cities ready to march to Tesseron or Sylvan at a moment's notice. Patrick thought the idea was great. Logan happy said that now he wouldn't have to handle everything alone. His father then congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured. Logan replied that it was 75, all imprisoned in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. The young man asked if he could try to convince them to serve the McLaines. Logan thought that a single battle had yielded so many knights that it was more efficient than selecting young talents, but also considered that if Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have had many more casualties and captured only a quarter of the knights. He thought it was unlikely to happen again, and they shouldn't get attached to that victory. Patrick, on the other hand, was beaming, telling Logan that with these forces, not even Peta seemed intimidating. He praised him, stating that all of this was thanks to his son, and smiled like the proudest father in the world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushed and fell silent. Patrick then told him to enjoy it at least for that day. The father and son's joy was short-lived. A vassal arrived with news from Beos, leaving Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal read the letter aloud. Bureau called himself the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his discomfort with the Mlan family's annual wars. Patrick almost had a fit just hearing Beffro call himself the Lord of the Southwest. The vassal continued reading.
In the letter, the Lord said that at the request of Viscount Sylvan Peretta and the McLaines should cease the conflict immediately. With every word, Patrick grew more and more furious, ranting that they were the ones who started the war, and now they were asking for intervention. Logan thought they should finish hearing the letter. Beos acknowledged that the conflict was constant because he himself had failed to fulfill his duties as a lord, nor promoted coexistence in the region. Therefore, Roger Baffro, on his 50th birthday next month, was inviting the heirs of each family in the Southwest to discuss the future of the region. Patrick lost his composure, calling it all nonsense and tearing the clothes off the vassal. Reading the letter, he continued shouting that there would be no trip as the MLANs did not serve Baffro. The letter ended by saying that not attending would be seen as a refusal to dialogue, and Patrick declared they would not bow to threats. But Logan went against his father, thinking the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick stared at his son with an expression he had never seen before, and despite saying he respected his wishes, started yelling again, tearing the last piece of paper covering the vassal. He swore the mans would not kneel before, even if he died. It was then that Logan picked up a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial right now, but one of the knights accompanying them stopped the fight, saying there would be no patricide there. Patrick calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was thinking. Logan explained there was no way to beat Baffro now. The young man acknowledged the truth. They had about 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking ones, and a total of over 300 knights. And that was just a fraction of Baffro's forces. Things looked good for the Mlanes, but they were walking on eggshells. They needed time to unite the Sylvan Knights and make Perita serve them. Furthermore, Logan needed time to learn the third style of the Divine Sword secrets, and for the other knights to train. Patrick understood everything, but warned that the Southwest was different, because unlike other lords, Baffro couldn't demand loyalty from other nobles. Logan disagreed, saying that in the capital, he discovered that Pearl and Rothman had sworn loyalty to Baffro a long time ago, which left Patrick in shock. Logan smiled, glad to have permission to go. He told his father not to worry, that he knew his abilities, and that they would see the trip as a chance to see how their ancestral lands had changed. The next morning, back in McLaine City, Logan was approached by HMR. Shamer asked if it was true he was being sold to the enemies, but Logan had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing the situation, the warrior Logan got annoyed. He punched Hamar in the face and told him to stop believing stupid rumors. Hamar then replied that most rumors about Logan were true and that it wasn't his fault. Logan was at a loss for words. Hamar took something from his back, unwrapped it, and asked Logan to take it. It was a sword of pure mythal, which left Logan speechless. On the bay, Fro estate Plone, Perita, heir to the Perita estate, arrived by carriage and noticed something strange. A man in a cloak traveling alone. He soon realized it was Logan McLaine and was shocked that he had managed to occupy the Sylvan barony. He thought the McLaine family must have suffered heavy losses for Logan to be traveling unaccompanied. Plone burst from his carriage, demanding to know why he was being treated like some commoner. A guard's warning fell on deaf ears, as Plone paid him no mind. He introduced himself directly to Logan, sneering that he'd heard the rumors. How he supposedly felled 6 knights in a heartbeat. Plone noted Logan's pristine blade and, seizing his hand, remarked that he seemed far too young for such grand tales to be true. A predatory grin spread across Logan's face as he returned the handshake with a bone-crushing grip. In that searing moment of pain, Plone realized this man's power was no mere story. Their hands parted, Plone's trembling uncontrollably, as Logan feigned an apology for mistaking the greeting for a contest of strength. Swallowing his pained tears, Plone spat, "You fool!" and drew his sword, determined to teach this upstart a lesson. The guard frantically warned that private duels were forbidden, but Logan's cloak fell away as he coldly stated, "You talk too much." Enraged, Plone ordered his knights to attack. But Logan, his aura flaring to life, became a phantom, a blur that slipped past them all, his blade appearing instantly at Plone's throat. Plone froze, feeling no physical force behind the blade, realizing with horror the pressure came from the sword's immense power alone. One of the guards, awestruck, stepped forward, asking where he acquired such a weapon. Logan's reply was sharp, a curt dismissal of the rude question. Plone scoffed internally, convincing himself Logan was just a lucky brat with a rare sword. Just then, a figure in magnificent armor emerged from the gate. It was Sir Firms, the legendary Moonlight Knight. A warrior of his caliber could only be here for a very important reason. Sir Firms's eyes locked onto Logan, his voice filled with shock. An intermediate knight at your age. Plone and his men stood utterly speechless. The horrifying truth dawned on Plone. It wasn't just the sword. Logan's own power was monstrous. From the rank of High Knight onward, a warrior radiated a unique energy that could not be concealed. Logan knew it was best to reveal only the bare minimum of his strength to keep the most dangerous eyes off him. With a hand over his heart in a knight's salute, Logan vowed to one day match Sir Firms's power, who advised him to aim even higher, to become a superhuman. Afterwards, Sir Firms led the group inside, announcing that the heirs of Pearl and Ruffman were already present. And the main event would be the party tomorrow night. Plone, desperate to regain some pride, tried to mock Logan again. "You don't even have party clothes, do you? I can lend you my pajamas." But Logan's silence was his only answer as he asked a servant for his room. Logan smirked to himself. Plone had no idea what was truly at stake. Conquering Pareto would be almost too easy. He gazed up at the grand fortress Plone's petty words echoing in his mind. He had no intention of removing his armor. This was the land his ancestors had lost. He would not let his guard down for a single second. Logan stood before Lord Bifrost, who commanded him to draw his sword. The young man simply bowed his head, greeting the Lord and wishing him a happy birthday. Murmurs spread through the court. They sneered at his behavior, calling him an uncultured country bumpkin. As Logan had observed the lands and cities, he was surprised. The people were content, proving Bifrost was a competent ruler. Bifrost welcomed Logan with a wide smile, stating that his presence here surely meant the McLaines would now follow his will. Logan smoothly replied that if Bifrost's will was for peace, their clan would always be ready to march by his side. Bifrost praised his wisdom, calling him enlightened, before inviting him to the feast. Logan noted that this lord was indeed a formidable man. He was a 5th circle mage, a walking catastrophe on the battlefield, equal in power to an advanced knight. Logan's assessment was cut short by a booming announcement. Count Bifrost was about to give his speech. Bifrost began by thanking his guests with a special mention for the second prince who had granted him the honor of a son's tier. Gasps filled the hall at the casual mention of his intimacy with royalty. Bifrost continued, declaring it was time for the Southwest to abandon old traditions and unite. To unite? As the second prince, the strongest contender for the throne, wished. Logan saw through the elegant words. It was a declaration: place yourselves under the prince's command, or be swept aside. Bifrost then turned his attention to Logan, lauding him as the great hero who led the McLaines to victory in 2 separate wars. A genius who became an intermediate knight at just 21. Bifrost extended a hand, saying he wasn't forcing him, but simply making an offer. He revealed that Count Valtrain, the grandfather of the second prince himself, was searching for prodigies like Logan to take as his personal students. The young man was stunned silent, but managed to reply that while honored, he already had a master. Bifrost pried, asking if it was his father. Logan simply stated that he was trained by a great man, and he could not betray that trust. With a sly smile, Beos remarked that youth certainly doesn't waste time announcing that the flaming sword himself would soon grace them with his presence, and suggested Logan receive his wisdom. He warned that this grand offer was open to every heir present, and that Logan was even welcome to bring his own master to the lesson. But for the young McLaine heir, this was no longer about some lesson. It was a blatant power play by Bifrost, desperate to bind the McLaines to his cause. Logan knew another refusal would be difficult, but luckily he had already set his own plans in motion. He graciously accepted the compliment, declaring that, with Sir Beos's passionate insistence, he simply couldn't turn down such a request. Beos beamed, thanking Logan for his wise choice, and proclaimed this was the first glorious step in unifying the entire Southwest. He proudly added that the Pershals and Rothmans had already pledged their allegiance, and as a sign of gratitude, he would personally gift their heirs. On cue, vassals brought a table forward, revealing 2 dazzling artifacts, a magnificent sword and a mighty hammer. Logan mused that of course the Count would offer a gift worth at least 12 million gold to show his power. Could Bifrost truly be so generous as to give away treasures like these, as if reading his very thoughts? Bifrost called out to Ramon Pershal and Eric Rothman from the crowd. He demanded their oath of loyalty, and without hesitation, the 2 dropped to their knees. Bifrost then bestowed upon Ramon the legendary Blade of Ram, and to Eric the fearsome Hammer of Jackson, promising that all who served him would reap their just rewards. His gaze then fixed on Logan. Suddenly, a drunken Pirta stumbled from the crowd, slurring, and asking if Logan's own sword wasn't far more impressive. He insisted that Logan's blade looked infinitely better, a direct insult to the Count's grand display. Logan grimaced. Pirta had just dug his own grave. The sword named Lux was indeed a masterpiece with a power that could rival most artifacts. Logan's plan had been to use the sword as a bargaining chip, a tool to buy himself time. But Pierta's drunken outburst had shattered everything. Bifront's eyes narrowed. Is your sword truly so extraordinary? Logan replied calmly that he was simply fortunate enough to acquire a weapon forged by dwarves. May I inspect it? Bifrost asked, his voice deceptively smooth. But Logan knew that if he handed over Lux, he would never see it again. With a respectful tone, he replied that even for a young warrior, it was difficult to part with a trusted partner. Bifrost then proposed a new game. Instead of handing over the sword, Logan could demonstrate its strength in an exhibition match, against Ramon. A faint smile touched the young man's lips. The situation had taken a wild turn, but there was absolutely no reason to refuse. Logan drew his blade, its edge gleaming, and declared he would gladly comply with the order. Inside the training hall, he and Ramon stood face to face. Ramon smugly offered him the first attack, but Logan declined, stating he didn't want to hear any excuses about unfair advantages later. Arrogant whelp! Ramon roared as his aura began to flare. The women in the audience swooned, commenting on the sheer beauty of Ramon's artifact blade. Logan smirked. All this flashy posturing was just making him a bigger target, a perfect one to be cut down. In stark contrast, Lux was simple, unadorned, yet possessed perfect balance, a flawless cutting edge and unmatched durability. Can your pretty little toy even stand up to a true artifact? Ramon taunted. Logan sighed. Ramon was somehow even more foolish than Pirta.
With a battle cry, Ramon lunged forward ready to end it all. But Logan's eyes scanned the audience, locking onto Sir From. He knew he had to conceal his true strength. The plan was simple: stumble a bit, get a few scratches, and then launch a brilliant counterattack when the moment was right. He would show just enough vigor to win, then finish it with a cool one-liner. In a flash, Lux was at Ramon's throat. "You were lucky," Logan whispered. Ramon screamed that it was a mistake that he wasn't used to the sword yet, but Bifrons cut him off, his voice dripping with disappointment. "You have failed me, Ramon." Logan, too, felt a pang of disappointment. But Bifrons turned to him apologizing and announced he would open his personal treasury, allowing Logan to choose any artifact he desired. Logan saw the trap immediately. Bifrons was trying to ensnare him to keep him there by any means necessary. The Count was certain that no matter what treasure Logan chose, he would eventually get it back. But in that critical moment, a servant burst into the room breathlessly, announcing that the Sword Duke himself had made contact to wish the Count a happy birthday. The news left Bifrons completely stunned. The image of Felix Espenza appeared congratulating the Count, one of the kingdom's most stalwart pillars. He expressed his regret for being unable to attend in person. As Bifrons stammered his thanks, Felix's gaze drifted, landing on Logan in the background. "Is that truly him?" he asked. A wave of shock washed over the entire hall. Beads of sweat began to form on Bifrons' forehead. Logan knew his plea had been answered. He stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Master Felix," he said. The room erupted in gasps. Felix's image turned back to a pale Bifrons. "Is this true?" The Count's entire demeanor shifted. "If the Sword Duke himself desires the boy," he stammered, "then my own needs can wait." Logan silently celebrated. Asking for Felix's help had been the perfect move. As a neutral superhuman, the Sword Duke's power was absolute. His commands could not be denied. Felix gave Logan a subtle wink. "I cannot wait to see you in the capital, my boy." Logan bowed his head in gratitude. Bifrons looked like he was about to have a heart attack. The very next day, Logan stood inside Beos' treasure vault. A guard informed him he had 1 hour and could choose only a single treasure. Logan's eyes scanned the 30-odd artifacts, immediately dismissing the weapons. His senses told him that all the power in the room was converging on one spot, a pair of armored boots gleaming inside a glass case. A strange skepticism filled him. He sensed no magic from the boots, yet they were devouring his energy. What would happen if he kept feeding them his strength? Suddenly his power was siphoned away like a tidal wave. Logan roared with defiance. "Let's see who breaks first." He poured every last drop of his aura into the mysterious boots. In a flash, a shockwave of power erupted from them, blasting Logan backward. But his strength had returned, and with it a stunning realization. That night, a furious Befra wondered if Logan McLaine had already fled. With only 3 days until the party, he knew the boy had made a fool of him. Consumed by rage. Befro commanded his knights to hunt Logan down and seize the artifact. Logan was catching his breath by a campfire. All at once, a chilling, murderous intent sent him leaping to his feet. Peering into the trees, he knew instantly. Assassins from Befro. A hooded man stepped from the shadows, and Logan saw he wasn't alone. They had sent a team of 4. The man in front warned his accomplices. "Do whatever you want," he sneered. "Just don't kill him." The 3 thugs lunged at him, but Logan was already in motion, launching his own assault. Panic flashed in their eyes. How could a mere intermediate knight move with such impossible speed? Logan grinned. These boots were the best choice he'd ever made. Not only did they grant him a triple jump in midair, they also self-repaired and adjusted to his size. He was certain these were an artifact above the 4th level. A fitting name came to mind: the Boots of the Wind God. The men requested permission to aim for vital spots. The hooded figure let out a disgusted sound, calling them shameful. The man exploded from behind with a silver aura. Logan was shocked, but managed a desperate block, though the force sent him reeling. Logan focused his aura, preparing for a life-or-death battle. He sneered, "I never knew the title of Moonlight was earned through cowardly ambushes." In that instant, he recognized the man's true identity. It was the renowned Sir France. Sir France revealed he knew Logan was hiding his true power, a power that even surpassed his own. And he knew all about the artifact in Logan's possession. "I'll be taking that artifact," Sir Fran declared, "as payment for the lesson I'm about to teach you." Logan shot back. "What lesson? You should be ashamed of your title, Moonlight Knight." Sir Fran's eyes narrowed. "That's exactly why the lesson will be a harsh one." Logan eyed his opponent's strange stance. It was as if he were holding an invisible whip. Sir France unleashed his power. He attacked Logan with blades of pure force that lashed out like whips of energy. Logan desperately parried the relentless storm of attacks. He knew he couldn't last long like this. He had to use everything he had. He charged his aura and blitzed Sir France from behind. But his blade struck nothing. Not a single scratch. A sudden realization hit him. He backflipped through the air, narrowly dodging another one of Sir Fran's deadly blows. How can you dodge my attacks? Sir Fran roared. Are those the secret arts of the Sword Duke? But Logan wasn't listening. If Sir Franz was still standing, it meant his own attack wasn't strong enough. He knew that without the power of the Wind God's boots, he would have been struck down instantly. These aren't secret arts, Logan replied. But if you wait a moment, I'll show you a real secret technique. Arrogantly, Sir Fran agreed to wait. Logan smirked. That overconfidence would be his downfall. He focused his entire aura into his sword. He knew that if he lost this fight, he wouldn't just lose the boots. Sir Fran would make sure he could never wield a sword again. His eyes shot open. The time is now. Sir Franz lunged forward. But the very instant his sword aimed for the boy's heart, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the forest. Sir Franz had completely underestimated the true power Logan was hiding. The young warrior had conjured a blade of pure aura, the third form of the divine sword secrets, He was ready to cut down Sir Franz, who now lay slammed into the ground. For the first time, he felt true danger. The impact was so massive that his knights scrambled through the debris searching for him. Sir Franz coughed up a spray of blood. He had barely dodged a fatal blow, but he knew it would have been better to die with Logan than return in defeat. Logan spurred his horse onward, his mind replaying that single moment of hesitation. He remembered Sir Fran's attack while he was charging the third style. And the coin-sized hole now burned into his chest. His bravado had been a complete facade, but one thing was now crystal clear. With his skills and treasures, he could definitely take down an advanced knight. Suddenly, his vision blurred and he collapsed from his horse, which galloped on without him. Back at the mansion, Rick and Dwayne were horrified to see him in tatters. What happened? They cried. Logan just muttered he'd fallen from his horse. His return sent shockwaves through the estate. The incident was put aside, but Patrick was consumed by shame knowing Logan endured this because their family was too weak. Logan looked his father in the eyes. Soon we'll be able to repay them for this humiliation. But first, he declared, his voice filled with iron resolve, we must rebuild our forces. Out on the training field, Rana swung his sword ready for what was to come. Logan's words echoed in his mind, that this war would be a simple affair, and that Rana should stay behind to sharpen his skills. A fire lit within Rana. He refused to let Logan treat him like a child ever again. But Logan cut his training short. It was time to meet his new sparring partner, Victor. Rana's eyes widened in disbelief. Victor stood there clad in gleaming new armor. Rana managed to comment on the fit, but a single thought consumed him. This boy was his age. Could he also be a force user? Logan confirmed his suspicion. Victor had just awakened his power. Seeing a rival his own age, Logan mused, would be the perfect motivation. Rana questioned what training together truly meant. Logan's reply was a single chilling word, combat. An electric tension filled the air between them. Their eyes locked ready for war. With a sharp nod, Logan gave the signal to begin. Victor exploded into motion, aiming for Rana's throat slash. But Rana dodged just in time, recognizing the deadly arc of the iron bloodsword. It was time to get serious. Rana surged forward, unleashing his own killing intent. In that instant, Victor knew, he was in deep trouble. A massive shockwave of power erupted from Rana but Victor reacted instantly, leaping high into the air. From above, he prepared a counterattack, hoping to strike from a blind spot. Victor slammed his sword into the earth, shattering the ground below. The crater was immense, but Rana had vanished at the last second. You're a monster, he yelled. Victor remained completely unfazed. From the sidelines, Logan burst out laughing. Look who's talking, he shouted. Rana took his stance again, stealing his resolve. This time he would go all out. Across from him, Victor just smiled, looking utterly at ease. Watching from a safe distance, Logan's lips curled into a smirk. His instincts had been right. These two had an incredible synergy. Victor had already mastered the iron bloodsword, adapting it to his own unique style. Meanwhile, the seasoned Rana moved like water, unbound by any rigid form. Suddenly, Rana yelled out in protest, hey, no punching? Victor shot back, all's fair in a real fight, which only made Logan laugh even harder. He told them to tone it down a bit. Inside, he was calculating. The Empire's war was still 7 years away. In 5 or 6 years, these two would become unstoppable weapons. If Victor could just master the Divine Sword's secrets, but for that, Logan needed a hook. Something to make her want to stay. Back in Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were speechless. The revelation was just too shocking. Victor could actually see the flow of mana. This was it. Logan offered to teach Victor anything she desired. A perfect ploy to keep her at the castle. When Victor said she wanted to learn how to move clay dolls with yellow threads, Logan was completely dumbfounded. Clayton cut in, demanding proof.
Can you see where my mana is flowing? Victor pointed to a disciple. It's going to that old man.
They tried once more, / This time, Victor declared / it's flowing into the water bottle.
Clayton grabbed Victor's shoulders, his eyes wild with excitement. You are a prodigy, he exclaimed. Not even the archmages of legend could see mana with their naked eyes.
Logan watched, wondering if seeing mana was truly such a big deal. He turned to Victor asking, are you certain you want to learn magic? She nodded without hesitation. If that's what it takes to control the giant doll, then yes. Logan pressed her for a reason. Victor's eyes gleamed with ambition. If I can control something that big, I can do anything.
Logan entrusted Victor to the eager mage, but Clayton had already vanished with his new pupil. Someone bring me a measuring tape, his voice echoed down the hall.
So Victor had the talent to become an archmage. Logan smirked. Both siblings were true geniuses. His forces were growing stronger every day. Perhaps it was finally time to head to the Capital Grand. He had, after all, made a promise to his master. He planned to travel alone. But fate, it seemed, had other ideas. An entourage of 7 elite knights surrounded Logan, their hands on their hilts, ready to defend him.
Captain Henderson of the 18th Land Knight Squadron announced himself. But Logan was not impressed. His voice was ice. Get lost.
Patrick had insisted it would be a grave insult to the Sword Duke. Logan had to take at least a minimal escort. Spotting a familiar face, Logan sighed. Rick, what are you doing here? Rick bowed smoothly. The heir of a great house cannot travel without a personal servant. Logan saw right through the excuse, you just wanted a free trip to the capital, didn't you? Rick broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, he admitted. No one in my fief will talk to me anymore. I need to find a wife. Logan plugged his ears, groaning. You're all just going to slow me down. He had only 2 objectives for this journey.
First, to observe any changes to the future he knew. And second, to find the third prince, and forge an alliance with the Hill family.
His mind drifted to the tragic history of the royal family. The King Samuel Vaughan was without an heir until he was 40. Desperate, he sired 2 sons with his concubines. Then, 10 years later, the queen finally gave birth, to the third and true prince,
a prodigy who quickly surpassed his half-brothers and was named successor. Logan knew what came next. In the winter before the prince's coming-of-age ceremony, the king would die and a bloody civil war would ignite.
On one side stood the first Prince Juan de Blas, a fearsome 6th Circle mage, / On the other, the second prince, Jordan Walterine. Both were backed by the immense power of their grandfather's houses. Logan recalled the vision vividly, the third prince kneeling at the executioner's block. But then Felix appeared carrying the late king's final decree, the third prince must live. But even though he won the throne, the third prince's reign, would drive the kingdom into ruin, in just 5 short years. And so Logan's path was clear. He would never let that man ascend to the throne. He suspected the second prince was just as rotten, and now he had to see for himself if the third prince truly had what it takes to be king.
Back inside the castle walls, Logan's servants were utterly dumbfounded. Rick, ever the opportunist, sidled up to him, suggesting it was time to build some connections for the family, and perhaps get a little help cozying up to one of the maids.
Logan's patience snapped. A swift smack to Rick's head sent him tumbling to the floor. A man then approached, offering a formal greeting before leading Logan towards Duke Felix's private office. He introduced himself as Louis Ryan, the Duke's trusted supervisor, the very same man Logan remembered from his past life. This was the man who had entrusted him with the secrets of the divine sword, begging him to memorize them and find a worthy successor. But beyond that single memory, everything else about Louis remained a frustrating blur. Louis guided him to the office door, announcing the Duke was waiting. But as he turned to leave, a powerful voice suddenly called out.
A smirk played on Logan's lips as he turned. He faced the Duchess Felix's wife, offering congratulations on their heir and declaring he was ready for any questions she might have.
With her hands resting on her pregnant belly, she made an unbelievable request. She asked him to choose a name for their unborn child. Logan was completely floored. Just then, Felix appeared, explaining that he and the Duchess had been wrestling with the decision for a long time. As a gesture of their immense gratitude, they wanted Logan, and only Logan, to bestow a name upon their child. The young man was still reeling from the shock. He knew that a name shapes a child's destiny, a light that guides their entire life. For a responsibility this immense to be given after only 2 meetings, it was staggering. He finally answered, his voice firm. It would be my greatest honor. The Duke and Duchess beamed with joy. Felix then gently urged his wife to go and get some rest. Once she was gone, he leaned against the door, admitting he wasn't one for pleasantries. Then his tone shifted entirely as he told Logan it was time they had a conversation with their bodies. Logan was baffled. Felix's eyes narrowed, a look of awe and suspicion on his face. He confessed his shock at the meteoric rise in Logan's power level. He wanted to witness firsthand just how monstrously strong Logan had become. Soon after, on the sun-drenched training field, master and student stood facing each other. Logan lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, but Felix vanished, reappearing behind him in an instant, poised to strike. Logan grit his teeth, twisting his body to redirect his assault, but the Duke parried the blow with impossible ease. The young warrior thought this was his chance, a true battle to test the very edge of his abilities. But just as he prepared his next move, Felix called for a halt. The Duke stared at him, his voice laced with disbelief, and asked, "What in the hell are you?"